Gachagua. Hii serikali tulitafuta na shida mingi sana. Hatuwezi kubali mtu haribu.
Kenyans will be shocked.
Hiyo ikulu nimeweka mitego kila kona, kila kona. Hapo iko kibarua.
291 members of this National Assembly pended their signatures in support of this motion.
It is 6 a.m. in Nairobi, Kenya on this Thursday, the 17th of October, 2024. Good morning and welcome to NTV's coverage of the impeachment trial against Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua as the nation stands on the brink of a historic moment in Kenya's political landscape. Now, today marks day 2 of the impeachment trial, where the stakes are unprecedentedly high. After a gripping marathon session that kept senators debating until 11 p.m. last night, the country braces for what promises to be another intense day of deliberation ahead of tonight's make-or-break Senate vote on the impeachment, which could decide the fate of Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua. With every argument, testimony and counterpoint, the very future of Kenya's governance hangs in the balance. Will the trial set a precedent that resonates across the political landscape, or will Gachagua's defense be strong enough to sway the Senate? Stay with us as we unpack the key moments from day 1, the fiery exchanges, the legal strategies, and anticipate the high-stakes decisions that could unfold today. Do join the conversation on our social media channels at NTV Kenya as we unpack this debate. We'll be sampling your thoughts, your comments, your questions with an able panel of guests in studio to put it all into context for you. And joining us this morning is governance analyst Charles Munyui. Charles, a very good morning and thank you for joining us on NTV today.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate being here. It's been a while.
Thank you. So it's a great day. I mean, however things go, history is likely to be made today in one way or the other. But even as we anticipate the Senate to sit on the second day of the trial at exactly 9 a.m. this morning, after almost burning the midnight oil pretty much, what stood out for you on day 1 of the ouster trial?
I think, first and foremost, I think in this country, people have been denied civic education. They don't seem to understand how these things work, to the extent that when public participation happened last week, there was a lot of stuff going on. People assumed this was a ballot, it was like a recall election, to the extent that some people were tearing ballots, others were doing all manner of things. Many did not take advantage of the online platform to translate, to share their thoughts. I think that is what is playing out, because up to today, many have not appreciated that what happened in the National Assembly in terms of filing or the motion or notice of motion, having the motion presented to the National Assembly, and the National Assembly basically voting for the whole motion. Now, the second phase of this is now the trial. So the Senate is basically a trial court. And that's why this is happening. That's why the excitement is around the Senate, because people did not see this happening in the National Assembly. I think many assume that the exact same thing that's going to happen in the National Assembly is the same thing that's going to happen in the Senate. So no wonder people are wondering, hey, who has lost, who has won, what is going on? Are these, what are the accusations, and has someone won? What's going on? So I think it's good to appreciate that the 11 counts, first and foremost. Yesterday, the case was being put to the Deputy President. Today, he will have an opportunity to also bring out evidence and testify in terms of, basically say his side of the story. There will again be cross-examination, examining what he's saying. But at the end of the day, it's good to appreciate that it's Mutuse's case to prove. And I think that's what is going to keep playing out. Later today, we are basically going to find out a lot of things, including what the Deputy President has to say about the 11 counts, the allegations against him. Importantly, 2 things. Number 1, just 1 count is sufficient to convict him. Right. And number 2, much as the burden of proof is on the side of the people who have the case, which is the National Assembly, courtesy of Mutuse, the standard of proof is reasonably low in terms of how much do you need to prove of any one of these counts. And I think that's why the Deputy President's team is working very hard to disapprove just about everything. So some of these things are going to play out. And remember, ultimately, it is for the senators to vote based on their conscience. And so it's more of a political process than a legal process.
And you raise very key issues. So let's begin with what you just said, that the standard of proof is pretty low as to perhaps the thresholds,
Yes.
within which you have to, produce evidence and deduce evidence. So what do you make then of the defense that has been put up on the first day by the Deputy President's team?
It looks good, prima facie. Just looking at it, it didn't look bad at all. But again, remember, there are quite a number of counts in there. And the reason as to why usually the person bringing in these cases wants to spread it all the way is because out of those, one is sufficient to convict. Just one of them. It might be the smallest in terms of the minds of the average person, but that one convicts you, and that's the end of that. That is number one. Number two, again, like I said, unlike a criminal matter where you must prove things beyond reasonable doubt, or civil, which is slightly lower there, which is on the standard of proof is basically the balance of probability. Issues of the impeachment fall in between. Yeah, so that's why it is better to go out all the way with everything that you have and fight it out with everything you have. Otherwise, you might assume those bringing out the case against you must prove beyond reasonable doubt. Kumbe, all you need is to just slightly go above the balance of probability.
And we'll get to the prosecution, but I focus on the defense because we also saw them, later in the night sort of deconstructing the evidence that had been produced by the prosecution,
Yes.
Going video by video, asking what really was wrong with the words of the Deputy President here. Interesting that in many of the counts, the issue was the words of the Deputy President, what he said.
Yes.
And many have said he has a very sharp tongue. But we had the mover of the motion, MP Mange Mutuse, really, get a draft in that cross-examination.
Yes.
And we saw the senators later on, coming to question whether he really was part of the drafting of this motion, because he didn't seem quite, conversant with many of the things during the cross-examination. What did you make of his cross-examination, his demeanor, really, and everything that came out during that bit of the trial?
I think he found himself on a side that he does not usually find himself on, like having to respond. When you're the accuser and you're used to accusing, you're used to standing in parliament and saying your stuff, and then all of a sudden you have to find yourself on the other side, having to give information. It can be tricky, much as you're with your peers. But I think it is good to appreciate that all these counts must fall within three categories. Yeah, it is about breach of the gross violation of the Constitution. It is about committing a crime, both based on international or local Kenyan law. It's about gross misconduct. It must fall within that three categories. So, much as there are 11 counts, it is good to appreciate that all the Mutuse wanted to prove is that some of these things are falling within that. Now, having said that, if you look at the side of the defense, what they were doing is what is expected of them. That is exactly what a defense is supposed to do. It's supposed to deconstruct all the evidence you have. It's supposed to deconstruct all the allegations you have. So essentially, that is what is supposed to happen. Like I said, remember, and ultimately, it's about the senators. It's about convincing the senators. And the senators, with a lot of respect, are also politicians. So that at this level, that's where we are.
All right. And I've seen many comments on social media. We'll be sampling them a bit later. Yeah. But many, of course, cheering each side of the trial, but some saying, to the defense, don't celebrate yet. This is not a house of integrity. So we'll be debating that and what Kenyans really expect after the entire Senate debacle. So let's bring in now lawyer Areba Samba as well as political analyst Peter Muchendu. Gentlemen, very good morning and thank you for joining us here on NTV. It's an interesting morning. It's been an interesting evening last evening as the country was treated to what many say was perhaps a better spin of legal shows like Suits, you know, so it was very interesting. Araba, let's begin with you, because a lot played out, you know, a lot of legal jargon, a lot of, I mean, it was an interesting episode. What did you make of the case put up by the prosecution and the defense put up by Gachagua's team?
I think the excitement that was being elicited, let me say it's some false kind of excitement, because in a system like ours, where then you have to put your case and you have to be cross-examined on it, then there are so many things that get to come. And this is what we get to see every day. Remember that the only other time that we have experienced such high level of, let me say, legal brilliance, in quotes, is during probably the past presidential petitions. And then we had the case on the BBI. I think this is the only time that, these are the times that we have gotten to see legal brains coming out and prosecuting and defending their matters. I think previously Kenyans have only been able to watch this on TV, and that is why they are appreciating that, hey, you know what, this can happen in our jurisdiction. And as I've commented before, in that this exercise is not only very important for the country, but also it's very important for, let me say, law practitioners, law students, and scholars. Because at the end of the day, once the decision is made, we have other things that we are going to learn in terms of then how not to impeach a deputy president, or how to impeach a deputy president, or how to impeach a governor, or how to impeach a deputy governor. So it's quite, remember that we are just a couple of years into our constitution, and these issues of impeachment really came into the same constitution. So it's quite an interesting point, and that is where you had in the opening remarks of Senior Counsel Honorable James Orengo, saying that it's a monumental moment, in that at the end of the day, once the decision is made, the decision will be more like a sideshow, but then the process and even the ensuing legal battles, one thing I can promise you is that the legal battles are not yet over. Remember that the day of yesterday, the 3-judge bench did indicate that, hey, you know what, you guys go, play in the Senate. Depending on, it doesn't matter how the decision goes, then come back. The court will have an opportunity to make recommendations on how not to and how to in the future. So for me, it's a bit quite an interesting time. But remember, today again, the defense will take its the stand, and it will equally be cross-examined. So the play that we had last night, where people are being told that, remember, even if it's getting hot, relax, we are likely to see again that today. So, I mean, the balance will tilt today, in that where now it shifts to the deputy president now being cross-examined on his evidence.
All right. And it's expected to be quite a showdown as senators begin then by asking questions to both witnesses. Of course, that was pending business from last night. Let's bring in political analyst Peter Mshendu. Peter, very good morning, and thank you for joining us on NTV this morning. Let's begin with what stood out most for you during yesterday's entire trial, and what your expectations are today.
You know, I have to give it to the lawyer of the deputy president. He has really earned his money, because the reason he is there, it is actually, as Charles has said, is to deconstruct the case of those who have accused the deputy president. But nonetheless, you realize that when you are doing cross-examination, I'm not a lawyer myself, but like my two panelists here, but when you're doing cross-examination, you are supposed to start from where you think the case is weak. And you realize that that particular attorney did not dwell too much on so many of the 11 charges. They are trying to deconstruct one charge after another. But it is good to let Kenyans know that the only thing Mutuse needs to do is sustain just one charge. It is enough to impeach the deputy president. Right. And therefore, I think that you realize that senators are also politicians, and you will see senators, they also know how to pray for the gallery, and they will ask questions, and you think that this decision is going one way. As a friend of mine would put it, we have just baked the duff, and we are waiting now to cook the chapati today. And I'm expecting to see a lot of fireworks, especially when the two defense witnesses come, including the accused. The Honorable Rigathi Gachagua will also appear. And I'm expecting that mostly I have a problem with these lawyers because they love what is called a subjective argument to sustain their case. It is not more of an objective argument. So if you looked at the lawyer of the deputy president, he was actually subjective. I mean, the questions, rather than cross-examinations, were many in that whole argument. You were repeating 5, 6 times for the witness to actually reply to your question. And therefore, I think that Kenyans should not go and conclude that particular matter, because now, today is the day of the defense to come with their witnesses. And they will also fall the same, they will also face the same thing the Honorable Mutuse faced yesterday. And we are expecting that today there will be a different direction from what happened yesterday. And you know, when you are accused, you are the second person to present your case. And the lawyers for National Assembly, the lawyers for the Honorable Mutuse will get an opportunity to cross-examine the Deputy President. And that should be the highlight of the case today.
All right. So let's begin then with that one comment on social media that, and like everybody's saying, don't celebrate just yet from all the legal fireworks, all the legal brilliance that we saw yesterday. What do you make, Charles, of that comment that the Senate is not a house of integrity? And this is, you know, perhaps public perception coming in as a viewer's comment. What do you make of that statement with regard to your expectations of the Senate in delivering a fair and just trial for the DP?
I think the Senate represents what we are. We put those individuals in there, and they do our bidding to a large extent. And the Senate has done well, largely. Less, in my personal opinion, the small issue of the conflict of interest bill that is still pending out there, where they trashed, basically by way of amendment, the bill that had come from the National Assembly, and they wanted to do business with government. Even individuals who you thought were good individuals, basically were saying we want to amend this particular bill so that by the time it passes as law, we can be able to do business with government. Other than that, what they do is what they do. And remember, like Moshendo has said, my brother, these are politicians. They are politicians representing different interests, different regions, by extension, different constituencies that have different interests. So their priority number one work, in as far as I'm concerned, is to represent their respective regions. And that's why even when it comes to the counties, they are the representatives of the counties. So I have a feeling, ultimately, this will go the political direction.
Right.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what happens about the back and forth. And they know, it's because they know the DP has recourse elsewhere. Yeah. So much as we can see this, we are saying it's swaying this way, the other way, it will ultimately go the political direction. It is likely that quite a number of them will vote, not based on what is happening in court. Some have already voted, and you can tell. You can tell those that are supporting the Deputy President would have voted in a certain way, irrespective. There are others that would have voted the other way, irrespective. Then there is there is a number that is in between there that is waiting to be convinced by either side so that they can sway this or the other side. All right, but having said that, remember what we said about, and I think it's Council who said here, that in terms of the issue of how much you need to prove. If you remember BBI, which has been mentioned, BBI did not collapse because of the big things that were being said, the structure of our constitution, the basic structure. It collapsed because of two things. The fact that the president signed the bill, that one bit, that one signature. Number two, creation of the constituencies was okay in as far as the judges were concerned, judges of the Supreme Court. Those are the ones we are referring to. The problem was determining where those domiciling those constituencies, 5 in Nairobi, 2 in where, that particular bit, not the creation of the 70 constituencies that was very contentious across the country, and many people made a lot of noise. It was about Why are you domiciling constituencies? And that's not your work, that is the work of IEBC. So it's also good to look at this matter in that regard and see there are certain things in there. Out of 11 counts, there could pop up one, just one, that sways things either way. Either way.
So the threshold is pretty low, and with 11 counts, then really it could swing either way. But you speak of recourse elsewhere for the deputy president. We'll be speaking about that because as much as it is a political process at the end of the day, there's a lot of focus on having it follow the rule of law, having it be a fair and just process. And so, Areba, Senior Counsel Paul Mwite then raised several questions. And one that stood out was, again, on the process of a fair process for the legal deputy president, questioning why he is being accused of corruption and money laundering, but these crimes have not been reported to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. What are your thoughts on that point of objection by Paul Mwite? Does it hold any water? And could it offer a legal loophole for recourse for the deputy president after the process?
Let me first of all start with the issue of the Senate not being a house of integrity, and probably try to set a perspective in terms of where we come from, where we and where do we intend to go. After the promulgation of the current constitution, which is no longer new, but most of us still refer to new, there were people who thought that then the best way to govern this country is to vie for Senate, and others went for governor. Down the line, then there was a realization that for the senators, all they had was a big voice and no resources. That is why you saw there was a clamor for a number of people jumping ship from being senators and going back to vie for governors. Even as we speak today, my good teacher, Professor Tom Ojienda, Senior Counsel, sometimes says that most of the people in the Senate, they're there because they're just hanging around to go elsewhere, or they've come from elsewhere and they're hanging around just to be there. I mean, you know a number of governors who have vied back, a number of senators who are interested in governors. But then there was a resemblance of some kind of brains and common sense in the Senate, even in the level of debates. But then at the end of the day, even with this resemblance, I call it resemblance of brilliance and resemblance of some kind of logic, still ends in political interests coming. And that is where sometimes we have seen very brilliant debates, and you can see some level of objectivity. But when it comes to voting, you're like, oh, Jesus Christ, Mary and Joseph, where did we go wrong? Because then at the end of the day, the political inclinations and the political whipping takes place. So by and large, the Senate has tried, I'm using the word tried, to project itself as a house of reason and as a house of quality debate. But then what our viewers need to understand at the end of the day is that all these senators have a political tag on them. When it comes to voting at the end of the day, they still get whipped to their different political sides. So, I mean, it's an interesting conversation that has been online. I think I've been on nearly the entire part of the night. And people are saying, yeah, you know what, we can see some sense, but we hope they will be able to vote according to the way they're debating. Let me hold my coffee. When the voting comes today, you'll definitely know that Michelle belongs to the white party and my brother Charles belongs to the yellow party. Having said that, then we go to the kind of preliminary objections that we had yesterday. And I don't want to get to the academics bit of it, because then when you put a preliminary objection before the Senate, who's supposed to make a decision? Is it the senators or is it the speaker? So again, these are some of the issues that as students of law and students of politics, we need to get clarifications at the end of the day. Because when the speaker makes a ruling, is that a ruling of the Senate or is that a ruling of the senators? So again, as I said earlier on, some of these processes will better our political and our governance space. Because ideally, when you go to court and you make a preliminary objection, the court retreats, and maybe it might give you an opportunity to make your submissions, put in your documents, then the court retreats and delivers a ruling. When the Senate sits, my understanding is that it sits as a trial chamber, right? In that, if it was to be a committee, then it's not the committee chair who makes a decision. It's the entire committee that does what? That makes a decision. So my understanding, again, is that when the Senate sits as a whole house, it sits as a committee of the whole House. So again, this is a debate that has been raging between the legal circles, that at the end of the day, then who needs to make a decision? Coming to your question on how then do you adduce the evidence of money laundering before the Senate, which does not have original powers to do investigation on this?
Or even the National Assembly.
Even the National Assembly. And again, I'm pained to explain in terms of then how does the Senate do a conviction on that? And I get back to what Charles was saying, that when the impeachment was contemplated in article, I think, from 149 to 150, the anticipation was that we were to set a level of recourse when it comes to quote-unquote bad behavior. When you talk about bad behavior, you don't necessarily talk about some of these crimes, because we have bodies which at the end of the day have powers in the Constitution to do investigations and make a decision. Because even if then the Senate was to make a decision that, you know what, His Excellency the Deputy President is guilty of money laundering, what will be the recourse? The Senate does not have a secondary power to do a recourse on terms of that. So that again goes back to the constitutional bodies like ESCC, the DCI, the Asset Recovery Agency, to be able again to initiate a process by themselves to be able to, at the end of the day, make a determination and apply the relevant laws to have recourse. So whereas to me, the preliminary objection seemed well-reasoned, but again, remember, this is largely a political process backed by the law. It's a political process backed by the law.
And so then it raises many, many questions. So let's come to you, Peter. That's a very good, good analysis, Areba. Picking from that, because the question was then, is this likely then to provide a legal loophole for the DP's team, DP's defense team, perhaps even during the judicial process that will follow after? And so as it stands then, we have that the DP team had requested that the National Assembly be disallowed to have the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission Chief Talib Mubarak appear to give evidence before the Senate because of that very concern that these allegations had not been submitted to ESCC before for ESCC to investigate and prosecute this matter. So why is it that then the ESCC boss is coming up as one of the witnesses? What are your expectations there, judging from the objection raised by Paul Mwite and really the explanation that Areba has broken down just now?
I think with tremendous respect to Senior Counsel Paul Mwite, who was once the representative of Kabete constituency, the larger Kabete constituency, I think mostly the defense team will most likely pray for the gallery, because as much as the Senate is a trial chamber, this is a political process. And when you look at Article 145 of the Constitution, which actually forms the basis on this motion, because you read that, I think 149, they are referring to 145 as the similar process to be used for the removal of the Deputy President, you realize that the threshold for members of Parliament and senators is very low. They do not need to go to any particular investigative bodies. A member of Parliament needs to raise enough reasonable doubt. Actually, the lawyers will tell you, in this case, the Honorable Mutuse needed to raise reasonable doubts for this case to proceed, because it's purely a political process, as we have said. And then again, when you look at ESCC and other bodies that are supposed to investigate, the creation of those acts is as a result of this Constitution. And unfortunately or unfortunately, the process of removing the Deputy President or the President is contained in the most supreme document of our country, which is the Constitution. And therefore, I think for me, as Aremba has said, that the politicians are expected to play their part. If the accused is not satisfied with how the processes of both the National Assembly and the Senate has conducted itself, he is free to move to court. And that is why you realize that the courts so far have exercised what these lawyers would call a judicial restraint. Over 20-something attempts to stop this impeachment have not succeeded in court, because at this point, the court will be seen as to meddle in a process which purely is political. So the court has said, look, this is a political process which involves both the houses of parliament. Please go through this process. And if the accused is not satisfied at how the two houses have held the whole issue, he can go back to court. And therefore, when you see the Honorable Paul Moita raising that issue, he's not likely raising it to actually convince the senators otherwise. He is raising it to put it on record that when he appears in a court of law, he will have been seen to have raised this issue. And I think for me that the drafters of the Constitution realized that both the president and the deputy president are a product of a political process, and therefore provided a process which is more or less political to remove them from office. And if you're not satisfied, you can now seek what you call the legal redress in the courts. So I do not think that members of parliament and the senators, there is anything wrong they are doing. They have no capacity to demand that you must have investigated the EACC, because the requirement by the Constitution or the threshold required by the mover of the motion does not require him to seek all those things the Honorable Moita is speaking about. He just needs to raise a reasonable doubt, convince his peers that I think this man is guilty. And then the Constitution has put a very serious threshold. For you to actually sustain those charges at the National Assembly level, you need 2/3. And I think for me that we want to be so academic about the whole thing, which I think for me, through National Assembly and the Senate, it is purely a political process. And these are politicians who are judging their own peers. It is like when Charles Munyui and Areba call each other learned lawyers. The president and the deputy president are being judged by their own peers who actually went to the ballot and they were given this responsibility by Wananchi. So I think for me it's a case of you being judged by your own peers through the same process that found you in those offices.
Right.
Michelle, just a clarification. There are two forms of proof. We have what we call the beyond reasonable doubt, and we have the balance of probabilities. Beyond reasonable doubt is usually applied mainly in criminal matters, in that if you say Michelle has stolen a pen, the evidence that you have to adduce has to be beyond any reasonable doubt that, one, there existed a pen, number two, the pen was stolen, number three, it was stolen by Michelle. Then the second one we say a balance of probabilities. Mainly it's civil. If you say Michelle owes Areba money, then you have to subject that evidence to a scale, and then you see on 51% where does it tilt to. It tilts to, yes, that one, the two are friends, two, they might have engaged in borrowing each other money, three, there's a possibility that Michelle might have given Areba money, four, Areba has not given that back money. So when we go back to what is going on right now, it is not supposed to be beyond reasonable doubt. It's supposed to be conviction of balance of probabilities. In that, if we take 50 plus 1, 51% on a scale of probabilities, there is reason to believe that His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua did this and this and this. And that is the threshold that is being used to do what? To crucify him in courts. So his accusers just need to convince on a balance of probabilities that, you know what, on the balance of probabilities, looking at the evidence that we have reduced, there is a likelihood that these offenses might have been committed. That is now the strict political process. The moment that is done, then because at the end of the day, all that will happen at the Senate, which will happen, I believe, today, is impeachment. Once it happens, then now the evidence will be subjected now to the relevant constitutional bodies to now strictly subject it to the beyond reasonable doubt, so that then there can be issues of criminal sanction. That's just the clarification I need to make.
Is it putting the cart before the horse, so to speak?
Not
leaving
really.
the legal process after the Senate trial?
Not really. Remember, as I've said, as two of my colleagues have alluded to, is that this is more like a peer political review. You know, there's peer review that even happens for you in your office. And your peers will look at you and say, you know, what we think is that Michelle is not performing very well. Let's sanction her.
I hope that's not a
I hope so too. So it's, as Michelle has clearly put it is that these are your peers who are trying to give you your peer review. That, you know what, going by the provisions we have in the Constitution, we believe that you are not doing well. So now that we believe that you are not doing well, let's send you away. Because some of those charges, if you look at them, the way they are framed, they might not have any other recourse in the legal process. I mean, like the insubordination. You're not going to go to court and say, you know what, punish this guy because he's insubordinated his boss. But then when you look at these others like money laundering and all these others, if you look at the charge sheet largely, you realize that most of those charges are not charges that can proceed to a criminal trial for recourses. They're sanctioned in the political hygiene space, where at the end of the day you don't have any recourse. You cannot go to court and say, you know what, please punish him, he insubordinated his boss. Please punish him, he said this and this and this and this. There are just a couple of 1 or 2 or 3 which then can proceed to the criminal sanctions using the relevant bodies. So our viewers have to really understand that what Honorable Mutuse needs to convince the senators and the National Assembly needs to convince the Senate is that we believe 50+1%, His Excellency Rigathi might have committed this. And on that basis is where the senators are going to vote. Right, so, I mean, just overall is that this is just a political hygiene process which on the large space of it, does not have recourse in the normal legal systems. At the end of the day, you and I will see this. What might be faulted from the courts or what might be clarified from the courts is the process.
Which will not have any implication, really, on the final outcome of the Senate.
I mean, it will have an implication in that, you know, if you had the ruling by the judges yesterday, they said, you know what, there is no harm in the Senate concluding this process, and then you guys will come back to us and we can issue appropriate remedies.
Okay, all right. So that's where the political process comes in, because if the seat then is no longer vacant by then, that's a whole other legal lacuna. But Charles, what are your thoughts on this conversation?
I think even before my colleagues came in, we had talked about that standard of proof, and it is as such. And it is also good to appreciate that even when it goes to the courts, it remains that way. It is not like the courts are going to up the threshold in terms of the standard of proof. They are going to look at what was the responsibility of the Senate in terms of proving these issues. Did it adhere to the standards as expected? It's not like we are going to be told, now that you are here in court, we need you to prove beyond reasonable doubt. We needed that to come out. They will look at what is the Senate charged with in terms of matters of this nature. So that is why you are seeing a lot of things happening. And like I said, there are 11 counts. 11 counts. You'll be surprised, like I said, about BBI. What will just pop up and sway this situation? And I'm talking about small things like nobody is talking about. For example, the issue of Nairobi County and the deputy president, the issues they are in. When counties, the national government and counties amongst themselves are supposed to behave in a certain way, and it's a constitutional requirement. It's not like it's a wish, you want to do this, you don't want to do it. It's about you. So you'll find, again, these are senators who represent counties, and this matter has come up. And those are the small things that you might not see right now, but they come out into play, and it shocks you to the extent that the average Kenyan out there wonders, I thought this was about stealing, this was about doing this was about owning this, belonging to who? Why are they focusing on the smaller picture? And we started actually by saying this country badly needs civic education. I think we need people to understand how these bodies work, how the institution of parliament works. You'll hear people out there, even very senior people in society, calling a woman rep, women rep. You know, basic small things like those that tells you there is a problem, because this is someone, even in media circles, calling that lady, that women rep, who represents women, you know, stuff like that. We need civic education so that Kenyans can understand how do these processes work. Now that we are stuck with these processes, what does it look like when this matter has gone to court? The courts have sort of like, in the minds of the average Kenyan, lowered the threshold. Why are they, wanaonea huyu kwa nini? Why are they behaving in a certain way? And that is what is going to be at play. A lot will be said. It can be messy, obviously, when you're in a matter of in court, because the Senate, as we speak, is a court. A lot will come out, but ultimately the decisions will be around the 11 issues. which are crushed, consolidated into three aspects, like we said, of gross violation of the Constitution, gross misconduct, and committing a crime within the threshold as provided. I think if people can understand that, then it will become easier for them to see how the end result looks like. And remember, like we always keep repeating, this is a political process largely. Yeah, if you look at it as a legal process, then you lose the point. It's a political process, and ultimately it will boil down to how many senators vote for or against the motion as it is.
Right, and that will happen.
The counts,
that
not
will
the
happen
motion.
later this evening. And so then sticking with the fact that this is largely a political process, Areba says again, historically, it's a learning moment and a learning process for the country. And I believe also, outside of legal minds, those also learning are those who have political ambitions to even hold the seat of the deputy president. I mean, this seems to, the whole position seems to be a revolving door of political casualties, you know, with every administration. There's always someone left out in the cold, exit points always changing, seemingly. And so what we saw play out on the floor of the Senate yesterday was, you know, the prosecution laying their case on how the deputy president had been insubordinate. You know, he's talking about shareholding and all these things. And then we have the defense coming out and showing the president saying the same things, really, in a different context that the deputy president had been saying. And so here is the deputy president asking, this is what he did. I learned from my boss. So what did I do wrong? And so specifically, there was the issue of shareholding. And we had a clip of the president, William Ruto, speaking about shareholding in this administration. And so there's been many questions then as to really what the next deputy president should or shouldn't do, what they should be learning, should they be doing what the president is doing. So Areba, what are your thoughts on, you know, just that line of defense by the DPS team? Like, you know, the president did it too. Why is it such a big deal?
Before I come to that, Michelle, there's something very critical that you have raised, and I want to draw it back to the deputy governors. Some of us have been on the rallying call and saying, you know what, we probably need to look at our laws and know what the distinction between a governor and the deputy governor, and probably have a recommendation that, you know what, a deputy governor should be a substantive office holder, probably a CEC or something of the sort. Why is that? There's some counties that if I ask you who's the deputy governor, you will not tell me. I can tell you that for sure. 10, 15 or 20 of them, I ask you who's the deputy governor, you will not tell me. Remember, we had, even in the last dispensation, we had a number of issues between deputy governors and governors. And even right now, Kisii already, the deputy governor has gone down. We have a new deputy governor. The deputy governor was impeached. And there are some counties where basically some deputy governors operate even from Nairobi, and the county is probably in Nyanza. Or some of them, I'm told, the deputy governors live abroad, and yet the county is going on, which clearly shows there's some kind of, there was no clear thought process in terms of the framers of the laws, the Constitution and the County Government Act, in terms of functionality bit of it. I think some people are too quick to apportion positions without looking at the functionality bit of it. Again, as I say, there is no perfect law. Each law, once it's subjected to its implementation, then you get to realize the gaps and probably put in a review mechanism. So borrowing from that, and we copy-paste the same to the national scene, and we go back to President Uhuru Kenyatta and Deputy President William Ruto, as then he was, and you could see the conversation around that probably sometimes His Excellency the President, as then the Deputy President, could say that, you know what, he had nothing much to do. There were no specific roles that were apportioned to him. Even the constitutional ones, like the IBEC, they were dysfunctional. We got to the 2022 elections, and once the duo of President William Ruto and His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua are sworn in, specific tasks are assigned to His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua out of, let me say, how can I say it, gentleman's agreement, or out of good manners, because I think the only one which is provided by the law is the IBEC functionality. And then the Deputy President is handed over the issue of tea, coffee reforms, which again I can say was out of good manners, I'm using that word sparingly. And he also takes over the issue of alcohol, which again became a time bomb down the line. And a number of us are now questioning that going forward, and in terms of our legal reforms and our political space, how then do we get to align the two so that away from the deputy president being the principal assistant and the deputy governor being the principal assistant to the governor, how then in terms of functionality are we going to ensure that Kenyans get the best from these two positions? Again, I want to jump back to the deputy governor because this is a bit tricky for me to discuss. For the deputy governor, I know of counties where the governor would call a CC and tell him, you know what, guy, go and represent me on this and this function. I'm not available, please chair this committee. And the deputy governor will do nothing. I know of a county where the deputy governor lives in Nairobi and the county is 400 kilometers away. And the last time the deputy governor was at the county headquarters was close to 6 months ago. And whenever he's back there, he just reads his newspaper and goes back home. He has nothing to do but continues to draw a salary, uses the taxpayers' fuel and personnel. Which then, coming to your question, which then points to the need to legally define the roles of some of these positions. Where I think there was, in the issue you have raised, you realize that then at that point there was no defense. It was just playing to the public gallery. In that, you know what, because His Excellency the President, William Samoei Ruto, was not on trial. I mean, you don't say, you know what, you stole this jacket. Then you say, you know what, Mushendu also stole 2 jackets. Why are you not calling Mushendu here? You're saying, you know what, it's about shareholders. You say, you know, the president also said these are shareholding. And they failed to get the logic that, you know what, the person on trial was the person of His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, not William Samoei Ruto. And that, to me, as Mushendu said, was not a defense meant to sway the senators. It was just a defense meant to portray the president in bad light that, you know what, how comes that when you say this, there is no repercussions, but when your deputy says this, there is repercussions? So it was a play to the gallery, and because even that evidence at the end of the day cannot be sustained elsewhere, that, you know what, I stole because Michelle steals every day. Or rather, I said this because this one said this. I say this because this one said. So again, it's a slippery road when it comes to management of affairs between, again, I'll use the governor and his principal assistant, who is the deputy governor, which is now replicated to the president and the deputy president. I don't want to get into specifics of the shareholding and all that because, again, we want to hear more about it today, so I don't want to preempt this. We can have this discussion later. But absolutely. I felt that was a wrong trajectory in saying, you know what, I'm learning from my boss. This is what my boss said, and this is what I said. So it was a bit, for me, it was off.
All right. Mushendu, what are your thoughts on that, especially because you made it very clear that, you know, they're not playing to the gallery, really to sway the, really to sway the Senate, but more for public emotion. Yes. And because we keep saying this is a political process, perception in politics really is key. You know, public perception shapes a lot of things. And so playing to the emotions of the public and of the electorate in the manner that we've seen the DP's defense team do, what implication is that likely to have politically for the Kenya Kwanza administration, especially should the Senate uphold this impeachment?
Well, I want to believe that this being a political process, every political process has winners and it has casualties. And I can tell you, there are, yes, members of parliament that will, in the next 2 years, also face the wrath of the public who believes they did not make the right decision. But you realize that it could be a painful process for the president himself. When you work with a deputy president who is willing to talk about NIS in public, for instance, he sits in the National Security Committee, where he is the right place to prosecute the issues of NIS. And as a president, you feel that, because look at the Constitution and the laws of the land, who appoints the Director of National Intelligence Service? It is the president. That particular nomination is subjected to grilling in Parliament, and subsequently, when the Parliament approves, the president appoints. But you have a deputy president who is willing to critique the appointment of the president in public, which for me is not the right trajectory to take. you have a president who is willing to go to the public, and rather than discussing the merits of the cabinet memo which sought to clear out those people who have engraved the Nairobi River, you pray for the gallery and you pray what is called personal preservation politics, that you want to exclude yourself from a decision taken by a cabinet meeting which you sat in. And therefore, I think that when you look at the politics of the day, the idea for the deputy president, it is to drum up emotions. But the question for me is, how long would you sustain those emotions? Because, of course, emotions are emotions. Their adrenaline rises up and goes down based on how long you take it. Because in our language, where I come from, we normally say, once the crown leaves the head and it is on the floor, it is nothing more than just a metal. And that is the plain truth in the political world, that is the deputy president able to sustain the politics of the day of whipping emotions for the next 2.5 years? Because from what I suspect, because this is a political process and even senators are politicians, from what I suspect, because I do not sit in that August house, but you have your ears hearing what people are saying, there is a very big possibility that his peers are going to impeach him. And today, at the end of the vote, it is the most unfortunate framing of our constitution. It says, as long as the Senate votes to support the motion, automatically the deputy president stands impeached. And the most unfortunate thing in the Republic of Kenya, it is that the threshold of you making the next president in 2027, it is so high that you need 50+1, you need at least 25% from the majority counties. And I feel for the deputy president, because he has perfected the art of every time there is a storm in Nairobi, he does not go to the west, he does not go to the south or the north, he always makes a trip to the east. And unfortunately, the east in its own cannot be able to make you become part of the 2027. We also have the ruling that says that if you are impeached, you cannot be able to participate in an electioneering process. And therefore, looking at it from the political side of it, they are doing a good job in whipping people's emotion. But for you to succeed that route politically, the key thing here is sustainability, which I do not believe that the deputy president has the capacity or the means to sustain raising the emotions. And in this case, he's only being successful in raising the emotions of a fraction of the mountain, which is rather unfortunate.
Let's take a break on that note. Some may say that the task facing the DP may be higher than the mountain that he's been talking about. So let's take a break on that note.
I thought Mushendo would say where he comes from, they say Bora Usiguze Mulimo.
Let's take a break on NTV. We'll be coming back with much more of that discussion, as Gachagua will be deemed to have been removed from office should 45 out of 67 senators vote to uphold any of the 11 charges that have been leveled against him. The Senate will convene at 9 a.m. this morning to continue with that make or break ouster trial against the deputy president. Do stay with us as we give you wall-to-wall coverage of that, as well as your comments, thoughts and questions on our social media channels at NTV Kenya. We'll be sampling them after this break. Do stay with us.
Rigathi Gachagua. Hii serikali tulitafuta na shida mingi sana. Hatuwezi kubali mtu haribu.
Kenyans will be shocked.
Hiyo ikulu nimeweka mitego kila kona, kila kona. Hapo iko kibarua.
291 members of this National Assembly pended their signatures in support of this motion.
Try the new Dunked All-Star Box for only 8.90 Kenyan shillings. Hope you're ready for the new star of the show. KFC, it's finger-licking good while stocks last.
Get ready to tantalize your taste buds and embark on a culinary journey with Pishi Bomba, the ultimate cooking show that brings the flavors of the world right into your living room. Tune in this Sunday at 6:30 p.m. with me, Claire Karatu, for a mouth-watering adventure. Pishi Bomba. Cook, eat, enjoy.
Even though I never really became your legitimate daughter-in-law, but you've been every bit of a mother to me.
What's that? I thought our celebration's over.
Not quite yet.
Oh.
Happy birthday, Mom!
Adele! I thought you said you couldn't make it.
Where did you come from?
Come with me. So this is where the magic happens. This is for you kids.
Taste the magic with our festive cakes from DPL Festive Bakery. Delight with every bite.
Are you ready?
Rigathi Gachagua. Hii serikali tulitafuta na shida mingi sana. Hatuwezi kubali mtu haribu.
Kenyans will be shocked.
Hiyo ikulu nimeweka mitego kila kona, kila kona. Hapo iko kibarua.
291 members of this National Assembly pended their signatures in support of this motion.
Welcome back. This wall-to-wall coverage of this historic impeachment trial against Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua on the second day of the Senate ouster motion. It is the turn this morning of the Deputy President to take the stand and defend himself against all the 11 allegations that have been leveled, or 11 charges rather, that have been leveled against him. The country expects that in the submissions, Gachagua will present evidence, affidavits, as well as witnesses, during which his team only has one to testify, and so it will be an exciting contest really for the country to watch. 1 hour from 9 a.m., however, will be dedicated to cross-examination and re-examination of witnesses, as senators are given an hour to ask questions or request for clarifications, and we'll be giving you that wall-to-wall coverage here on NTV. And in studio with us, we have a panel of guests to put it all into context as the legal jargon continues. We have governance analyst Charles Munyui, political analyst Peter Mushendu, as well as lawyer Reba Samba. Gentlemen, many thanks for staying on with us. And so even as, we talk about the expectations of the Deputy President's defense this morning, because we've seen him do this the day before he showed up, the day before the National Assembly made or passed the impeachment motion in a live televised address. What will be different this time? But I'd like to come to begin with you, Munyui, on the issue of the political futures, not just of the deputy president, which really now hangs in the balance. What does this entire impeachment trial mean for the political futures of the likes of the mover, for example, Mwengi Mutuse? Because initially it was a big contest as to who will actually bring the motion to the table. Yes. So what's at play on the political side?
Before I get there, let me talk about something my brother talked about here in terms of that particular position of deputy president and by extension deputy governors. As we speak today, and I think he alluded to it, there is an amendment bill, County Governments Laws Amendment Bill 2024 before the Senate, and is being pushed by deputy governors. And inter alia, they're asking, among other things, can you imagine, they want it in law that the notice for CEC meetings, County Executive Committee meetings, which is the equivalent of cabinet meetings in the counties, they should be given sufficient notice and it should be provided in law. Can you imagine how bad it is that you have a deputy governor who does not know when there is a cabinet meeting, yet he's a member of the cabinet? Yeah. So I think much as we are talking at the level of the deputy president and what he has to do, there has been a lot of benevolence, if you ask me, on the part of the presidents, whether it's Uhuru or the President William Ruto, in terms of the functions they have delegated or given to their respective deputy presidents to operate, and especially the current deputy president. There are clear functions. If you go to other counties like Kiambu, Mushendo will tell you, we had deputy governors who also used to walk into their offices, they get out and they find their vehicles have no wheels. And you ask what happened, you are told, no, we realized the wheels had a problem, so we have removed all of the 4 of them, they are being worked on. So you look for, you find your office flooded, someone has just put water in there, yes. You cannot work from there. So there's a lot going on in terms of that particular office, but I'm of the opinion that we cannot have 2 centers of power. It will be unfortunate if we start having in law that the deputy president must do this. If anything, the reasons as to why you're finding some of these differences is because all of them are politicians, they have ambition, and you have started a process of growing yourself politically to the extent that you might be the biggest challenger for the person that you're working with as your boss. So I think that would be a little tricky. And that's why this I would have a problem if we started now putting into law that the deputy president must be this, that must be that. If you want to be president, just go for the presidency. Don't go and get accommodated as a deputy president. If you want to be governor, go for the seat of governor. Don't go seek the position of deputy governor and then put terms and conditions, unless you are coming with a party, in which case, and a lot of other MCAs, as it were, then you can have a conversation around what do I need to do. Having said that, in terms of the futures of the respective individuals in this at play, number one, it is important for parliamentarians especially to know, to appreciate that now they are being more scrutinized more than they have ever been scrutinized by the general public out there. And you've had it happen. You have had people saying, you guys behave badly, yet you are the judges of the deputy president. You want to judge the president, and you have done far worse criminal acts that some are alive before court, others just somehow, slid. We allowed it to slide. But we know you've done a lot of things out there. You behave badly in the public, yet you are the ones who sit in these seats when it comes to judging who is done what, whether it's the deputy governor or whether it's the governor. I think politicians now, especially members of parliament, both houses, need to appreciate that they have a role to play when it comes to oversighting government. And you cannot be the oversighter, yet you are the ones who has a problem in the first instance. And I'm saying so because we have seen a lot of issues. Our members of parliament, especially National Assembly, have become individuals who walk around with bursary forms as their work. That is the only thing they know what to do. They are the ones that will walk around there and brand every government project in their names as patron this, patron the other one, even when it's not provided for in law. They are the ones who will do all these things. Then they want to be the ones that we are looking up to resolve issues of serious national importance when that time comes. So I think moving forward, our leaders, whom we respect a lot, must style up and appreciate that the pedestal is slightly higher now, the expectations of their part is slightly higher. As for the deputy president, I have this strong feeling that the relationship between the two of them and the president has crossed what we call the Rubicon. I don't see how they can work together. I simply don't see how they can be put back together by the Senate. They can be put back together by our courts. But I don't know how that will work when a lot has been said out here, unless, I don't know, they go for counseling and they have sit together. They go for retreat, just the two of them. They even go for holiday. I don't see how that happens. A lot has been said. We have come to know, much as the president has not said it on national television. But I think this relationship has crossed the Rubicon, and what we are expected to see, assuming they're back together, is one person going this way, seeking elective position in 2027. Naturally, there is no way he's going to be the running mate to the president in 2027. So it will still split. The roads will still be split for both of them. Yeah, and it's not clear at what point they will start, like having a meeting point.
All right. We've mentioned legal recourse several times, really, and even perhaps political recourse, if there is any, for the deputy president, because as we wait to see how the Senate vote will unfold, the larger prediction going by voting patterns in the National Assembly is that the Senate is likely to uphold this impeachment. There's already conversation on what happens, the road to replacing the deputy president. We've had a lot of political banter that perhaps a lot could be happening already as we speak in the race to replace the deputy president. Areba, is there any recourse at any point for the deputy president? And many say then this recourse has to be before this seat, should it be declared vacant, before it's filled by somebody else.
So just for the record, is that once the Senate votes today, and the moment the declaration is made by the speaker or the clerk or whoever does it, then there's no need to do gazettement or to do all those other processes. The seat falls vacant immediately, and His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua immediately ceases to be the deputy president. Now, one of the things I want to inform our viewers and everybody around is that sometimes judicial restraint and some kind of politics of the judiciary come into play in such matters. Why am I saying so? The judiciary would have gauged the general mood of the movement of this motion, and that informs the final decision that it makes. Let me put this into context, Michelle. Today, if I don't want to use you, let me use myself. Today, if my boss fires me and says, you know what, I don't want to work with you, I go to court and come with an order and say, you know what, court has decided that you have to take me back. Liwe liwalo. Same case with maybe our domestic managers, or maybe if you have a driver, or even a spouse. The court will be very awkward to tell you, you know what, you don't want this person, but please stay with them. I have given you an order that you have to be with them. Then that relationship becomes more and more frosty. The context is the secretary to the cabinet has sworn an affidavit against her boss, who's the deputy president. And that affidavit, probably you and I will say, has been sanctioned from, there's no way the secretary of the cabinet will swear an affidavit against the deputy president if there are no sanctions, or rather there is no support from other quarters. Let me give it into context again. What if the court comes out and says, you know what, deputy president, please go back to office? Then how is he able to work with other quarters in government when there are such implications? Which cabinet will you be able to attend when even some CSs, you've seen it, some CSs have come out, even during public participation, right. We had a couple of CSs out there championing the public participation. Then which cabinet will you be able to attend? So, that also informs the judiciary at the end of the day in making its determination. Right. Parliament already voted 85% to impeach, rather to pass the motion to impeach the deputy president. If then yesterday, sorry, the three-judge bench will have said, you know what, stop, deputy president, go back to work, give us some time to listen to the case and make a determination. It will present a very awkward situation, even in terms of governance, where you have some junior officers have talked against, are in support of this motion in their personal capacity or in their official capacity. A number of quarters from counties, a couple of governors have said, you know what, you need to go. Even, you see, even the lead counsel for the National Assembly is a governor. Then how will that IBEC meeting be? So some of these considerations was what the judiciary is putting into mind and say, you know what? Whereas at the end of the day, we can provide guidance in terms of how ABC is supposed to be done. From where we sit, it seems that this relationship cannot be held together. This is more like trying to get two aeroplane parts and putting them with sellotape, and you're trying to fly this plane. It is catastrophic. And that is why the judiciary, again, judges are not aliens. Judges are our brothers. They are our sisters. We live with them in this society. Some of them are watching us. And they keep on seeing what happens every day. And that plays a key role in the decisions they are making. To conclude, what I anticipate the courts will say is that they might, again, it's a might, they might fault some bit and pieces of this impeachment process. But then again, they cannot go and say, you know what, the impeachment was wrong, because it will have been overtaken by events. If you had the three-judge bench yesterday, again, they said, when it comes to the public interest, from where we sit, we feel the public interest is allowing the constitutional process to do what? To proceed to its logical conclusion. And then if you are faulting that, come back, we will be able to issue appropriate remedies. I mean, at that level, the only remedy that will come is to probably do guidance in terms of how future processes are supposed to happen. But there is no way the court is going to say, you know what, you were impeached wrongly, please go back to office. And by then you'll be having another deputy president.
All right. So then that being said, Mshendo, why politically do you think, because with public perception, it is clear then that even the deputy president would anticipate the outcome in the Senate. Why do you think he chose to go through with the impeachment trial and not resign, as many had been asking him to do?
I think, as I said, that the idea is to play with the emotions of people. If you resign, you actually indirectly admitting that you are as guilty as charged. And therefore, he does not want to portray the image of someone who is looking guilty, and therefore he does not want to resign, because resignation would mean exactly that. Number two, he is hoping, you can see the excitement that was there last night as his lawyers cross-examined the mover of the motion. He is hoping to rain on those emotions of people who are watching this live on TV, that he would look like he is as white as snow as his lawyers cross-examine the movers of the motion. And therefore, I think one of the major problems that we face in this country, and we must look on a way to resolve it, it is the moment we want to exploit our communities to have what you call personal gains. That my community is only good when I am pressed and I can use it as a shield. And I think basically that is one of the major problems that His Excellency the Deputy may need to look. The other issue is, and I think this is one of his major undoing, was that the personal experiences of members of parliament with the DP have not been as present. I have been able to witness one or two altercations when the deputy president is openly in public lynching members of parliament from Mount Kenya. And therefore, the moment you come to face your peers who believes that you have no respect for them. You would remember the night before he appeared in the National Assembly, he referred to the National Assembly in not so good words. And therefore, you have already created that anticipation of people wanting to look, waiting for this man who does not respect the National Assembly to appear before. And therefore, the Deputy President is hoping that if he can be able to, and that is why he has accepted to actually come as a witness personally today, that he is able to, again, he is not here to convince the Senate that you need to hear my case. He is here to do what I would call a political grandstanding. You are not speaking actually to the Senate. You are speaking in the Senate for those who are following the proceedings to hear what you have to say. It is the same thing we saw him do in the National Assembly. He was not really speaking to the National Assembly members. He was actually speaking to those who are following the proceedings. And I think that is the reason why he has chosen not to resign. And I think, as Areba has put it, is that the drafters of our constitution did not envision two centers of power when they put these positions, that of a deputy president and that of a deputy governor. In fact, there is only one reason that allowed them to put this position. They looked at a vacuum that would come. Actually, the only responsibility of a deputy governor or a deputy president, in accordance with our constitution, it is to ensure that whenever the president is incapacitated in whatever way, there do not exist a vacuum of power. And that is basically the same, because you realize that the president has been too generous to the deputy president. If you look at the content of Executive Order number 2, where the president has transferred quite a number of functions to the deputy president. Today, if you insist you must be there and probably the court upholds that you must be retained as the deputy president, and all these functions which were given to you as a courtesy by the president are taken away, how then are you going to be helpful to this government? You know, a political relationship is not like a marriage where if you want to file for divorce, you are told first of all to file for separation to see whether you can reconcile. A political union, when it is done, it is done. And as Munyui has said, it seems this political union of the deputy president and the president has gone beyond what I will call a repair period. You know, in Kenya we say that, if a vehicle is 10 years, has been 10 years old, you cannot import it in Kenya because it does not meet the standard. In this case, the relationship between Joyfrey Rigathi Gachagua and one William Samoei Ruto seems to have gone beyond a point of no return. And I would, if I was the deputy president, I'll do the honorable thing, and I will save my political future. I will resign, and I'll give reasons and say, I don't want to be a part of government that does not want to work with me, if I was Rigathi Gachagua. But unfortunately, because the idea is to whip the emotions of the people, he cannot resign. And that is the reason why he has prolonged this issue, despite him knowing.
And the ship has sailed, really.
You know, the way all of us are thinking that Senate is going to impeach him, it does not mean that he does not know that too. He also knows that too. But he is using the benefit of the time given on national TV to execute what he wants to execute in the eyes of the public.
Absolutely. You know, as it stands, there's been a lot of conversation as to his replacement. And legal experts say that the law gives the president and parliament absolute powers to fast-track the replacement process, excluding the IEBC and even excluding the requirement for public participation. And so even unlike the nomination of CSs and other state officers who require vetting, this will really be a decision of the president and Parliament. There's been talk that Parliament may be sitting as early as tomorrow to debate on this issue. But Munyui, we've seen the deputy president proudly say that he is a man elected by more than 7.2 million people. So he is not going to resign. He's going to fight till the end. Now, during the trial yesterday, we had a lot of submissions on the issue of shareholding. And the defense broke it down, you know, while giving their defense on what the agreement was within the Kenya Kwanza alliance itself, and that the different affiliate parties within Kenya Kwanza were awarded benefits, you know, that were commensurate with how many votes they brought in. And so you were mandated to bring 30% of the vote, and you will get 30% of these. And so essentially, they say this is where the basis of the word shareholding that the deputy president spoke about came from. And if you hold shares, then essentially you are a shareholder. Now, with this imminent impeachment of the deputy president, and the president, of course, choosing his deputy next, there's many talks, even during the public participation, that the Kenya Kwanza government may just be impeaching itself by impeaching the deputy president. Where does that leave, then, the issue of the shareholding, the 7.2 million people that perhaps still support the deputy president in his view, and how the president is likely to play it to retain the support of the mountain. That seems to be crucial in the numbers.
I think it's interesting. It is interesting, and I need to appreciate, to understand. Fine. One of the serious most charges against the deputy president is that he works only for the Mount Kenya region. He is keen on the Mount Kenya region benefiting from government at the detriment of other regions. Yet, just about all Mount Kenya members of the National Assembly voted to have him go home. I think that's a conversation we need to have. So I think the conversation is slightly bigger than issues of the mountain, because I come from there. Even my own MP, Member of Parliament, personally, much as the public participation on the ground was saying, don't vote yes, vote no. He voted yes, he voted for. I think the relationship between Deputy President Gachagua and the members of Parliament, both houses, has not been very good. It has not been rosy at all. And if you remember, even when he was being picked as a running mate to the president, way back, and at some point, the president had members of Parliament from the region help him determine between Professor Kindiki and Rigathi Gachagua, whom do I pick? Members of Parliament, big majority of them voted for Professor Kindiki. So from the onset, they did not have a good relationship. And then I believe he never built on that relationship to the extent that even a lot of these things that are happening now, it is because he has issues with those particular members of Parliament from the region. Having said that, I agree. The issue of the shareholding and the issue of this and that, again, we have laws that don't make sense, if you ask me, in this country. We cannot have a constitution that says, oh, Kenyans are equal before the law, this is your government, this is what is happening. Then we allow ourselves, through a provision in the Political Parties Act, to literally decide who gets what and how many numbers we have. And I think that's something that needs to be redressed. And I have a feeling right now as you speak, there will be people going to court and saying these particular provisions of the Political Parties Act are unconstitutional. Because if you are guided by what you agree, and you remember this is a country where people are mobilized around tribes. In fact, the current president really tried to move away from that. He really tried to move away from gatekeepers, because he realized that will not work for him. If you remember, he talked about hustlers versus these other fellows that have been messing with you. Then he went with that discussion and ultimately said, I have a solution called bottom-up, and this is how we'll. He never mobilized to a large extent around the tribes. And it's only fair to say that when they were looking for votes, even in Mount Kenya region, a majority, those people are voting for President William Ruto. They were not voting for anybody else. And they said, even when people are saying, huyu anakuanga anafanya hivi anaibanga, they said, huyo ni mwizi wetu. That's a conversation we need to have, so that we ask ourselves, this shareholding, how can we resolve it permanently so that even people don't find, even political parties don't talk about it?
All right, I'll just take a break. We'll come back with much more on this debate. We will be back with this. That is governance analyst Charles Munyu. We also have political analyst Peter Mishendo, as well as lawyer Areba Samba. We take a short break and make time for Your World with Winnie Lubembe. We'll be back at 9 a.m. as we give you more analysis on that make or break Senate ouster trial against Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua. Many thanks for watching us this morning. My name is Michelle Ngele Odhiambo. Do stay tuned to NTV.
Rigathi Gachagua. Hii serikali tulitafuta na shida mingi sana. Hatuwezi kubali mtu haribu.
Kenyans will be shocked.
Hiyo ikulu nimeweka mitego kila kona, kila kona. Hapo iko kibarua.
291 members of this National Assembly pended their signatures in support of this motion.
Karibuni! Hii ndio base ya the best local entertainment. Tell me where my money is.
You don't know what they do to girls like you.
Tune in this Sunday at 6:30 p.m. with me, Claire Karatu, for a mouth-watering adventure. Pishi Bomba. Cook, eat, enjoy.
Want to know the biggest story of the week? Do not worry. The Weekly Review got you covered. For in-depth analysis of politics, business, governance, as well as social issues, the Weekly Review covers it all. For well-researched, exclusive and investigative content, read the Weekly Review every Sunday in the Sunday Nation.
Every step you take echoes the heartbeat of change, and every mile run is a promise fulfilled. The Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon is more than just a race. It's a testament to hope, resilience, and transformative power. The 21st edition of the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon is here, and you need to be a part of this uplifting journey. Your participation directly supports the Future Makers program, an initiative dedicated to empowering young people, especially girls and people living with disabilities, to learn, earn, and grow. By running, you're not only challenging yourself, but also investing in their dreams and futures. Join us at the Uhuru Gardens on Sunday, October 27th for a day that blends excitement, unity, and purpose. Register today for just 2,000 shillings at www.nairobimarathon.com and take your place in this pivotal event.
Are you ready?
NTV, turning on your world.
All right, a very good morning to you. It is exactly, 4 minutes past the hour. And the show is Your World. We're taking a break just a little bit from what is happening on today. It's such a big day. And most of us are looking forward to see what the day will bring by the end of the day. And this is as far as the impeachment motion against the deputy president, that is Rigathi Gachagua. But equally, let's talk about something that I think all of us should be mindful about, all right? And this is as far as securing our future, and this is through pensions and other saving channels. And we're talking about pensions, okay? Because planning for retirement is one of the most complex topics that to decipher. And in personal finance, to young people who have just joined the workforce, retirement seems too far to even think about. And on the other hand, those leaving the workforce wake up in retirement with little or no savings in their retirement accounts. So today on the show, like I said, we'll be exploring how people can secure their future through pensions and other saving channels. And to help us with that conversation, my guests are already here. We have Wilson Wariari on my left, who's a Chief Investment Officer, Avocap Asset Managers. Good to have you this morning. Thank you so much for your time. And we also have Masi Kimunge, who's a retirement coach and manager, umbrella and retail solutions from Zamara, Kenya. Good to have you as well, Masi. I mean, this is the second time that you're here, right, on the show, but it's been a minute.
It's been a small minute.
Right? Since you're here. So Karibuni and Wilson, first time right here on the show. Good to have you. Thank you so much for your time. And like I said, this is a very important conversation that we could not overemphasize how much we need to think about. And like I said, for so many young people, it's like, by the time I get to 60, I should have figured something out. Yeah, yes. And then you get to almost that age, and literally, right, there's nothing that happened. Yeah. So before we get into the nitty-gritties and how we're doing as a country as far as savings and investment and all that debate that comes within, Mercy, can we first of all understand Zamara, and then we'll come to Avocap as well, just to understand how important this conversation is to, both of you, and why you factor so much into this conversation. So let's start with you.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. So why is this conversation very, very important? It's a conversation that basically puts us in a space where we are thinking about our future. Okay. We are in spaces where we mostly think about what's happening today, what's happening tomorrow, what will happen. When we're talking about our life goals, we talk about 1 year, 3 year, 5 years. Yeah. When someone tells you what's your 40-year goal, 40 years is so far away. Yeah. In fact, a 40-year-old person is deemed to be, a dinosaur or something, Yeah. So, but when it comes to retirement planning, that's the lifespan that you're looking at. So it's very, very important. It's a critical conversation. Sometimes it doesn't start as early as it should. Right. And I'm hoping with these conversations that are happening within the pension convention, that we are going to see more people, and especially the young people. Yeah, especially people who are in the gig economy, people who are self-employed. We've seen so many young people starting up their own businesses, meaning they don't have the backing of an employer to then push them into getting into a pension space. So it's a good conversation to have, and I look forward to the results of these conversations as we progress into the future.
Absolutely. And one of the things that a lot of young people struggle with, because now we're seeing a lot of gig culture, so sometimes saving versus investing becomes difficult. Yeah. In so many ways, because then there's either the inflow of money or money comes in once in a while. So navigating that becomes a bit of a challenge for so many young people. But again, we'll explore and see ways. But Wilson, again, Avocap, right? Let's talk a little bit about you guys and how you factor into today's conversation.
Yes. Thank you. Avocap Asset Managers is a fund manager licensed and regulated by the Capital Markets Authority. And offers different investment products and savings product. We offer wealth advisory, and part of this wealth advisory is for you as an investor. Okay. How are you planning for today and also for tomorrow? So the conversation is not just about, so it's about your goals. Okay. And we look at the goals, both your short-term goals and your long-term goals. Part of the long-term goals is that during this period that you're quite active in your, whether it's in your employment or even in your, we are speaking about the gig economy, about people in business and all that, then how do you plan for this future? And for us now, we offer these investment products that help you transition that from your savings and from your investments now, that you can actually now plan for your future. Okay. So for us, we feature in that conversation of, for those people that are both in the employment workspace, but also mostly even the ones in the business and also in the gig economy, then how do we help you to transform your savings and your investment now to take care of your immediate goals, but also plan for that long-term goal?
I really like that aspect of planning for now, but also planning for the future. Because majority of the times we usually think about your future and what it's going to look like, and then we forget now. And I'm sure you've seen this joke, around. What is it called? 500 shillings aitanunua. Right? Okay. So then, Mercy, what is it that you have noticed? What are the current trends, especially when we're talking about saving versus investing? And if you're saving, then where do you save? What do you save on? What is it that you are noticing? And let's say between the young people versus old squeeze is very relative.
It's relative,
But let's say the maturing team. Yes.
Okay. There is quite some uptick in terms of people wanting to now put money aside.
All right.
For the longest time, I think savings and investment had always been, I need to have something tangible that I can see. Is it a piece of land? Is it a property? Is it housing? Is it a car? Something tangible was deemed as investments.
Right.
But as we have seen coming into the age of information, we are able to see people differentiating what is saving and what is investing. Because those are two different things, right? Saving is essentially you putting money aside for the short term period. You're less than 1 year, you're 1 year, 2 year, 3 years. That's savings. Something that you can tap into quickly. That's more of a saving. An investment is something that is pretty much long term. Something that you want to continue having its own compounding effect in terms of growth, right? So if you're investing, as Avocap will tell us, if you're investing in, say, bonds, it's not a 1 year conversation. It's going to be a 5 year, 8 year, 10 year conversation, right? If you are investing in the stock exchange, they say when you're investing in the stock exchange, it's not a short-term investment. You want it to be in the long time for you to benefit from the fluctuations of the economy and, of course, the impact on the stock prices. So we are seeing a lot of young people deciding and noticing the difference between savings and investment. So for savings, you'll find so many people have picked up the money market funds. That's happening, And now we're also having the conversation, okay, we see that there's bonds, there's shares, there's all this, there's property, there's land, there's collective investments, that's happening. And as that is also happening, there's then the conversation of, as a person who's doing business, how do I, as much as I'm saving and as much as I'm investing, how do I put money aside that I know the goal is one, to pick it up at the end.
At some point,
yes, at the end where I know now I am tired. I just want my money now to come back and, with the money that I've been putting aside. And that's now where the retirement comes in. You'd see that the uptake in the individual pension plans have started to increase. Young people are engaged in the conversation of how is my money being invested? How are the returns on my pension fund performing? Because I know it will impact me as I save. So when they're looking at the time horizon from when they start saving and when they are going to retire, and most of them are looking at what, I want to retire at 50. Well, because 45 is not a retirement age, guys.
No, I had someone say they want to retire by 35.
I know, but that's not a retirement age, unfortunately. You can retire from active everything else at 35, but your money, let it grow until you get to, to 50, so you have a substantial amount of it. So those are trends that we are seeing in the market.
I feel that. And emphasizing really, Wilson, on the investment part. I know there's a lot of talk about real estate, right? Shares, bonds, all those things. That sometimes a lot of young people are confused. They're like, Sasa, then where do we invest even then? What do we invest in, right? So what is it that you are noticing as far as specifically on investment and the uptake of the same, again, between these two different groups?
So I think the conversation for a long period, as Mercy has rightly said, people felt that for you to be to be said you have invested, you need that real estate portfolio, you need that large portfolio, and then at times comes into the aspect of that when you want to retire, or that moment you need your money working for you. As she say now, you want that, to relax and have the money working for you. That at that point you find that now you don't have the cash flows, you don't have wealth you have can actually not sustain your, your daily lifestyle.
Okay.
Because it's probably tied too much. So the aspect and what you are seeing now currently is that in the last few years, the conversation has turned into savings products, like money market. We have seen that growth of the money market in the last 3-4 years, quite a huge uptick both by, especially by the young people. And now the conversation is, that's a savings product. It's a cash and cash equivalent.
All right.
If you look at the design of the CIS, the CIS products, your money market is your cash and cash equivalent. It's this emergency fund that you want to put aside. It's this amount that you want, you're saving for, school fees for these short-term obligations.
All right.
But beyond that is turning the conversation into, after savings, after getting the disciplines of savings. And I will say that money market is actually really bringing that back aspect of that with the little you have, you can actually start saving. That's the beauty about the money markets.
Yeah, you don't have to have much.
Yes, yes. If either now, like for AvoCap, our minimum is 3,000. So with that minimum, you can start your money market fund and invest in the AvoCap money market fund.
Okay.
But beyond that, then how do we turn this conversation from savings to the investments, to long term? As Marcia said that when you look at the investments, you're speaking about a longer duration. And for us, it's now transitioning, and the products, when you look at now the innovation across the CIS space itself. For AvoCap, we feel that now there's a huge conversation about the savings products. Probably now we need to have active management within the investment space itself. So if you come to now the equities, investment in the shares itself. So how do you help investors who are a bit worry about the volatility, as they're working quite hard in their businesses, in the employment, they can't track the performance of the equities market. So how do you provide products that help them invest in the equities market themselves? When you speak about the government boards, most investors are lost within the jargon of the boards themselves. So how do you help them invest in these market and help them build these portfolios that they are turning, you're building them from money market, your entry point is your money market, but then building them towards now these investment products through managed equity funds and through managed board funds. So that's a conversation we are seeing, and I would say that is now, as investors continue, I would say it's a good thing that as they continue investing in this money market fund, then let's turn the conversation to, after savings, let's help you move to the next stage.
I know there's usually that fear of risk, right? And other people would say, again, depending on how much risk you're willing to take, think about that before even thinking about what to invest in, right? So there's that aspect of moderate versus high risk, right?
Moderate and high risk.
Yes. So and a lot of people struggle because one of the things is we want our investments zilipe vizuri and not just those tiny interest that we're getting. We want, big benefit from the same. So then how do you turn that conversation, first of all, to help this person understand maybe their level of risk and what they're investing in, and just calm their mind, because if I lose a lot, that becomes a little bit tricky for so many people. But before we tackle that, can we then understand how the pension landscape has evolved, over time, and especially with the changes, right, with the case in point, the NSSF and all those things, and whether this sort of like affected, how people, take up on the same. Matthew, what would you say? Has it changed over time? Is it improving? Is it not?
Yeah, so the pension industry, the retirement benefits industry has really grown. It's in the trillions, if we talk about it in Kenya. So clearly the working force that has pension funds and they are saving through any retirement fund, that they are actually putting in money that is going to develop this economy in the spaces that the monies are invested in. So you've rightly talked about NSSF. It's a good channel to invest because on other retirement funds, it's mostly a voluntary product that an employer provides their employees because I want the loyalty from the employee, or I want to make sure that by the time this employee is leaving, they are leaving not just thinking that they earned a salary, but there's still a substantial amount that can help them into their retirement because they've given time, right? So NSSF has also come to plug into that space. It's the social security where it plugs in everyone who is in the workforce, right? Meaning from your security guard all the way to your CEOs and shareholders, right? So all of us are equalized in that nature by contributing 6% of our salaries. What does this do for all of us? It means that we are getting a future whereby there is more substantial amount of money that we can plug into and rely on in our retirement, right? However, the trillions may look nice because they are for everybody, right? But how about me as an individual? If I drill down to me as an individual, am I saving enough? You know, have I thought about my retirement goal, right? When I get into retirement, where am I going to live? Am I going to live in Nairobi? Am I going to live in the rural area? If it's the rural area, do they know me? Do I know them? You know, what's the surrounding like? What's the cost of living there? Because I have to start factoring in those things that at the end, the amount of money I am receiving in terms of either a monthly payout or a lump sum investment should help me survive in the years in retirement. Fun fact, people are living for longer in retirement than they have actually worked. Because you start working at 25. You retire at 60, right? How many years are those? Around about 35?
Yes.
Right. So when you look at the mortality studies done in Kenya, what's the life expectancy age? It's around 77, 78, right? But if we ask everybody here, if we have a grandparent who's alive, we would probably be saying yes. And what's their age? They are 90. That tells you, you retire at 60, you have another 30 years to live on money that you've been saving for 35 years. Meaning you have to work a lot harder now to make your money work for you, to make your money grow, so that at the time when you get to 60 and you're collecting your money, this money then better help you in the next couple of 30 years, right? And even more because, well, we're living longer. We're saying, I'm hoping, some of us are hoping to click 100, you know? So that means you need to have a lot more money. So do you have a ballpark figure that you are working towards? Then looking at your current age and looking at the time horizon, how much time do I have to get to retirement? So for the younger guys, the earlier you start in your gig economy, because I'm seeing now guys starting to make money at 18, like 16, you know, even earlier, right? In your gig economy, if you can just open a pension account, you know, this one is purely for your retirement. You have another investment account and you have another savings account. Those are three. They will complement each other in the long run. But you have one that you know, if these other two do me dirty, I have this one that I know. Even my business, because a business is also part of another arm that you work towards ensuring that in retirement it's helping. But your businesses can be up, can be down. We've seen there's a downturn, as we are currently seeing. So your retirement account basically caters for that. So when we talk about maybe in Zamara, some of the solutions that some of the products that we have that individuals can look into, we have two. We have one that is more based on the mobile money, which is called Fahari. You don't need to sign up on any paper. Just go onto the website and key in your details and your account is created. All you need to do is save through your M-Pesa. You don't even need to interact with us in the office. Right? Then we have another one that is more paper filling, right? And that one, of course, looks after more people who are looking to even consolidate funds from other places that they have been saving for pension, which is called Vuna. And it provides a platform where members get more than just saving because you save and you also get a group life cover. It's not every place you will find a group life cover on your pension. And those are some of the innovations that at Zamara we endeavor to keep doing so that as individuals, self-employed people, people in the gig economy are looking to put money, they are covering not just one aspect of their life, but also another aspect, right? And even in this gig economy, you find you have employees, 5, 10, 15, 20 people. That's a company. If you're an employer and you're willing to give these people an extra percentage as a savings, then you're welcome to have a conversation with us and we can journey with you, just to make sure that by the time each of those individuals are getting to retirement, they are happy. They are so happy about the portfolios that they have put together.
What's going to happen to me and my family and all those things. I see that. And in this day and age, and mentioning still on gig economy and social media, and Wilson, I'd like you to contribute to the same. In terms of then, how would you say this is playing in terms of saving, you know, or investing culture amongst the young people? Because most of them actually earn their money, first of all, from social media. So how would you say that it's shaping both saving and investing?
Investor education. I think one thing that has been a great revolution has revolutionized the investment landscape in the last 2 years, especially is you look at the investor education happening on TikTok, investor education happening on YouTube.
Yeah.
It's a lot that you speak to investors nowadays, and they're even speaking to you about rates. Because they have learned it from TikTok. So I think what the social media has done is has helped disseminate this information. Before,
but is it for the better or for the worse? The reason why I'm asking that is because, so you listen to different people, and all of them have like different ideas and ways of saving and investing, and maybe castigating one over the other.
Yes.
That then probably leaves a lot of people confused.
So that's in hindsight, that could be. I would say there are two ways to look at it.
Okay, all right.
One is in terms of the awareness.
Okay.
That what social media has done has created the awareness about these investment products. That's one. Then the other aspect is now where the professionals now come in to help out
leverage
of all this
media.
noise.
Okay.
Yes, because now there are a lot of people also giving the investor education, probably not well versed with the products and the offerings, but there's that first creation of awareness.
Okay.
Then beyond that is now where the investment professionals comes in.
Okay.
That's where now, like for us Avocap asset managers, our wealth advisory comes in, that we are sitting with you and understanding that what are your goals, what are you looking to achieve, what are your short-term, what are your mid-term, and what are your long-term goals. Then helping you work towards those goals. So that's looking at this age of social media as helping disseminate this investor education faster, helping at least breaking this information from. At times, the investment professionals may come with a very big jargons, so making it very simple for investors to understand. Then from there, now you sit with your wealth advisor. Sit with this professional. They'll guide you on this goal that you want to achieve. This, for example, if you have now that savings goal, you're saving towards, even speaking of the same people within the gig economy, that for them, the aspect is how do they accumulate their wealth to get to these levels, whereby now they can say that as I will be retiring, I've created this wealth that will sustain me.
Okay.
And so for us, what we'll do is we'll help them work towards, from your initial goal, your savings goal, that we have offered you a money market fund. Then we're helping you now go to the next level to accelerate and accumulate towards a certain goal.
Okay.
That, for example, you are saying that now, because the other aspect about retirement, as you said, life expectancy has really improved. The health status are improving in the country. And with that, the life expectancy is rising. So now, if you live longer and you have these 30 years of active service, then how do we help you that your lifestyle, from your healthcare, from your taking care of your loved ones that you're taking care of. If you were living in your own home, your electricity bills, your guards, all those you'll still be paying for them. If you're on rent, if you're living on rent, you'll still be paying for this. Then how do we help you, move towards that? And speaking about now the investment and the innovation allow that scope. So for example, for us, we have a product called Avocap GAO. Fixed income distribution fund. It's an income distribution fund that once you have built towards this lump sum, or once you have gotten your pension, you've gotten this lump sum. I think one thing we have seen is that for a lot of people, there's that urgency that now, since I'm retiring and have gotten this lump sum amount of money, I need to start invest it now, or start this biashara. They have never run a business before, but they want to start now.
Yeah.
Or they have been told by someone. They have also been a bit prone to people trying to scam them along the way, because they have this lump sum that is coming. That if you do this, this will give you these high levels of returns and all that. And for us, what we sit down with people who are about to retire, who are planning for their retirement, is that once you receive these, can we do a budget of what are your requirements, what are your expenses? Then out of that, what was your basic earning and what are you getting from your lump sum? Then you can divide it in 2 or 3 phases. That there's this phase that there's this group A, this is to take care of my expenses, of my living expenses. And so I need an active monthly income to take care of that. So our Gulf Fixed Income Distribution Fund has 4 classes: a monthly, quarterly, semi-annual, and annual income distribution.
All right.
So we help you invest in this fixed income space, basically the government bonds market. And you are getting this constant monthly income. So that means you have taken care of your basics.
Yeah, because you're used to getting your money like, monthly, and then all of a sudden you have all this much money and you don't know what to do. And you know, we need to go on a break, and then when we come back, we'll start with the second way, right? That you're helping the pensioners at that point. Because at this point is when you're being called for all the harambes, you're the chief guest, and all those things. And before you know it, your money is gone, all right? So let's take a break. I don't want to rush you through that. So let's take a break, and then when we come back, we'll pick from there. And then, Mercy, then we can also talk about some of this, financial literacy initiatives that are available, and especially for the young people, that even the pensioners, themselves, so that they do not lose their money one way or the other. All right. So all that is coming up after the break. Stay with us. The show is Your World.
Try the new Dunked All-Star Box for only 8.90 Kenyan shillings. Hope you're ready for the new star of the show. KFC, it's finger-licking good while stocks last. In Zari, nothing is certain.
I don't think we'll ever be the same again.
Will you survive the jealousy?
Unajiona tajiri, eh? Zitaisha tu tuone utaringa na pesa gani.
The secrets.
Ukiambia mtu yeyote boss.
Nini uniambia Lona?
The deception.
The family.
Will Nina survive Lola?
How is this possible?
The ultimate face-off. Zari continues weeknights at 8:30 on Maisha Magic Plus, DSTV channel 163, GoTV channel 3.
He will come and save you. He will come and save you. Say to the weary one, your God will surely come. He will come and save.
There is nothing that God has to give that is giving to us some other way. It's through Christ. It's through Christ. Have you given your life to Christ? Have you yielded to Him? Have you accepted Him as Lord and Savior of your life? Friends, that's where we begin.
No wall you won't kick down, lie you won't tear down, coming after me. No
The 2024 Rates Association of Kenya Conference is here from October 30th to November 1st in Naivasha. Register today and be part of this influential gathering. Visit rak.co.ke.
All right, welcome back. And here, time flies, 32 minutes past the hour. The show is Your World. And today we're tackling a very important conversation that really we cannot overemphasize how much we need to talk about it. And this is securing our future through pensions and other savings channels. And to help us with that conversation this morning, we have Wilson Wariari, who's a Chief Investment Officer, Avocap Asset Managers. And we also have Mercy Kimunge, who's the Retirement Coach and Manager, Umbrella and Retail Solutions from Zamara, Kenya. And also to mention that there is an ongoing conference that is happening today and tomorrow at KICC Courtyard. And this is the Pensions Conference and Expo 2024 under the theme, Making Social Security a Reality for All, Future Yako, Mikononi Mwako, which we'll talk about a little bit as we continue. But Wilson, let's pick up from where you left, right? Yes. So the second part of helping this, pensioners, I would say, manage their funds.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
So I said the first part is to identify your recurring expenditures and we want to give you these constant income because one thing these people fear is the absence of this income. They're already used to a salary. You have been employed since you are 25 years. So that means you have been having a salary every month. So once we help you do that, then from there now we can speak about these other investment or goals that you have. Okay. That probably there are these properties you're trying to develop. There are these other investments that, biasharas that you want to get into. Because most of them at that age, you're still also active. You still, if you're saying that your life, the life expectancy is 77 and even up to 90, it means you also have that 30 years to actively contribute towards, towards the community.
Okay.
So what we speak about at that level is now, how do we help you transition without you jumping into something? So that to avoid, people, as you are saying, them being scammed, going into things, buying into properties or buying into things that probably do not suit their risk appetite, or they don't have the skill set to manage them. So now that becomes now under advisory. So it means that now once you receive your pension money, we help you create this now income distribution. But when you want to speak about your investments, then sit down with the professionals. We guide you that, okay, these are the risks. These are the expected returns. This is what you need for this. Do you actually have the capacity to do this project?
Okay. And make informed choices.
Make more informed choices.
I see that. Thanks, Wilson. So Mercy, very quickly, we talked about pensions, mostly, and it's important really to think about it. But aside from pensions, what are some of these other channels then that people can think about when we're thinking about saving and investing, and the whole question about financial literacy initiatives, especially what Zamara, is doing to help with the same?
Yeah. So Zamara is big on financial literacy, and why it's big on that is because once a person is informed, we're told once you're educated, you educate one person, you've educated a whole village, because whatever knowledge they have, they will be able to disseminate it. So that's where Zamara comes in when it comes to financial literacy. And it's done in a couple of spaces. So for example, if I am having a corporate entity, we will work together with the corporate entity to have targeted series of conversations. So you have your new joiners coming in, they are new. Retirement is a new conversation to them. They probably don't even want it. There are those who say, can I opt out of this thing? But once you provide that information, they're able to understand why it's important. And once they understand why it's important, they become the champions of ensuring that this progresses. As you're doing that with corporates, you're also having your retail individuals, your one-on-ones, your people who walk into the office, or a forum such as this. We've all met, we are non-related, we don't have any unique employer, but we talk about pensions, and you get interested, and I tell you the services that we have, and we walk the journey with you. When it also comes towards the end of retirement, we have now the retirement planning, which is very detailed, to be very honest, because as Wilson has alluded, there's the budgeting aspect, but the budgeting aspect needs to start from the time I'm 25.
Let me tell you,
just
this
so
whole
that
budget thing,
because once it becomes my lifestyle to budget, once I get to Wilson's desk at the point of now I need my monthly income, the conversation on budgeting becomes very easy. Because I can tell you this is how I have been living my life, But because it hasn't happened at the point of retirement, it's also important to re-emphasize. We also know that we are not guaranteed tomorrow. There's conversations on estate planning. How do you plan about your trusts? Because in the event you're not here, someone will inherit your estate. Have you planned for it? Part of financial literacy that comes into it, The other thing is the continuous snippets and newsletters that are sent out on what's happening, not just in the country, but in the global space. Because different spaces do pension differently, but eventually those trends either catch up with us or, they sweep us. So like the NSSF increasing to 6%, it's been a long-term conversation coming, but it's here now. That conversation had been happening way before 2013. So now that it has been implemented, employers were ready for it, So they had that continuous conversation around it. It's still there. We are waiting for the day it will be implemented. Now it's been implemented. Let's run to the next level. I think the other thing, as you had alluded, is the continuous conversation on social media. We have everyone who's talking about it, but we also have the professionals talking about it. So Zamara, we have a podcast. So using that podcast, we're able to now also channel information. So it becomes a continuous level of providing information that then keeps the member informed, keeps the member updated to the extent that at the point they get to retirement, they feel that the journey, we've walked with you. Because that's our conversation. We want to work with you to power your prosperity as you're heading into your golden years. Yeah,
I see that. So then, Wilson, can we talk about some of these other, alternatives that are available? Because I said, like I said when we started the conversation, most of the time when we're thinking about saving versus investment, there's I don't want to say traditional, conventional, products and services that we always look at. It comes, top of mind. But over time, we've seen so many changes and new products, coming up and other alternatives. So what are some of this that you would consider safe that people really need to know about?
So I would say innovation in the investment products offering is growing in the country.
Okay.
And Avocap, we are spearheading innovation within this space. For a long time, the product offering has always been a lot of vanilla products. Buy land, buy shares, buy boats. And where it became hard for people either to control, probably the shares market, investors don't know what's happening. So most people became a bit disillusioned in that market. When you look at the boat space, that most people probably don't know how to, basically do that ladderling and create that portfolio that can give them these income streams. Real estate has become a bit hard over the last few, you can't easily get out. So people are in this huge real estate, but they don't have the capacity to develop. So that becomes an issue.
All right.
And then also, but now the conversations are changing. If you want to get into the investments, into the real estate space, there's the rates. That you want to get into this market, you don't have to own the whole building. You can actually own part of the building through the rates. So that's an innovation that's happening. It's an alternative. You're still invested in the real estate market, but now you have professionals managing for you. You have also pulled as several people, and that's the aspect of the collective investment schemes. The CIS. It's basically that pooling, that a lot of people you have pulled together to do this real estate project. So therefore you are distributing your risk. You're not taking the risk that if that project fails, that all your investments are in that. And that helps in diversifying your investments. That you have this amount of money, you can put some into real estate through the rates. Then when it comes now to the capital markets themselves, as you said, we are spearheading the revolutionizing basically the investment products into this. That in the shares market itself, you want to invest in the Nairobi Securities Exchange, and you don't have the capacity to actually monitor how active the market is. For us, we have what we call the Dhamani Equities Fund. So the Dhamani Equities Fund is a professionally managed active shares trading fund that invests in the Nairobi Securities Exchange. So therefore means there are professionals with team of research analysts, team of portfolio managers, investment managers who are looking at your portfolio actively to give you a return. So that's an alternative that instead of you just buying shares and probably you are caught into one, you didn't know when to sell, when to buy, then there are professionals looking at that for you. In the bond market, the same as I have said. There's an, if you want to be, you have this target that I'm targeting to build my retirement home. I'm targeting to build my home before retirement. Because most people who are working here, they say that by the time I want to reach the age of 45, or the age of, I want to have built my own bomber somewhere that I retire to. So what is helping you to save towards that, that goal? So for us, we have an Almasi fixed income accumulation fund. So this one helps you to accumulate your investments, and as you work towards that goal that you're working towards. And then as you get to that level of retirement, and you don't have to have retired. As we say, these conversations, it's not just about the future. It's also as Mercy has said, can you start the process now?
Now,
if that budgeting process, if you're saying that I need this amount of money to pay for my, to pay for my rent, to pay for this, to pay for my expenses, can you create that GAO shield? GAO is basically your shield. Can you create that GAO fund now that you know that from now henceforth, these expenses are taken care of? So those conversations have been, and I would say now spearheading that innovation around that from the vanilla products themselves, but offering safe investments. And the good thing with the collective investment space and the regulations behind it, they're the same, you know that. They create this tripartite, high-level, I would say, mechanism that helps from your fund manager, who is just there for the strategy, to your custodian, to the trustee, to ensure that your investments are in safe hands, that the investment manager or the fund manager themselves are doing according to the law, and according even to the investment policy statement. So those helps the accurate level of security for investors, that wherever I'm invested in, that my funds are secure.
I see that.
Yes.
And Mercy, I'm pretty sure Zamara also has, a lot of innovative, approaches. We have mentioned maybe some of them, but there are others that you'd also want to contribute to. Listen, and now I have noticed, because there's a lady that I know who invests in like luxury handbags, and some guys who also invest in like luxury watches, like, pieces that in the next few years they would not be there, and they would sell them at, and get some profit. So I don't know if that is something that maybe some people might want to think
sure
about.
Wilson will call that commodities.
So it's basically that whole aspect of, it's not just your watch.
Yeah.
It's probably even an automobile.
Okay. Oh yes, it's like classic cars.
These,
okay.
Yeah, there were a few pieces of the same automobile. You know.
Art collection.
Art collection.
Yeah.
People investing in that, the acquisition of art. So basically, it's also an alternative investment space.
Okay.
And we are seeing that really growing. I see the art, functions within the Nairobi city itself. That's really increasing.
Okay.
As you're saying, you want that signature handbag.
Yes.
So you buy it. There's that signature, watch. So yeah, that aspect of luxury and the exotic investment products, that's also growing.
Okay.
That's also an option. Yes.
Okay, I see that. All right, Mercy. So these are the innovative ideas.
Well, I think when it comes to investments, there's pretty much as many spaces as you can invest. So when it comes to pension funds, though, the regulator, who's the Retirement Benefits Authority, is very clear in places where you can invest. So they are cognizant of the fact that this money will be invested for a very long term period, right? And they don't want monies disappearing in the process. So there have to be the safe spaces, which is more of what Wilson is calling vanilla spaces of investing. But with time, they're also adding up what we're calling the alternative assets, the REITs, the private equities, the venture capital, in places where that, and the offshore investments, where pension funds can actively invest.
All right.
So something else that is innovative that Zamara is doing is that when you look at our individual plan, which is where I as an individual come up and sign up for the form, the plan is called VUNA.
All right.
So within VUNA, we have what we call member choice. So as an individual, I will assess, we have a questionnaire. So you will assess your risk capacity. So are you, what we call them a bit differently than the low, medium, and high. We call them, are you a conservative investor? That's a person who is not willing to take much risk, but they want the returns. So they are a safe saver. Then you have a moderate saver. A moderate saver is someone who's, I am willing to take some risk, but I'm also holding back on too much risk. So I'm just in the middle. Then we have the aggressive investor. And this questionnaire helps you identify where you are. Because these questions speak to whom you are. So for example, if I ask you a question such that you have invested in this item, you bought it at 10 shillings, the price of this item has now moved from 10 shillings to 4 shillings. Are you crying? Are you happy? Are you willing to wait? So if you're willing to wait, then you're an aggressive person. You will know that at some point, the price will even out and also grow. If you're crying, means anything that is going below your initial investment, you do not want to see that moving anywhere. So you're a very conservative investor. And the person who is moderate is, okay, it's gone. How much further will it go? So they need to know, is it going to go any further? If it's not going any further, then I'm fine. But I will wait it out. So this questionnaire helps you as you're joining to know where you are. So that wherever it is that you are, you then select an investment plan that works for you. If you're conservative, we will invest your funds in a conservative way. If you're moderate, we'll invest it in the moderate way. If you're aggressive, in an aggressive manner. So of course, we could be in the same plan, but you're conservative, because I can hear very safe. Wilson being in the investment space, I'm assuming he's very aggressive, and I'm going to be in between. Right? So at the end of the year, our various portfolios are performing differently. So your return, his return, my return will be very different, right? But over time, these returns converge. over time.
Over time.
Yeah.
Right.
So the one thing that it's important for members to know when you're saving for pension, don't look at it as a 1 year horizon.
Okay.
Don't look at it at the return for this year was 2%.
Yeah.
And you're like, no, this 2% is bad. I need to move.
Okay.
You know,
Yeah.
it's that
Give it
1
time.
year. The economy in that year has performed as such, right? As we proceed into the next year, it might go up, right? And when you look at it over a horizon, all of our 3 portfolios, they will find a convergence in terms of the annualized average return over time.
Okay.
So that is one innovation that Zamara has done, especially for the individuals, right? When we also talk about the corporate cover, so this is more the umbrella cover, yeah, because now this umbrella cover, of course, is pulling employers who are from various industries, various staff size, staff count. You have your 5-10 people, you want to give them a pension plan, welcome to the umbrella fund, right? You have your 100 people, welcome to the umbrella fund. You even have your 1,000 people, welcome to the umbrella fund. Yeah, because you probably want to plug into the pool. That means you want to plug in and play and your cost is reduced. You want something that's already running. You want something that is tried and tested. Yeah. So this fund is called the Zamara Fanaka Retirement Fund. So as a corporate entity or an employer and you want to plug into this place, we also have investment choice for the employer.
Okay.
For the individual ones, as an individual, you make the choice. For the corporates, the employer makes the choice for their employees, right?
All
So
right.
meaning we are all of us in this umbrella fund, but also our returns are different depending on where we've invested, and it's the same space. So we have the conservative space, which is more insured, then you have the aggressive space, which is a segregated space, and then you have the moderate, which is a combination of the two. You have some monies in the insured space and you have some monies in the segregated space, and so of course the return is blended. So the employer looks at their employees, gauges them, sees, hey, the way I'm seeing my people, these ones look like these ones. They are willing to take the risk. So let's go to segregated. No, these ones, maybe my population is a bit older, so I want them to be in a conservative space because the years towards the retirement are a bit shorter, so we want to conserve what they are actually putting together. So those levels of innovation help then employers not feel tied to one strategy. Yeah. So that over 3 years, 5 years, if you feel like now your population has moved from the younger age that was aggressive and now they are tending towards their retirement, you can easily switch. You can come in and say, I'd like to switch my portfolio from the aggressive to a moderate or to a conservative space. It's the employer making the choice.
I see that.
Then of course,
I'm so sorry, Mercy, because but we're running out
okay.
of time. And we literally have to end the conversation. But I'm just gonna give you a minute each to talk on the conference again, which is happening. Like we said, at KICC Courtyard, under the theme "Making Social Security Reality for All: Future Yako Mikononi Mwako." And yeah, as what is it that people need to expect? You know, what is it that they can look forward to from this conference, which is happening today and tomorrow, right? Yeah. So Wilson, I'm going to start with you very briefly, if you can.
Yes.
Okay.
So making social security a reality for all, that's the theme. And the conversations that we are inviting everyone to KICC. Let's meet there to have these more conversations. And the conversations are around how do we make, how do we help you plan for your retirement? How do we help you plan for that age that you will be active in the job market as well, or probably in running your businesses? So which are the investment products that are out there to help you, navigate that, that means as that time comes. So inviting everyone to join us today at KICC to have these conversations. Future Yako, Mikononi Mwako. Let's have that conversation with you.
I see that. All right, Mercy?
Yeah, see you at KICC, guys. It's free. There is no charge right now. Anything that is free, we're all flocking there. Please come to KICC, right in the central CBD. Interact with all the service providers in this industry. We are many service providers. Get to see what solutions we are all offering, and I'm looking forward to seeing so many guys coming to the Zamara booth. Let's interact. Let's talk about our solutions. Come and find out. What kind of an investor are you? Are you moderate, aggressive, or conservative?
Yeah, I see that.
See you there.
All right. Thank you very much, Mercy. And again, they might be lucky to meet both of you because you're both going over there. So if you have more questions for Wilson and Mercy, again, make way. Right? Get yourself to KICC. You might meet them there. They will answer all your questions. But for now, allow us to say goodbye to, Wilson Wariari, who's the Chief Investment Officer, Avocap Asset Managers, as well as Mercy Kimunge, Retirement Coach and Manager, Umbrella and Retail Solutions from Zamara, Kenya. My name is Winnie Lubembe. Enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy the rest of your viewing. In the next few minutes, we'll be crossing over to Senate, where the embattled Deputy President, that is one Rigathi Gachagua, will be facing his accusers today. And as NTV, we're giving you wall-to-wall coverage on the same. So look forward to that. But for now, have yourselves a lovely day ahead. Goodbye.
You can balance kile unapanda
This is NTV.
Rigathi Gachagua. Hii serikali tulitafuta na shida mingi sana. Hatuwezi kubali mtu haribu.
Kenyans will be shocked.
Hiyo ikulu nimeweka mitego kila kona, kila kona. Hapo iko kibarua.
291 members of this National Assembly pended their signatures in support of this motion.
All right, good morning and thank you for staying with us on NTV as we bring you special coverage of the impeachment trial against Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua on this second day of his impeachment trial. Now, Kenyans today brace for what promises to be another intense day of deliberations ahead of tonight's Senate vote on the impeachment, a decision that could decide the fate of Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua. Explosive affidavits and witness statements are expected to form part of a bundle of documentary evidence that the National Assembly is banking on to drive the last nail on the political coffin of besieged Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, with the DP's accusers betting on evidence and witness statements from, among others, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission Chief Executive Officer Twalib Mbarak. That action is set to start any time from 9 a.m. this morning as Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua is expected to take the stand and defend himself. We'd like to hear your thoughts, your expectations on today's make or break decision by the Senate. Do speak to us on our socials at NTV Kenya, and in studio with us to put more context into the day's happenings as the country undoubtedly stands on what could be the brink of history. Our governance analyst Charles Munyui, political analyst Peter Mashendu, as well as lawyer Reba Samba. Gentlemen, many thanks for staying on with us. And so from anytime now, really, the Senate should be convening to continue with that very interesting political and legal showdown that we were treated to on the first day of the impeachment trial. Let me begin with you, Mushendu. A lot of anxiety and expectation from Kenyans, a lot of anxiety really even on the ground, with the NCIC saying there could be tensions depending on the decision of the Senate today. What are your expectations with regard to the heat on the ground from the people?
You know, the most interesting thing is that regardless of what is happening on the ground, the Senate must execute this motion which is before them, because this motion has been processed from the National Assembly, and unfortunately Senate, as envisioned by the architecture of our law, has to disseminate this whole issue. They have to address themselves to this matter. And I think at the end of the day, there will be a decision from the Senate whether to impeach or not to impeach Rigathi Gachagua. And I guess NCIC, I have a bit of a problem with a whole commission that is required to actually advance matters of unity is the one that is anticipating chaos, because for lack of a better word, NCIC, I think what they are doing it is to actually instigate chaos themselves by saying that there will be chaos. It is not their job to know the security apparatus and how they do it. They have no role in matters of keeping security. How did they come to the conclusion that there will be chaos? Unless they are speculating that there should be one. Otherwise, our security apparatus who have been given that responsibility to offer Kenyan security have not given us a reason to worry. And I think for me, as much as we deal with Gachagua, it is also an opportunity to look at the performance of these, what you call constitutional commissions. As they are constituted, are they doing their job? Because I believe the work of that commission, it is to deal with derogatory languages used by politicians and other Kenyans and deal with that matter. It is not within their mandate to know which part of Kenya is more secure than the other. There is a reason why we have an interior state department that is given that particular responsibility. We have seen the interior CS declaring curfews in places where we feel there is insecurity. And therefore, it is unfortunate that regardless of what is happening at the ground, The Senate has to address itself to the matter before it. And at the end of this trial, a decision will be taken. And it does not matter how we, you know, the ground people, as they call us, doesn't matter how we react. But Senate is actually doing its mandate as envisioned in the Constitution of Kenya. And I would ask Kenyans to exercise restraint. These matters, as I have said, it is a matters between political peers.
Right.
It has nothing to do with us in the ground.
Right, of course, we have live on the screen there pictures from the Senate just about to begin. We understand there's an issue with quorum. They did ban the midnight oil yesterday, and so they will begin as soon as there are enough senators on the floor of the House. Yes, Munir.
First and foremost, NCIC is actually not even a constitutional commission. It's a statutory commission. But that being said, I think Kenyans have behaved themselves very well, yeah. And I wish they were raising issues. They are raising issues on how public participation happened and the incidences here and there, and how they are being addressed, because that was the most heated period in as far as this process is concerned, if you ask me. Because that's when now Kenyans started interacting on a one-on-one with this issue from county level initially and then constituency level. It is also good to appreciate that Kenyans are maturing. And like my colleague here said, this is something that is completely new to us. It's a completely new jurisprudence in as far as Kenyans are concerned. Matters of this nature. It started with governors, deputy governors. We have gone to the level of the deputy president, meaning the next level, there will be talk of impeaching a president, not necessarily now in 10 years, but now it becomes even clearer that this constitution is there and it's supposed to work. I think when you issue such statements without clarity in terms of where it is coming from, and without us having someone being summoned to testify as to why they're inciting this or the other one, you cannot talk generalities when you're charged with a responsibility that is that heavy. Having said that, this process will end at some point, and two things can happen. There are only two things that can happen. Either it goes to the courts or is settled at the point of the Senate, depending on how the outcome is and how the players involved feel, whether they have been treated fairly or unfairly in their opinion, depending on what they decide. You have seen people being arrested for this or the other offenses, being taken to through due process, even in courts of law. I don't think Kenya flares up because of such things. Essentially, we are saying, let these processes be appreciated, let them go to the natural conclusion, and then Kenyans are bigger than this, and Kenyans are appreciating these things, and they are liking it. You'll be surprised at the number of people who are watching NTV and saying, let us hear what's going to happen.
Absolutely. Yeah. So let's preempt then what Kenyans are likely to be treated to today. And so, Areba, the level of legal brilliance exhibited yesterday really left Kenyans hooked, you know, glued to follow really blow by blow all the 11 charges leveled on the deputy president. And I mean, I think every time we have a big legal showdown, there's always a few legal stars that come to light. And so I think currently we have the likes of Elisha Ongoya, who termed this impeachment motion as false, ridiculous, and in his own words, downright embarrassing. But many said, don't celebrate just yet. And so we had the mover of the motion, Mwenge Mutuse, yesterday literally sweating during the cross-examination. But today is the turn of the deputy president to not only defend himself, but also be cross-examined. We have explosive affidavits, one of them from Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja, another from the Secretary to the Cabinet, Mercy Wanjau, and several other witnesses, including the EACC boss. What are your expectations from the prosecution, especially?
Of course, today the defense will have its day. Because yesterday the prosecution, which is led by Mwangi Mutuse and that is the National Assembly, they had their day and they did present evidence in chief, and they were cross-examined largely. And today we start with the clarifications, then the defense will table its evidence in chief, then it will proceed on to the cross-examination. And now this is where some of those issues which were raised yesterday and their defenses, I think today it's likely to get murkier. considering the evidence that the Deputy President has tabled. And let's say again, it's another interesting day we are to look up to. But then there's something that I needed to comment on before I got that, the issue of NCIC and saying that the Senate needs to be careful in terms of the decision it makes today. I have been deliberate to look at the functions of the NCIC as provided under the law. I have not seen any function which is called warn or scare. It's not one of the functions. When I saw that statement, I thought it was a scaremonger, and I don't think it's right for NCIC. NCIC has its functions as per the law, and it needs to perform them as per the law. I don't know whether they are taking sides in this debate, but as the court said yesterday, in terms of public interest, the scale tilts towards having this process proceed to its logical conclusion.
Absolutely, and senators have pretty much kept time and beginning those the second day of that ouster trial. Let's cross over live to the Senate and listen in.
Available to all honorable senators. Next order.
Order number 2, hearing and determination on the proposed removal from office by impeachment of His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya.
Now, honorable senators, ladies and gentlemen, at the rise of the House last night, the National Assembly had called 2 witnesses. They had done the evidence in chief, cross-examined, re-examined, and it was then the opportunity for the honorable senators to seek for clarifications when the House adjourned. Now, the National Assembly has a balance of 20 minutes to conclude its case. The Deputy President has 45 minutes, having taken 1 hour from the 3 hours that had been indicated to the Deputy President for today. Let us stick to the time so that we can be able to conclude this matter in good time today. Now, honorable senators, ladies and gentlemen, we will start with the clarifications sought from the first witness of the National Assembly, Honorable Mutuse. Thereafter, we will move to the second witness and conclude, and then we can now allow the National Assembly to call their third witness. Is Honorable Mutuse present? Good.
Present, Mr. Speaker.
You'll be noting the questions and the clarifications sought from the honorable senators. The Honorable Senator for Nandi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just clarification, but since we had started yesterday with the word of the Lord, I want to leave to my brother Ekomas Mutuse through you. In Proverbs 12, verses 22, the Lord detests lying lips, but he delights in those who is telling the truth. So, Mheshimiwa Mutuse Ekomas, I leave you with that. My quick clarification, Chair, with your indulgence. One, by the time you are giving us that the wealth of the Deputy President was 5.2 billion Kenyan shillings that you allege has been acquired for the last 2 years, did you access the wealth declaration from EACC? Number one. Number two, under the NCIC Act and in Mudama's case that the courts ruled, is shareholding part of the definition of the word incitement? Number three, in the matter of Kilifi Malindi Road, do you have any evidence to prove whether it is a private or a public road? And if it is either private or public, can you table the evidence or before the House? Number four, clarification on the issue of Justice Esther Maina. Are you telling us that since the Deputy President is the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, does he not have a right as a citizen of Kenya not to bring any complaint against any officer, including judicial officers. Finally, on the update, quickly, on 1st October 10, 2024, Cabinet Secretary Mutua.
Senator Kenywa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. My question goes to Honorable Mutuse. Honorable Mutuse, was Treetop Hotel, was it available for acquisition? And if that is so, was there any law of procurement that was breached? Second one, what is the age of these DP's sons? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Fatuma Dulo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question first goes to the Council on the side of the Deputy President. My question is on attack on the national security. And knowing that national intelligence, Mr. Speaker, is a critical organ of a government. And the attack by the Deputy President is a very serious one. And I've seen the video being played that what the current president said when he was the Deputy President is equal. And I heard also Deputy President saying, I have learned from my boss. Does that answer the question of gross misconduct on the part of attack on the security? Number two, the issue of disinheriting the widow. We've been told a lot of stories here, but I really want to know, because we are Africans, matters of widows are very critical. Have you thought of looking for the family of the late Gachagua, just to clarify so many questions that are lingering around that particular family? I thank you.
Senator Beatrice Akinyi. If you're in the first round, honorable senators, allow others also to get an opportunity to seek clarifications.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. My clarification is to the DP's team. On a video that was played yesterday at a relocation point in Nairobi County, I wanted clarification from the DP's team on whether their client is aware that county governments are distinct governments, and if so, Honorable Speaker, did the DP consult with the county government of Nairobi over the challenges of relocation at Kayole? And two, Honorable Speaker, there was a video that was played, either one or two, involving a speech at either rally by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya. My question is, what was the essence of that video? And is it to show that two wrongs would make one right? Thank you.
Senator Lelegwe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My clarification is to the witness of the National Assembly. Yesterday, during the cross-examination, the advocate of the Deputy President, you asserted that you have identified several companies which you have no issues and to which you do not attribute any misconduct in their dealings. Given this context, could you inform the necessity for including these companies in the present impeachment motion? Thank you.
Senator Eddy.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I have one question for the witness in chief and one clarity question from the counsel for the deputy president, and particularly Counsel Tom Macharia. So I'll start with the Honorable Mutuse. Honorable Mutuse, may you help this House understand whether all the companies that you indicated are for the sons and the spouse of the deputy president, and whether you established how old they are and estimated the net worth of those companies. Did you manage to estimate the net worth of those companies, and how did you do that? To the senior counsel, the counsel Tom Macharia, in the exploration of ground number 4, you led this House to look at the particulars of the coalition document, and the coalition agreement. May you help us understand how we should interpret Article 91 of the Constitution and Article 232 of the Constitution with regards to your response on government being a company equal to having shares and not the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Sek. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The question also goes to Honorable Mutuse. Wanted to make a clarification on the issue of Peterson Jomo, the affidavit on the Olive Garden Hotel, on the appointment of Julian Jahenda as the secretary or agent, and the letter to the Public Service Commission through the clerk of the National Assembly by volume 8A, page 1, gives a different person by the name Maka Juliana Jahenda. Why do we have different names here? You need to clarify, because it has a different person altogether, 2 different people altogether. Second clarification is on the issue of the award of the tender on the proposed refurbishment of the DP's residence in Karen. Honorable Mutuse, the government, through the State House Controller, signed that contract. Wanted to know what is the relationship of this contract with the DP, now that you're saying it has some issues. What's all about the contract and the company that did that refurbishment? We need to know what is the relationship and what is the malpractice that has. Senator Amida Kibwan.
Mr. Speaker, sorry, my question was for Dr. Mulwa.
Senator Wakili Sige.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've got 2 questions. One to the Counsel for the Deputy President, and the other one, actually both for clarification by the Counsel for the Deputy President. Yesterday, in the course of your cross-examination, you took us to page 410 of Volume 3. This is with regard to the accusation where His Excellency the Deputy President divulged or accused the National Intelligence of what you said. Now, my clarification from you, which I desire, is at that page 410, the evidence which you sought to juxtapose what the president did and what the deputy president was accused of having done is with regards to one being in office and another one alleging that he's not been able to attend sessions where that complaint came from. Give us the correlation of the two. And secondly, I share the sentiments by all the senators who've sought to get from you an understanding about the coalition agreements. You attempted to explain yesterday the relationship between company shares and coalition agreement shares. You were asked about the place of this in terms of the regimes of the two kinds of agreements. What do you say as regards shares in a company registered under the Companies Act vis-a-vis post-election coalition agreements registered under the Political Parties Act and the governance of
Senator Batuli Betty Montet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to ask Honorable Mutuse, is there a minimum age of a client in a bank to get a loan of 700 million?
Senator Essie Okenyuri.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, my question, I'm awaiting Dr. Andrew Mulwa.
Senator Cheriot Aaron.
Mike, two quick questions to you, Mutuse. Is there any crime that a Kenyan will have committed if they have 20, 30, or even 40 companies? Because I see you have listed 22 companies here. Is there any crime by just owning these companies you feel that the person you accuse has committed? Second, on this issue of Vipingo Beach, surely, Honorable Mutuse, what is the crime of the sons of the Deputy President being listed as directors? Because I have tried combing through your motion to establish what you consider to be either an illegality or a crime on their part by simply being listed as directors. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, is to the Council for the DP, Wakili Macharia. The clips of the then DP Ruto played by your team, could we read it to mean that it's an admission on your part that you're saying, if it was done then by a sitting Deputy President, please allow the current one to commit the same at this point? And lastly, the 30% allocation to Ford Kenya in the coalition agreement in ANC, how has it been realized?
Senator Margaret Kamar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. I have one small question for Honorable Mluse, and that is on the witness, somebody who, by the name Peterson Jomo Muchira, who wrote an affidavit that touches on Olive Garden Hotel. He offered himself to appear and be cross-examined on the content of his affidavit. Was he invited?
Senator Kathuri Murungi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mine are just very strict clarifications. Number one goes to Honorable Mutuse. Honorable Mutuse, in ground 7, you have seen that His Excellency the Deputy President has inexplicably amassed a humongous, these are very strong ones, property portfolio estimated at 5.2 billion. So my question is, this is within 2 years. I know for a fact that before an election, any eligible candidate clears himself or herself with the IBC before contesting. Therefore, for comparative analysis, do you have His Excellency the Deputy President's property or worth during the 2022, before the 2022 elections, so that now we can be able, as a jury, can be able to compare and see whether for 2 years, for sure, he has been able to amass this wealth. Number two, there is this property in Meru. Many Meru guys have called me last night asking me whether there is evidence to show that this land is in Meru. The last one is to the councils of the Deputy President. There was a clip which was played here yesterday when the Deputy President made a press conference in Mombasa, immediately after the President did this in Nairobi, 2 different cities. Therefore, I did not get clarity from the councils about this, the question or the clip. So I was really requesting either one of them could be able to expound on that controversy between the 2 pressers in 2 different cities by the principal and the deputy principal of the Republic of Kenya. Thank you.
Senator Okoit Omtata.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I have a question for the Honorable Mutuse. To whom does this motion belong? Because in most of your answers, you keep on saying we.
I think, Honorable Senator Omtata, that question was asked by the Honorable Enoch Wambua, Senator, and it was responded to. So just ask for a different clarification.
Okay, and other than that, I wanted to ask whether Honorable Mutuse knows the difference between an impeachment motion and a censure motion. And if he does, where does he place his motion? Is it a censure motion or is it an impeachment motion? And what are the thresholds for each of those 2 motions, if he understands the difference? Thank you.
Senator Chute.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Mutuse, ulileta ushahidi hapa mbele ya Senate ukidai ya kuwa Deputy President ako na 5.2 billion. Wewe ni wakili. Na vile unaongea jana unaonekana wakili shupavu. Ulileta ushahidi gani hapa ya kuonyesha valuation ya hii property ya hiyo katika documents yako kuonyesha imefika 5.2 billion. Swali ya pili, ulileta mashtaka 11. Vile unasimama huko leo, unaona aibu kidogo kwamba ulilete porojo mingi na mambo mingi kama ukiwa wakili hujafikiria vizuri. Sababu watu wa Marsabit wananiuliza, hiyo mtu kweli ni wakili ama ni mtu amekombolewa kutoka huko? Hebu jibu hiyo swali tafadhali.
Senator Beth Siengo. Now, honorable senators, we are going to conduct ourselves in decorum. We are not in any way going to demean the witnesses. Ask your question, but stick to the rules of this House. Senator Beth Siengo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance. I have 2 questions. One for Honorable Mutuse. In your presentation, I heard that you touched on the inheritance and property of the late Rigathi Gachagua. Have you reached out to the widow and the children of the late Gachagua to also give you facts? The next question is to the counsel for the DP. Yesterday, you played a clip of the president speaking in Muranga. What was the purpose of playing that clip? And how does it relate to the saying popularly now used by Kenyans, kufa dereva, kufa makanga? Thank you.
Senator Chimera.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question goes to the counsel for the DP. I would wish to seek clarity on the documents that they tabled yesterday, being the coalition agreement, which basically informed the basis as to which the DP has been talking about shares. I just want to know whether there is any document that secures shares in respect of the region where the DP comes from. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, if the council is aware that his client, at the time those documents were being prepared, he was a candidate for office, and now he successfully became DP, and that he needs to promote national unity, and if it is still in order for him to continue championing for the interest of one region as against the entire nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Richard Onyonk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My questions are two, and I would like to ask Honorable Mutuse. I hold you highly. I don't think that you're as idiotic as our colleagues will say. I want to ask you, between the time when the Deputy President was a Member of Parliament and the time when he became the Deputy President, were you able to see whether there was a deliberate variation in the amounts of money that he was handling? Did you see whether the money that he was handling as a Member of Parliament, for example, changed then to the money that you brought in, where you're saying that there is some money laundering taking place? Were you able, or are you able to show that distinction in order for you to make your case? The second question I wanted to ask you again on the same issue. When you are trying to find out whether there is money laundering on any transaction, and I know chances are you did not have the technical expertise and maybe an investigative agency to help you. But did you, by any chance, find out money moving from anywhere, either through His Excellency the Deputy President's private accounts, or any money that was being borrowed? Because I know that one property you've mentioned that it was a loan, but all these other properties that you allege that the Deputy President had purchased, did you link that from money coming from some place or money coming from some illicit, like you say? Because I don't see that evidence on the table. And finally, I want to ask you again, Mr. Speaker, that if you look at the issue of the will of Mr. Gachagua, that is the former governor, did you by any chance get a way to ask either through the wife, the children, whether there was a meeting that took place where they were involved, or whether they were unhappy or happy with the transactions which were taking place? Because there isn't any evidence whatsoever of, for example, the wife complaining or the children complaining. Did you get anything like that which is substantive? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mutinda Tabit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My two questions goes to you, Honorable Mutuse. First, in regards to this company by the name Crystal Kenya Limited, Ground 7, date of incorporation is 2009. And the CR12 that you have submitted to this House is for this year. Would you tell this House who was the initial director of this company? If that was so, was there any change of directorship of this company? Secondly, the one on trial is the Deputy President of this country and not his two sons. You have linked Crystal to be a proxy for the deputy president through his two sons. Would you tell this House if you have any evidence that shows that money was wired from Crystal Limited to the account or to any company linked to the deputy president?
Senator Shakil Abdallah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to Honorable Mutuse. If Judge Maina had filed any complaints regarding the being harassed by the deputy president. Thank you.
Senator Miraj Abdullah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question goes to Mr. Mutuse. Is it your opinion that the DP was talking about enforcing the Kenya Kwanza coalition agreement when he was speaking about the shareholding issue? And the second one goes to the DP side, that we were reminded here of the oath we took when we assumed this institution. Is it in your place to say that your client has breached his own oath even before we make a conclusion? Because we were made to read the third schedule here on justice and directly and indirectly revealing such matters, and the oath of secrecy that His Excellency the Deputy President took. In his utterances, he used to speak about not the Mlima being touched. So in the essence of national unity, don't you think that your client, the DP, or you clarify for us that he has already breached his own oath even before we make a decision as the jury of this House? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kisang.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My first question goes to Mutuse and a comment. Honorable Speaker, I want to find out from Mheshimiwa, out of the 22 companies that you've alleged associated with the Deputy President, how many are really of interest to this particular impeachment? Yesterday you talked about the one in Rea Vivingo, and we saw that 10,000 of the shares, the total shares, are owned by the estate of the late Governor Gachagua. And then a comment, Honorable Speaker, is the clips that were played yesterday on shareholding. I think I want to ask the legal counsel for the Deputy President. It looks like we didn't stop campaigns after election. It looked like we continued to propagate campaigns because we expected the Deputy President, immediately after campaigns, we stop about this thing of shareholding because
Senator Maanzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this would have gone to Governor Orengo, but since he said the clients, the National Assembly had given him instructions, I would like them to tell me what is the relevance of the verse they read yesterday. And also, on the floor of the National Assembly, they read a verse that when bad leaders rule, badness increases in a country. And when good leaders rule, goodness increases in a country. Finally, what is the maximum number of companies can an individual participate in under the law? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Mutuse, you may now proceed to respond. You have exactly 10 minutes to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and honorable senators, for this opportunity. I have from the questions that have come across, there are many that relate to the companies, and with your indulgence, allow me to start from there. Senator Cheriot, Senator from Marakwet, and several senators have asked why I listed 21 companies and why I said I did not have an interest in some of them. Number one, I think it is important for us to understand the context within which we are operating. I am not an investigator. And the law under Article 94, Article 95, does not make a member of Parliament, the National Assembly or Senate, an investigator. What I'm required to do is to establish a prima facie case, to establish that what is happening is outside the requirements of the law. And having been in this country and with a lot of enthusiasm in matters governance, I also know that this Senate has had opportunity to consider the impeachment of the late Rigathi Gachagua. And in that impeachment, because this is a house of record, you will realize that most of the companies that I've listed were also complained about by the County Assembly of Nyeri during the impeachment of Governor Rigathi Gachagua. And the complaint was specifically that there was a brother to the late governor, and the brother is one Rigathi Gachagua, who was doing all the business in Nyeri County. And from that basis, therefore, I needed to expound to find out what these companies that had been complained about during that impeachment, what these companies that had been complained about in the Esther Minor decision in terms of money laundering had to do with the Deputy President and the things that I'm alleging against him. And it is on that basis that I listed these companies. I want to invite members of this Senate to also know that in doing this, it is not just about the direct evidence. It is also about the circumstantial evidence. It's also about the circumstances that led to where we are. That there are companies that were complained about doing business in Nyeri County. It came to this Senate. That the same companies were complained about doing money laundering, and a decision of the High Court by Justice Maina has been tabled before you. And today, we are complaining that the same companies are helping to do corruption and money laundering. And that's the reason why we bring those companies. Please notice that in an impeachment, because I've been asked about threshold, and I know you know about it, my work here is not to prove criminal liability. It is not to prove beyond reasonable doubt. My work here is not to prove civil liability, but to show political responsibility. And I have been able to do that. In terms of Vipingo Ridge, the question I want to invite honorable senators, and I request that you listen to me. I was told yesterday that Vipingo Ridge, the two sons of His Excellency the Deputy President, are mere directors, and that the shares are owned by the estate of the late Rigathi Gachagua. But then you ask yourself, all of you here, you have children, why would my brother's children own my estate and not my children? Why would my brother's children be the ones who are directors in my estate and not my own children? If you die today, will your children be the ones being directors of your properties, or it is the children of your brothers? Don't you see this is suspicious? It is obviously suspicious. Number two in law, and I want to challenge anyone. An estate, what is an estate? An estate is the totality of your belongings. So can an estate own an estate? It is administrators. We would have expected that the executors in the estate who are named in the will are the ones who would have been named in the shareholding. And we know all these trick games that are being played around to hide ownership. And that, because I talked about circumstantial evidence, that is to be compared with the affidavit of Mr. Jomo in terms of how Jomo was approached to be proxy in buying the property, and how Jahenda, the question that has been asked, is the one operating the accounts. And we have been able to show that the same Jahenda, the same lady who works at the DP's office, is the same person who is the manager at the hotel and is the one who is operating the accounts. So I invite you to see the web of secrecy, the web of conspiracy. It is a web. And this is why I said these are white-collar crimes. They are done by intelligent people. Sometimes it becomes very difficult to get direct evidence, but in the totality of the circumstances, it points to money laundering and corruption. Let me now go to Senator for Nandi, my good friend, Senator Cherangei. Thank you very much for the Bible verse. I'll keep on reading it, and every time I read it, I will remember you. 5.2 billion wealth. Did I ask for the wealth declaration? I have said here I was not in an investigation journey. I was doing my role under the law to establish a prima facie case. And the last I know, in terms of public declaration, because this has also been asked, the Deputy President, during the presidential debate, as a candidate for election, did declare that it was worth 800 million shillings. I have listed companies, I have listed suspicious transactions that lead me to the conclusion that it is now worth 5.2 billion shillings. The law on unexplained assets, because this is important, the law on unexplained assets is such that you are asked, you own this, please tell us how you acquired it. Because as far as we know, your legitimate income cannot support this. That is what I have done. I have listed properties that I have laid evidence that they are either directly or indirectly owned by the Deputy President. It is upon him, and this law is established, it is upon him to tell us where he got money to buy those properties, because in as far as we know, his legitimate sources of income do not support that income. Senator Kinyua, thank you for the question. Treetop Hotel is owned by KWS and therefore is a public institution. The expectation at law is that it should be, if it was to be leased, that needed to follow the Public Procurement and Disposal Act. And therefore would have expected an advertisement, a competitive process, to leading to its acquisition and leasing to a private person. There is no evidence that that was done, and that's why I allege and I approved that the Deputy President used his office to influence the acquiring of Treetops Hotel, abuse of office. Whether we have had the opportunity to discuss with the children and the widows of the late Rigathi Gachagua, please allow me not to comment on that, because there are requests also, as I said yesterday, that we keep certain matters that come to our knowledge during this process in secrecy. Senator for Samburu, the necessity of including the companies, I have said. The children of the children of Rigathi Gachagua, they are in, I think one is in his early 30s, the other one is in his late 20s. Whether there is an age limit for somebody to obtain a loan of 700 million, no, there isn't an age limit, but the guess, yours and mine, how many children of that age in the Republic of Kenya would have security enough to secure a loan of 600 million? Because to secure a loan of 600 million, the bankers tell us that you have to place property probably that is 10 times more in value than that. When did they acquire that property? Number two, it is not our evidence, and this is important for me to clarify, that Abadea's Safari Lodges was acquired through a loan. It is an explanation that we have discounted. He said that they obtained a loan of 600 million, but the only document that was produced is an offer letter for the loan. There is no evidence to show that the loan was granted. There is no evidence to show any charge on that loan. And therefore, it is our contention that that explanation is not conclusive. That explanation cannot suffice. And therefore, it goes back to the Deputy President to tell us where he got the 535 million, where he got the 143 million to buy those properties, because the loan is not substantiated. Senator, in terms of Olive Gardens, we have been able to show Julian Jahenda, the one managing the hotel and the one working in the DP's office, is one and the same person. Jomo, we bought the hotel on a promise that the Deputy President, the truth of the matter is that
Conclude, Honorable Mutuse.
Jomo bought the hotel
2 minutes to
as a proxy for the Deputy President. What problem do we have with refurbishment at the office of the Deputy President? We do not have a problem with the tender, we have a problem with the priorities. Kenyans today, and the Deputy President is talking about it, are crying about services. Is it a priority to renovate the office, or is it a priority to give water to the people of Kibwezi? Vipingo Beach, I have explained whether you would bequeath your wealth to your children or to the children of your brother. Senator of Meru, the property, there is an admission from the response by the DP that he actually owns a property in Meru, so I do not need to belabor that point. He has already admitted he owns a property in Meru, but he says he got a loan from one of the local circles. He has not produced evidence for that loan. And therefore, to my contention, that issue is already proved. In terms of the NIS address in Mombasa and why we complain about it, imagine, and I do not want to imagine that, somebody was a member of Al-Shabaab, and the Deputy President, none other than the Deputy President, stood up and said our intelligence system has collapsed. Wouldn't that be the right time to strike? That is the risk that the country faced by that particular announcement. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Let us have the second witness. As the counsel for the DP responds or clarifies on the issues raised towards them, may we have the second witness available for purposes of clarifications. Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me begin with the tortured question of the estate of the late Rigathi Gachagua. It is, I think, a shame that will stick on Honorable Mutuse for the rest of his years on earth.
Counsel for the Deputy President.
Yes.
There are very few clarifications that were directed towards you.
Yes.
So I'll give you 5 minutes. You're not responding to the clarifications by Mutuse. You're responding to the clarification as sought.
Those are the ones I am. Honorable Speaker, there are quite a number of clarifications, especially on this estate issue, which please allow me 10 minutes.
All right, 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Senate. Now, I began my cross-examination of Honorable Mutuse yesterday with asking him how long he has practiced law and what law he has practiced. The problems you have as a Senate, as a quasi-judicial body, are born out of inexperience of legal practice. If you had practiced any succession law, I'm answering the question.
Order, Honorable Senators. I'm sorry, Senator Kavindu, just have a seat. I couldn't take that.
Yes.
What is the source of this?
I asked him yesterday. He answered the question.
Yes, Counsel for DP. What exactly did you say?
I just wanted to say that the National Assembly was provided with an affidavit by the executors of the will of the late Rigathi Gachagua. It is before you. It is volume number 4, stated, called the Further Affidavit of Rigathi Gachagua. It should be before you. In that affidavit, the two executors state in comprehensive detail everything concerning that particular estate. They are as follows. 1, the estate property was divided in accordance with the will. the probate matter commenced and went all the way to the end to conclusion. All issues were resolved within the court case and in a sense are now res judicata. That is issue number one. Issue number two, you will find in that affidavit between pages 11 and pages 19.
Who sought that clarification?
I was asked, the question was asked here, I think, by Senator Dulo asked.
For DP, do not respond to what Honorable Mutuse said.
Senator
Pick
Dulo.
a senator's issue and respond to it.
That's what I'm responding to.
Exactly. So whose clarification are you?
Senator Dulo asked, can you please address the question of disinheriting the widows, if Hunter could confirm that? I believe she did. That's what I'm answering, yes. And so the will, as I'm explaining, does not disinherit the children or the widows or anybody else. It is merely because in the motion brought before you, there were properties listed in the motion that were part of the estate. That is the only reason this estate has become the subject of proceedings before the Senate and the National Assembly. So when you look at the will, as I've said, between pages 11 and 12, at page 13, if you have the document before you, this is volume number 4, there is a long list of how this estate was divided. And I won't go through it, you'll be able to read it yourself. That's number one. Number two, you will see an affidavit by the executors, except the Deputy President who did not sign this affidavit. These are the two remaining executors who have signed it, explaining between pages 4 and page 9 everything that was done in accordance with the law and in accordance with the law of succession, and that no one's property was taken away.
Senator Dulo, you know our rules. Proceed, Counsel. Proceed.
Yes. Now, I've been asked some questions about the issue of the Moranga video and about the shareholder agreements and whether two wrongs make a right. Our position is the opposite. Our position was that the address by the President in Moranga was in fact in confirmation of the agreements. The President was merely saying that they are implementing the agreements they agreed upon, and it was incumbent upon his deputy to assist his president in confirming that they were implementing the agreements. That is the purpose of the video. That is the purpose of those agreements. It is not to say kufa makanga, kufa dereva. I think Senator Beth asked that question. It is to say okoeni makanga na muokoe dereva. That is what we're asking you to do this morning. Senator, I believe Eddie, Senator Eddie Owiti, my good friend, has asked about the interrelation between Articles 91 and Article 232 and how those interact with the agreements. If I would call your attention, honorable senators, to the contracts themselves again, I don't know whether you have them. The contracts are in volume 3, and I'm referring you to page 429. At page 429, this is what the agreement said, and I'm reading, this is the primary agreement that was signed between UDA and between Fort Kenya and ANC. This is what it said. Further terms, parameters, and details of the sharing of positions of responsibility in the national government pursuant to this article shall be contained in a separate schedule to this agreement, which schedule shall be negotiated and executed before the date of the general elections scheduled on 9th August. So there were subsequent agreements executed on how these shares were to be divided and to be implemented. That is issue number one. But issue number two, the parties gave themselves some room, and you'll see this at page 430. This is Article 22, Subarticle G. Notwithstanding the content of this article, the founding member parties hereby commit to make any adjustments that may be necessary to accommodate the development priorities of other parts of the country to ensure equitable distribution of Kenya's national resources and wealth for the benefit of every citizen and every part of Kenya. When the Deputy President takes a stand, we will be demonstrating to you with videos where both he and his boss, the President, went out of their way to say that the voting did not matter to how they were going to implement the development agenda. I think I was asked whether there are any contracts or agreements that were signed on behalf of Mount Kenya. I did not see any. We don't have any thus far. There were several parties from Mount Kenya, but they did not negotiate anything. Then an important question. The Deputy President did not say the government is a company. When you read the statements, he was making an example. It's like a company. It was a tool to explain a document. That's all he was doing. I'm pressed for time here. Yes, Senator Chariot asked a question about two wrongs making a right, and whether the current DP is conceding that because he did what the former DP did, that then he's guilty. Again, far from the truth. We are asserting, when you read the documents, the documents at page 412, this is the article where the president spoke, the former deputy president spoke in Moyale. This is what he said. The deputy president reiterated that he used to ask tough questions when attending the National Security Council meeting about schemes of murder. It is something that has troubled me a lot, and that is why we have put it to the Kenya Kwanza Manifesto that extrajudicial killing must come to an end. It is illegal and constitutional and offends every principle of the right of life. In law, there is no secrecy where crimes are committed or there is violation of the Constitution. The Deputy President was merely following the mentorship of the man who occupied the office before him, and was not releasing any secrets that did not concern illegalities or unconstitutionality. So that deals with the question of oath of secrecy. I think that was asked. And because of shortage of time, I'll allow my learned colleague, Mr. Elisha Ngoya, to come and answer a few questions. Thank you very much, honorable senators, for your time and your attention.
How many minutes, clerk?
Mr. Speaker, 3 minutes will be enough for me.
No, we need to know how much time you have. Okay. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ongoya for the Deputy President.
Proceed, Council.
Thank you.
Council.
To the question whether the Deputy President is aware that county governments are distinct, our answer is simple. Governments at national and county levels are distinct and interdependent. So the constitutional architecture is not to create pigeonholes, it's to create cooperative and interdependent governments. And just to bolster that argument, you will notice that the allegation against the Deputy President on Nairobi River relocation is not that he destabilized Nairobi County government, is that he refused to support implementation of a resolution of cabinet, a national government institution. Meaning even at that level, that was the understanding that this was an intergovernmental approach to clean up Nairobi River. On the question of Julian Jahenda, allow me to say this. The person who has brought Julian Jahenda in these proceedings is a deponent of an affidavit. Allow us to hold him to account on that affidavit when he comes to testify himself, because we have questions for him around this witness too. Then finally, on the question of Treetops Hotel, let this be very clear distinction. Treetops Hotel was not acquired by the company in question from KWS. Treetops Hotel was an assignment of lease. When the Kenya government gives you a lease, say 99 years, you can sell that lease. So it was an assignment of lease that was already assigned by KWS to a third party. So the construction that a company associated with the Deputy President, rightly or wrongly, got this property from KWS is actually wrong. There was a completely different private property that had a lease. Then that company holding that lease assigned that lease. Thank you so much. My 2 minutes are over.
The second witness. Order, honorable senators. Senator Olekina, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question to Mr. Mulwa. Mr. Mulwa, if you look at the response in volume 6 by the Deputy President, the Deputy President says as follows, 4.2, volume 6, which is in page 11, in response to the allegations that you called him, or he called you, to be able to push for the bid board. He said that this is clear in paragraph 4 of the witness affidavit of Andrew Mulwa. He contradicts himself by claiming that on the 11th July 2023, I pressured him to surrender the original bid board, yet by the letter dated 5th of May 2023, KEMSA had requested for collections of the original bid. Thus, there was no cause for pressure to be exerted on Mr. Mulwa or any other person. Now, in your affidavit on page 70, you put an excerpt of your WhatsApp or communication between yourself and Dr. Rigathi, where Dr. Rigathi, it's alleged, he said, Dr. Ikunu Rigathi here, kindly contact me. When possible, there is a document for HE we are trying to collect. In the same affidavit, you have annexed 3 letters. One letter dated June 30th, and I want you to keep in mind of the 30th of May. June 30th, which is a letter sent to you, from KEMSA to ESCC, requesting for the bid board. That is June 30th. That is a month after the date that the Deputy President alleges to have received information from KEMSA asking him to collect the bid bond. Secondly, you have a letter dated 11th July, where you communicate to the company called Shabika Impex Private Limited, asking them to collect the bid board. Yesterday, when you were being cross-examined, you said that you were afraid, you felt pressured when the Deputy President called you, allegedly, and asked you to surrender the bid board. Could you please give us a chronological of events? Because this letter is dated 11th that you sent to them. You allege that the Deputy President called you on 11th.
Honorable SC, Rule 23 of the Rules of Procedure. SC Okenyuri, he's gotten the question. He's gotten the question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also wish to ask Dr. Andrew Mulwa the following. Confirm if the Deputy President did call you. 2, kindly confirm if Shobika Implex Private Limited, whose agent in Kenya is Crystal Kenya Limited, had emerged as one of the winners of the 3.7 billion mosquito tender before the tender. And finally, what was the issue with the bid bond that you said yesterday you were trying to go pick from EACC? Thank you.
Senator Kavindu.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Speaker, my question is directed to to Mutuse and maybe his lawyers. Yes, I'm directing it to his lawyers. Please, kindly give me my time. I didn't talk, Olekina, when you were talking.
Senator Kavindu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me go ahead.
Address yourself to the chair. Thank you. Proceed.
One of my questions is about the speech which Honorable Mutuse said that the Deputy President addressed from Mombasa. My question is there any law preventing either the president or the deputy president from intervening if they see any failures with the national intelligence services? Is there any law preventing them from intervening or questioning the national intelligence service, or is there any law directing them where they should ask these questions from? Two, the lady, Honorable Justice Esther Maina, has she ever made any complaint after the case was done? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Bone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to Dr. Mulwa. Dr. Mulwa, I can attest that the number you have put here, through which His Excellency the President pressured you, it relates very well with me because in the days we used to talk with him, I used to use the same number. Your evidence is so critical that we would like you to walk us through that conversation between the Deputy President and yourself, during which time he was putting pressure on you. Mr. Speaker, sir, Tom Macharia, Counsel, you are a man of many years of experience, and you know the hierarchy of laws. The Constitution is at the apex, and all other laws are subservient. In your attempt to justify, or rather to protect, and secure the Deputy President from the accusation that he breached the Constitution, Article 27, which prohibits him from discrimination, you have chosen to justify it by using an act of parliament called the Political Parties Act that provides for the agreement. Tell me, are you telling me that by dint of that act, which is subservient to the Constitution, which the Deputy President violated, therefore the act sets him free? And finally, my younger brother, Ongoya, you have told us that for Mutuse to be able to prove that there was insubordination, he needed to bring something from the supervisor.
Senator Hamida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I remember I am the one who raised this motion, this statement on the mosquito net for investigation. So I am so much aware of this investigation that went on. But Dr. Mulwa, apart from the financial loss that KEMSA incurred, did the alleged interference of the relationship, the alleged interference affect the relationship between the Global Fund and KEMSA? Because I remember, of course, the tender was terminated, which was about 3.7 billion. Global Fund terminated the tender. So was there any a relationship lost between the two? Number two, did the PS Josephine Mburu and CEO Terry Ramadhan lose their jobs due to this tender process, during the tendering process of the mosquito net tender? Number three, did you feel intimidated and coerced to act given the office of the DP? Thank you.
Senator Wafula.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Daktari Mulwa, madai kwamba ulipata simu kutoka kwa naibu rais kufuatilia jambo linalohusu mwanawe. Wewe kama mtumishi wa umma, unapopata simu kutoka kwa kiongozi wako wa kitaifa akifuata yale yanayohusu mwanawe, unaona ni vema kutekeleza jinsi anavyotaka ama kufuata katiba ili kutetea yeyote aliyeomba nafasi ya kufanya kazi? Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Senator Munyihaji.
Pia mimi swali langu ni kwa Daktari Mulwa kwamba hii zabuni ulisema kuwa ilifutiliwa mbali. Je, wakati ilipofutiliwa mbali kuna hasara yoyote ilitokea kwa serikali ama kwa KEMSA kutokana na kufutiliwa mbali kwa zabuni hiyo? Pili ni kuwa wewe kama mkurugenzi wa KEMSA ulichukua hatua gani ulipopata simu ama ulipopata maelezo kutoka kwa naibu wa rais kwamba hiyo tenda ama hiyo zabuni ipewe mtu fulani? Asante.
Senator Muma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Dr. Mulwa, I have two related questions to you. One, is the return of billboards part of the procurement process? And if it is part of the procurement process, would you say that a call from the Deputy, His Excellency Deputy President, on this issue amounts to interfering with the procurement process? Thank you.
Senator Mariam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. My question is to Dr. Mulwa, that you said DP calls you. Is there, when he calls you, is there any interference with the procurement process? Thank you.
Witness, you may now proceed to make the clarifications as sought by the honorable senators. You have 10 minutes to do that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable senators. I will try to answer the questions that have been put forth on the matter of the procurement of the long-lasting mosquito nets by the various senators. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Senator for Narok asked me to give a chronology of what happened so that I may be able to bring out the issue of the pressure that I got from His Excellency the Deputy President and alluded to the letters that I have submitted in regard to the tenders. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, sir, on around the end of review decision to terminate the procurement of the 3.7 billion mosquito net tenders. Mr. Speaker, sir, this was after the procurement had been done earlier on in February by KEMSA, and it's a usual procedure during the procurement under the Global Fund, after the evaluation of the tenders, the evaluation report is shared with the Global Fund to authenticate if full procurement procedures and law have been followed. On review, the Global Fund realized that the tender, which the evaluation committee had recommended to be awarded to one Shobika Impex Limited, had an issue. And Mr. Speaker, I will refer to the bid bond, which I shared in the documents. in the motion, I think is page is page 76 out of 85. Mr. Speaker and honorable senators, if you look at the bid bond that I'm referring to, the bid bond down there has a stamp of the 21st of February 2023, having been received by one Monica at 9:37 a.m. Mr. Speaker, sir, this tender was running at the time this bid bond is being received. The tender was supposed to close on the 10th of March, but the earlier closure, this bid bond, did not come as part of the tender document. Usually, bid bonds are annexures to the tender document, and therefore, this bid bond came as an ordinary mail. Further, if you look on top of that page, it's written PD, which is Procurement Department, FYNF for your next necessary action, and I can confirm the signature for the CEO who was there before me on the 23rd of February while the tender was opening. In other words, Mr. Speaker, sir, this bid bond already had issues even before the tender closed and was opened. And therefore, the bid bond was submitted outside the tender document, which is already an irregularity in the procurement. Mr. Speaker, after the cancellation of these tenders, the Global Fund, this issue became brought an outcry, and as a result, a principal secretary, the CEO, and officials from the Ministry of Health and KEMSA were suspended as a result. The PS was actually dismissed. Mr. Speaker, sir, an investigation was instituted by the Public Procurement Regulatory Authority, the EACC, both houses of Parliament, both the National Assembly and the Senate, investigation onto the procurement anomalies. Mr. Speaker, one company wrote to us on around June 12th or thereabout, asking for return of the bid bond. This company was Shobika, and we were able to, we did not have the document because EACC and other investigating agencies had taken the original documents. And therefore, we wrote back and informed them of the state. And when July came, I think the investigations were happening, officers were recording statements, and that is when I got a call from the Deputy President asking me to surrender the bid bond to Dr. Rigathi Gachagua. On the same day, because I called EACC, I informed them that, and for the record, Honorable Speaker, I had never received a call from anyone above my cabinet secretary. This was the first time I received a call from a sitting deputy president and requesting for documents that were under investigations. Mr. Speaker, in my 15 years of public service, I had never been asked to do that. And therefore, I felt coerced, and I had to leave the business that I had for the day, go to EACC, follow up the bid bond so that I am able to retrieve it. I was actually able to write a letter to them and follow it up because I had written a letter earlier, and I followed up and sat there for 5 hours for them to discharge the bid bond. And on the same date, I wrote a letter and called for them to collect the bid bond. I think, Mr. Speaker, that explains the conversation and the pressure that I felt as an officer serving in public service. I have explained that the company that had been awarded this tender through the technical evaluation was Shobika Impex, whose local agent, sole agent, is Crystal Limited. Mr. Speaker, sir. I have walked the Senate through the conversation that I had with the question asked by Honorable Dr. Boni Alwale on what transpired and how I was able to get the bid bond. Yes, beyond the financial loss, Mr. Speaker, the nets that we were supposed to buy 14 million nets under KEMSA procurement. As a result of purchasing these nets through the Global Fund WAMBO system, we could only purchase 10.2 million nets. Global Fund could only supply 10.2 million nets. That means Kenyans lost 3 million or so nets as a result. Secondly, there was a delay. We were supposed to implement the distribution of nets to the public from September 2023. That was not possible as a result of the delays. We were only able to start distribution of the nets from January this year. In effect, there was a loss in terms of money, there was a loss in terms of number of nets, and 3, there was a loss in terms of citizens did not enjoy the protection that they would have gotten from the nets in the time that had been envisaged. Indeed, I can confirm, and I've already mentioned, that PS Josephine was dismissed, and acting CEO and other officers were also suspended. About following the law, when I got the call, Honorable Speaker and Senators, I was able to, consult the investigating authorities, and through correspondence, I was able to get the documents as per the law. And therefore, I did not in any way go out of the law as a result. Is the return of bid bond? Mr. Speaker, I'm told my time is up. Can I wind up?
The remaining queries.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, whether return of bid bond is part of procurement, indeed return of bid bond is not part of the procurement process per se, but after the procurement process, return of bid bond is a usual procedure because people had given commitments in banks, in insurances, and therefore returning bid bonds is a procedure. The extraordinary circumstance in this matter is, 1, the bid bond that had been submitted was not part of the tender document per se, and number 2, this was a matter that was under investigation. And therefore, for the Deputy President to push for the bid bond to be returned, it means that it was pushing for interference of an investigation that was already ongoing. I already gave account that I had to personally go to EACC to get the document. Mr. Speaker, I submit. Thank you.
There's some clarifications that are sought from Council Macharia.
Honorable Speaker and honorable members, Honorable Boni Khalwale asked a question from the law. Indeed, there's a hierarchy of laws. It's the Constitution, the laws, and subsidiary legislation. And I cannot purport to be teaching lawmakers how this is done.
5 minutes.
Yes, and so I say this with tremendous respect. The hierarchy of laws, the infrastructure of laws, is that there are provisions left in the Constitution as self-executing. The Constitution then delegates to Senate and the National Assembly the power to make laws to execute certain of its provisions. And to that extent, that statute carries constitutional authority because it is made pursuant to a constitutional provision. And that would be the case with the Political Parties Act. At Article 91 and Article 92, the Constitution prescribes what political parties and the regulation of political parties and coalitions must contain and must do. If a statute is unconstitutional, then the High Court, as it has done many times, then strikes down that statute as unconstitutional. The Political Parties Act, as currently framed, and the basis upon which these coalition agreements were drawn and registered, and a government formed on the basis of those agreements, have not been found to be unconstitutional. So we're not saying that any wrong was done. We're in fact saying everything was done in accordance with the Constitution and the law. That's number one. Number two, when His Excellency the Deputy President stands to make his response before you, amongst the things he'll be showing you in great detail with documentation and with videos is the lengths to which not only he, but his ultimate appointing authority, his boss, the President, and the entire government went to ensure that the development was spread across the country. And I think, as I demonstrated a few minutes ago here, the contracts themselves indicated that there would be need for flexibility to ensure that you are within the Constitution. That did not derogate from the requirement by the parties to implement and to obey and to ensure the contracts were implemented. So they were done constitutionally. And then finally, again, I think I keep emphasizing, they talked about government, they didn't talk about tribes, they didn't talk about regions, and they ensured that the constitutional requirements, as I think Senator Ediwiti had asked me, at Article 91 and 232 were complied with. Thank you very much.
Counsel for the National Assembly. There is a clarification sought by Senator Kavindu. If you may proceed to clarify, then we close and move to the third witness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The first question was whether there is any law preventing the Deputy President from intervening when they see any failures in the National Intelligence Service. The answer is that the oath of due execution of the office of the Deputy President, which is in the Constitution, it's part of our Constitution, prohibits the Deputy President from disclosing matters, especially those relating to national security, that are committed to a secrecy. And therefore, it was a violation of his oath of office. It was a violation of the Constitution to discuss matters of that nature at a time in the circumstances prevailing in a press conference broadcast to the whole world. There is a constitutional forum to raise those issues. And indeed, the Deputy President, I want to believe very many other officers, even ordinary citizens can write to that National Security Council if they have genuine grievances about its operations or its personnel or its capabilities and performance. Mr. Speaker, when that oath of office, which is part of our Constitution, says matters committed to the secrecy of the Deputy President are not to be divulged, it is an acknowledgement by our Constitution that there are certain matters which, by their very nature, they are not to be broadcast. The Swahili say, usimwage mtama penye kuku wengi. Some things require discretion, they require you be tempered, and they require you know the forum and the occasion to do it. And therefore, it is no answer. Even if we were to accept, for argument's sake, that all the grievances the Deputy President had are factually correct, it will still be no answer to that charge. The second question was whether Justice Maina has made any complaint after the case was done. We are not aware of any complaint lodged by the Honorable Lady Justice Maina. But that question, Mr. Speaker, also tells you why this is an impeachable offense. Those who know our constitutional theory say judges hold neither sword nor the purse. The reason our constitution protects judges and puts them in a special place is because, unlike politicians and the executive, they have no way and no forum of dealing with harassment from the political branches of government. But if we are wrong in that, Mr. Speaker, again, why I'm very happy with this question, you imagine, let's accept for argument's sake that indeed Justice Maina could have lodged a complaint, because it's possible she would have walked to a police station, met an OCS there, recorded a complaint and a statement. Dr. Mulo has just been here as a junior officer. The practicalities of an OCS, a police constable, summoning the Deputy President of the Republic to respond to a complaint, the whole specter of handcuffing, taking fingerprints, processing the Deputy President to take him to the magistrate's court to answer to a criminal offense, would subject that office to so much indignity. And because the design of our constitution is that people holding certain offices, in fact, the constitutional text is that they should behave in a manner that brings honor and dignity to the office. It is to save the country the drama, the spectacle of a junior police officer, a junior prosecutor, harassing, arresting, prosecuting a deputy. And because we don't want to subject our democracy to this kind of showbiz, that is why this Senate is vested with the power of impeachment, and that is why our Supreme Court has said several times, as I pointed out yesterday, the test is not whether he is criminally liable or civilly liable, which is the business of the judiciary. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Now, Counsel for the National Assembly, you may call your third witness.
Honorable Speaker, distinguished senators, my name is Moses Kipkogei. Our next witness is Abdi Mahmoud from the EACC. He's a former witness who was called pursuant to the summons issued by this House at the request of the National Assembly. I request the Sergeant at Arms to call him from room 4. Sorry.
Mr. Speaker, may I just raise a concern? It is true that this witness was called pursuant to a summons of the Senate, but normally a witness is called to produce a particular document or to produce a particular item. As we stand now, none of us knows what this witness is coming to produce, so we can't even pull it out from these massive documents. We want it to go on record that this is trial by ambush. We will know for the first time what this witness has come here to do when he begins speaking. I just want that to go on record, but before he starts, I want counsel to tell us what documents this witness wants to rely on, so that against all the unfairness we have witnessed, at least we can have some semblance of looking at it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Counsel for the National Assembly, what say you?
Mr. Speaker, the documents to be identified by the witness are contained in Volume 8A of our bundle.
Calling the witness, please. Just have the witness on this side.
Okay.
Where the others took the oath. Now, just to remind Counsel for the National Assembly, you have 20 minutes to conclude on your case, and the Counsel for the Deputy President, you still have your 45 minutes intact for purposes of cross-examination. Let's proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I intend to use 15 minutes to take the witness in chief and reserve 5 minutes for any re-exam.
So before the witness takes an oath, Counsel for the Deputy President, you do confirm now that you understand and you know the documents that the witness is going to produce as contained in volume 8A. And these are the documents, I believe, in respect to which I made a ruling yesterday, to have them admitted.
We do, Mheshimiwa Speaker.
Thank you so much, Senior Counsel.
Yeah, thank
you. Thank you. So this is, we cannot, and as a chair, I cannot allow trial by ambush. Proceed.
Thank you. I, Abdi Ahmed Mohamud, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before this Senate in respect of the matters before the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. Thank you.
So, Mr. Abdi, introduce yourself to the Senate, the place you work, your rank, and how many years you've worked in that institution.
Thank you. My name is Abdi Mohamud. I'm the Deputy Chief Executive Officer of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. I have worked at the Commission since 2005. I started off as a senior investigator. Right now, I'm the Deputy Chief Executive Officer. My main responsibilities are to assist the Chief Executive Officer of the Commission in the day-to-day running of the Commission, among others. Another key role and responsibility that I hold at the Commission is that I chair the Commission Management Committee on Investigation Evaluation. Basically, I have been an investigator since 2005 when I joined the Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mahmoud. You are before the Senate this morning following summonses which were issued to your institution. And in the summonses, the 3 areas were identified. Would you wish to appraise the Senate on those 3 areas which you are to guide the Senate on?
Okay. If I may refer to my documents, yes, you can. Thank you. So there are 3 areas that I was requested to comment on. The first one is an investigation that the Commission conducted on a procurement on the supply of long-lasting insecticide nets at the Kenya Medical Supplies Agency, KEMSA. The second issue that I was to comment on is the declaration of gifts and donations received by His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, the Deputy President, during his tenure of the office to date, pursuant to Section 14(5) of the Leadership and Integrity Act. The third issue that I was to comment on is the declaration of conflict of interest made to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission
by His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, to date.
So we'll go to the first question, or the first issue, which you are asked to address yourself to. And I wish to refer the witness, Honorable Speaker, to our bundle 8 of our documents. Can you identify the document at page 3 of that document?
Yes, I can identify. This is a letter that we did to the Clerk of the National Assembly on 23rd September 2024. It was responding to a letter that we received from the National Assembly requesting us to furnish the National Assembly with information on the investigation that we conducted on the long-lasting insecticide nets, and to indicate in our responses any outcome or status of the investigation that we did conduct.
So your letter in that volume relates to procurement of certain items at KEMSA. Am I correct?
You are correct.
You've appraised the Senate, the National Assembly in that letter. Would you appraise the Senate on its contents?
The content is the procurement of long-lasting insecticides by KEMSA. This was in the year 2023, and the Commission, in its functions, either it conducts investigation on its own motion or at the instigation of other parties. For this particular investigation, we did receive a letter from the CS, who was then in charge of the Ministry of Health, indicating that there were certain irregularities in a procurement of insecticide nets by the KEMSA, and the CS then wanted us to conduct investigation and find out whether certain procurement irregularities did take place. And from that, we actually did carry out investigation, and the outcome of the investigation so far is already reflected in the letter that we have provided.
And what was the outcome of the investigations, Mr. Mahmoud?
There were serious procurement challenges that affected that particular tender. The major one was change of specifications to suit a company called Shobika Impex Limited, which was having which had a local agent by the name Crystal Kenya Limited that had the sole responsibility, or rather the sole function, to provide certain mosquitoes that had certain chemicals. So basically what the investigation concluded is that there are two types of chemicals that were used on these particular nets. If I may read one of them, one is called Synergist piperolene phosphate, PBO, long-lasting insecticides nets, while the other one is pyrethroid, long-lasting insecticide nets. So this company had the sole distribution rights on this particular chemical called PPO. And in totality, from the investigation, we realized that the PS at that particular time did write to the CEO of KEMSA, instigating, or rather compelling the CEO of KEMSA to change the specifications so that it can fit the chemical that was to be provided by Shobika Impex Limited, whose local agent was Crystal Kenya Limited. Basically, that was the starting point. The other problem was that there was when the tender was to close on 23rd, the company, this is Shopika Impex Limited, at that particular time wanted to have a bid bond introduced into the documents, into the tender documents. Yet we all know that in procurement, the tender document, the bid bond is supposed to be part of the tender document. They're supposed to be delivered together. But in this circumstance, the bid bond was delivered by hand to the CEO's office on 23rd when the tender was supposed to close. So they had to find a way of extending the period of closure up to 10th of the next month of March, so that that particular bid bond, which had issues, can now be factored in, or rather regularized, and so that this company called Shobika could benefit out of that particular extension. Of course, there are many other issues. Like, we also realized that at the end of the, when the tender was discontinued, for example, there is a company called Tianjin Yorkol International Trading Company that was among the bidders that initially bidded for this particular tender. They were disqualified on a fact that they were not authorized by a manufacturer. This company had provided sufficient evidence and proof that they're actually manufacturers. So a company that is a manufacturer was disqualified on the ground that they did not provide authorization from a manufacturer, yet they are actually manufacturers. So those are some of the challenges that the tender had.
And at the end of it all, what became of this tender?
At the end of what happened is, after the technical committee of the KEMSA did recommend Shopika to be awarded the tender, because this tender was actually was being financed by Global Fund. So the agreement was, after the tender evaluation committee's report is done, that report is to be handed over to Global Fund, the financiers. So when that report was surrendered or handed over to the Global Fund realized...
You said the evaluation committee of KEMSA
yes,
made a recommendation that Shopika be
awarded. That was the finding. That was the
finding of KEMSA.
That was the recommendation by the technical committee.
What happened next?
What happened is Global Fund decided to terminate the tender and asked an internal firm, or rather an internal organization called Wombo.org, which is the procuring arm of Global Fund, to do the procurement. And eventually, one of the companies that were actually disqualified because they were not authorized by a manufacturer ended up winning that tender, together with another firm called A to Z Textile Mills Limited. So those were the eventual winners, but that was after the termination of the recommendation by the technical committee of KEMSA.
So, just to clarify to the Senate, a company which had been disqualified by KEMSA ended up being the supplier.
That is correct.
Following the process which was undertaken by Global Fund.
That is correct.
Okay. What became of the bid bond?
Well, when we were investigating this, when the investigation was ongoing, we collected all the bid bonds of the firms that actually bidded, so that not only the bid bonds, but all the documents that related to the tender, so that we could evaluate and record statements. Now, the one that had issues was this one for Shobika. But when the tender was terminated, ordinarily, there would be no need to hold onto tenders or onto documents submitted by the tenderers. and they're usually returned. But for this particular one, because it was a questioned document, the CEO of KEMSA wrote to the ESCC requesting for that document to be handed over. And eventually we did hand over the document to him after recommending disciplinary action against all the officers who were involved in the tendering process, starting with the CEO, the technical committee members, the head of procurement entity. For this particular document, we have a certified copy, which we collected in case there would be need to reopen the investigation, because there could have been other offenses that could come out of the investigation.
Did you hand over the bid bonds for the other companies which had participated in this?
They were returned to KEMSA.
They were returned to KEMSA. Let's go to the second issue, which was identified in your invite. And probably we should start with the third one, which relates to conflict of interest by state officers and public officers. You are a long-serving officer of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. I suppose you are familiar with conflict of interest in terms of the constitutional, statutory, and regulatory procedures. Would you appraise the Senate on that aspect?
Okay, thank you. So conflict of interest is actually addressed under Section 16 of the Leadership and Integrity Act. And it clearly states that a state officer or a public officer shall use the best efforts to avoid being in a situation where personal interests conflict or appear to conflict with the state officers or public officers' official duties. Now, when we talk of personal interest, we look at Section 6, which explains or rather indicates that personal interest includes interest of spouse, child, business associates, agents, or any other matter in which the state officer or public officer has a direct or indirect pecuniary interest. Basically, in practice, what happens is we also have the regulation, which is the subsidiary law of that particular act. If we look at the conflict of interest, that particular part 3 of the leadership and integrity regulations clearly specifies how conflict of interest are supposed to be dealt with by public officers.
And in summary, how are state officers to deal with questions of conflict?
All public institutions are actually required to maintain a conflict of interest registers, which can be inspected by individuals upon application. That is the starting point. If, for example, a public officer or a state officer feels that he is conflicted, he is supposed to declare the conflict in that particular register. And you know, the commission also has a role in that the commission is actually mandated to enforce and implement the Leadership and Integrity Act together with the regulations.
Thank you, Mr. Mahmood. And did you say, did I hear you correctly say, that conflict of interest extends to children, spouses, and business associates? Did I hear you correctly?
That is correct. That is subsection 6, section 16.
Let's go to the third issue in view of time, which is in relation to gifts.
Okay, gifts. If you look at section 14 of the Leadership and Integrity Act, together with section 5 of the regulations of the same act, it is clearly indicated that gifts received by a public officer is a donation to the state. That is what Regulation 5 indicates. If you go down there, you will also see that a state officer or public officer who receives a gift whose value exceeds 20,000 Kenya shillings shall within 48 hours of reporting to the office surrender it to the public entity in which the officer is employed. It also goes further in subsection 4 to indicate that a state officer or a public officer who receives a gift in terms of this regulation shall, irrespective of the monetary value of the gift, declare the gift received to public entity which the public officer represents. Finally,
all gifts are supposed to be declared, regardless of its monetary value.
Yeah, maybe, yes, that is correct. But what I maybe should have mentioned is that public officers and state officers are barred to receive any monetary gift. So here we are dealing with gifts that are not non-monetary. For monetary, they are barred, or rather we are barred from receiving any monetary gift. But yeah, so this.
And in the same manner, with respect to conflict of interest, we have a register of conflict of interest. Do we have a register of gifts?
Yes, we have a register of benefits in each and every public agency where officers who receive gifts are supposed to declare immediately, and we have indicated in 48 hours. And what I would also wish to mention is that
what is the role of the Commission in relation to gifts?
Okay. Yeah, now if you look at subsection 9 of the regulations, you will see that a public entity shall, at the close of every financial year, furnish the Commission with a report specifying and, all the gifts, any gift the entity intends to dispose of, all that. And then subsection 3, of course, talks about report. The report under paragraph 1 shall be submitted to the Commission within 30 days after the close of the financial year.
So just so that we can close on that, every financial year, the Commission is supposed to receive the registers of gifts from all state entities.
That is correct.
For your record.
Yeah.
Have you received the register of gifts from the Office of the Deputy President?
Not to my knowledge.
Not to your knowledge. That will be all, Mr. Speaker.
Counsel for the Deputy President, you may now proceed to cross-examine the witness.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Speaker, sir. I'll be very brief with you. You did receive the summons this morning, yes?
I received the summons yesterday afternoon.
And you had come and testify in respect to what aspect in the motion of impeachment?
There were 3 items which I listed.
Kindly grab your notice of impeachment, the motion.
The motion?
Yeah, the motion of impeachment at volume 1 of the National Assembly. And as you do so, kindly again repeat or state the thematic areas you are supposed to testify in respect to.
So let me start off by looking at the summons which I received yesterday. So the first one, the investigation of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission of tender. The number is given there.
Thank you. Now let's go to that particular tender. What is the grievance in the notice of motion with respect to that tender? What is the mover of the motion aggrieved with?
Which page?
With respect to the tender you're testifying.
Which page?
What is the mover of the motion aggrieved with in respect to this tender of KEMSA? It's a simple question. You don't need to refer.
But I need to refer to the document, isn't it? So that I can read the exact...
It's okay, you can be led by your counsel.
Yeah.
You know the motion better than the witness who's been brought to prison on a particular aspect. If you can just take him there so that we save on time.
Just tell me the page, I'll be able to...
You page 24?
Page 24.
Yes.
Page 24.
You reckon that the mover is aggrieved by indicating that the deputy president bullied him and exerted unnecessary pressure in respect to this tender, correct?
As per the document, yes.
That is the position, correct?
That is what is captured here, but that is not part of my evidence.
That is not part of your evidence. Yeah. Does your evidence relate to the notice of motion, to the notice of impeachment before this assembly?
It does, but
is there a complaint in the notice of impeachment that relates to conflict of interest that you know of?
And so what I would really request you, let us deal with my evidence.
Yes,
don't take me to the evidence.
We are dealing with it. Is there a complaint that relates to conflict of interest in the notice of motion? If yes, kindly point it out for the assembly to note.
No, I wouldn't know because I haven't gone through the whole motion.
You have not gone through the motion.
The whole motion I haven't.
Is there a complaint that relates to gifts and how gifts must be dealt with?
I want to.
Do you know or you do not know, Mr. Witness?
I do not know.
You do not know.
Yes.
Now, in respect to this tender, are you aware that this Senate sat and conducted an independent investigation in that respect?
I'm not even aware.
Are you aware?
I'm only aware of the investigation EACC conducted.
Yeah. So in respect to this motion that is before the assembly, what investigation did you conduct that relates to the gift in this assembly?
I was requested to talk about...
We are talking about the notice of impeachment before the assembly, Mr. Witness.
I'm referring to the summons that I was given by this House.
And your summons must relate to the proceedings, correct?
I'm not the originator of the summons. How would I know how it relates? I will confine myself to the summons. And there are 3 issues I was to address. One of them is gifts.
How many companies bidded in that particular process?
I think there were about 17.
There were about 17?
Yes.
Did all the bids pass?
Pass in terms of award?
Yes.
Finally, the award was given to 2 companies.
Yes. Which companies were they?
Let me get the names. Yeah, the 2 companies that eventually won after the Global Fund conducted their own tender.
Yes.
One is called Tianjin Yerkol International Trading Company
Limited. Mr. Witness. Yes.
The other one is A to Z.
Do you know what led to the cancellation of the tender?
I know.
Yes, what led to the cancellation of the tender?
It was direct favorism to Shobika.
It was direct favorism to Shobika.
And you know...
Please get hold of the volume 3 of the documents by the Deputy President.
Sorry?
You get hold of volume 3.
Council, you may assist me.
Volume 3 of our bundle of documents. And as soon as you get it, you go to page 221. Volume 3, page 221, Mr. Witness.
Just a minute.
And as soon as you grab it, you go to paragraph 100.
Which page?
Page 221.
221.
Paragraph 100. Volume 3.
221, just 1 minute.
Let me assist you with my bundle because we want to save time. Page 221.
Which
Look
paragraph?
At paragraph 100.
Paragraph 100. Yes, I'm there.
Yes, paragraph 100.
I'm there.
Yes, can you read what the report indicates?
In its report, dated 25th April 2023, Global Fund noted that KEMSA had failed to apply the evaluation criteria consistently to all bidders and that none of the bidders met the minimum requirements.
So what is indicated that none of the bidders met the minimum? Requirement, yes. Let's go to page 221, 222.
Now, 222.
At paragraph 106.
222.
And again, read it loudly.
Notwithstanding KEMSA's reservations, in a letter dated 4th May 2023, the Acting Director of Procurement recommended termination of the process. The CEO approved, and on 5th May 2023, the termination was communicated.
What was terminated?
The process.
The process of bidding, correct?
Yes.
Why was it terminated?
Now,
paragraph 100, Mr. Witness,
no,
paragraph
Counsel,
100.
Counsel, look.
You know, I am cross-examining you.
I will only deal with my evidence. I will not deal with the evidence of other institutions. The Senate is an independent institution. The ESCC
that we know
conducted its own investigation. Please ask me questions related to the investigation.
Now, after making your statement, please read the reason why the termination was actuated at paragraph 100.
If you want me just to read for the sake of it, but I'm not owning this evidence. I'm only owning the evidence by ESCC.
I didn't ask you to own it.
Yeah.
Witness, the counsel is asking you to read a certain paragraph.
Okay.
Just read it.
Guided.
Yes?
Which paragraph?
I have asked you to read paragraph 106, correct?
Yes.
About the terminations, correct?
Yes.
And I've asked you to state for the Assembly the reasons why the terminations is being recommended, correct?
Yes.
And I've told you that that answer, you'll find it at page 221, paragraph 100, correct?
Correct.
And that the bidding was terminated because the bids failed to meet the minimal requirements, correct?
Correct.
And therefore, the cancellation was not as the result of your alleged favorism, correct?
That is not my evidence. My evidence is
yes, I know.
There was clear favorism.
Clear favorism.
Yeah.
Look at paragraph 226. Sorry, page 226.
226. I'm there.
Yes. Look at paragraph 136.
I'm there.
Yeah. Read paragraph 136.
In late April 2023, he learned from the Global Fund.
Where is this learning from Global Funds?
Oh, you just took me there straight.
Yeah, look at paragraph 225 so that you can get to know who is learning.
235 or 225?
Yeah, 225.
225.
That is the evidence by one Dr. Andrew Mulwa, acting CEO KEMSA, correct?
Now, 225, 125, if you...
225. Up here.
Which paragraph?
Up here.
Yeah, submissions by Dr. Andrew Mulwa, acting CEO.
So what is he saying now at paragraph 136?
136, in April 2023, he learned from Global Fund pre-award review report that the long-lasting insecticide nets tender was to be cancelled on account of inconsistencies in the bid evaluation.
Yes?
Yes.
So why was it cancelled?
The issue would be who caused the bid.
No, it's not who caused. We are looking at the report. What does it indicate at that paragraph, the issues of the cancellation?
Paragraph 136?
Yes.
On account of inconsistencies.
It speaks to the fact that the bid or the tender was cancelled, correct?
It does, yes.
And it speaks to the reason that it was cancelled on the basis or on the reason of inconsistency, correct?
Correct.
And therefore, your testimony that was as a result of favorism does not sit well with the evidence contained at paragraph 136 of the bundle, correct?
This, my evidence...
No, I just want you to limit yourself to that paragraph vis-a-vis what you stated. That the reason for the cancellation was the inconsistency, Mr. Witness, yes?
Inconsistencies, yes, but...
Thank you. Let's go on.
How is the inconsistency?
Let us go to that one. You shall explain in another forum, not here.
Yeah. Continue.
Let's go to paragraph 230, to page 230.
Page 230?
Yes.
Which paragraph?
230.
Which paragraph?
Paragraph G.
G, yes.
Yes?
Yeah.
Can you read it out?
At the evaluation stage, the audit team established that only 2 bidders passed the preliminary evaluation and proceeded to the technical evaluation, that is bidder number 3, Tianjin and Coal International.
Which two companies passed?
As per this one, Tianjin Coal.
Yes.
International.
Yes.
Bidder number 7.
Yes.
Premier Movers Limited, contrary to evaluation committee.
Is Shobika part of those bidders?
No, it's not.
It's not.
Yeah.
Look at look at page 231 again, paragraph J.
231.
Page 231, paragraph J.
Paragraph J, yes.
Yes, read J.
The termination of the tender complied with Section 62 of the Act and Global Fund guidelines.
So the termination was lawful, correct? And it complied with the Procurement Act, correct or not correct, Mr. Witness?
Correct.
Correct. Let us look at page 246.
246.
Yes, page 246, paragraph 213.
246.
Paragraph 213.
213, yes.
Yes, what is the report indicating?
Following the cancellation of the tender at KEMSA, TNT placed an order of 10.2 million nets on wombo.org website, and procurement was subsequently done in line with the technical specifications provided by the Ministry of Health.
So the nets were eventually procured, correct or not correct?
They were eventually procured.
And it took the interventions of global funds to procure them, correct?
Correct.
And that you'll look at paragraph 215, yes?
Yes, I'm there.
Read it out.
Further, prior to the cancellation of the tender, differences arose between Global Fund team and the immediate former PS, State Department of Public Health, and professional standards with regard to the operations and ongoing at the DNPM Ministry of Health. It was noted that these differences...
It was noted that these differences may have played a role in the final decision by global funds to terminate the tender processes, correct?
Correct.
Did that have anything to do with the Deputy President? According to the statement you've just read? It has nothing to do with the Deputy President. Let us now finally answer your issues at page 271. 271.
Page.
Yes, and read loudly paragraph 24 and 25.
271. Paragraph
24 and 25.
The committee, that is 24, the committee observed that following the termination of the tender, while there was no apparent loss of public funds.
Just read it loudly.
The committee observed that following the termination of the tender, while there was no apparent loss of public funds,
there was no apparent loss of?
Lost USD 455,589.4, approximately 70 million in procurement fees.
The report from the Senate indicates there was no loss of public funds, correct?
Let me read this paragraph again so that we are
together. Proceed.
The committee observed that following the termination of the tender, while there was no apparent loss of public funds,
just put a full stop there. Pause. What has the committee observed?
You don't want me to finish the sentence?
Yes, I'll lead you to that other part.
Okay.
What has the committee observed?
No public funds lost.
No public funds lost. In your investigations, separate investigations that you conducted, did you arrive at the same conclusion? Did you or did you not?
There was no public funds lost.
There was no public funds lost.
Terminated.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So let us look at paragraph 25.
25, yes.
Yes, read it out.
The committee observed that the cancellation of the tender appeared to have been influenced by Global Fund's apparent effort to exert significant control over the procurement process from the beginning to the end.
Thank you. What occasioned the cancellation?
The cancellation of the tender appeared to have been influenced by the Global Fund's apparent effort to exert significant control over the procurement process.
Is there any evidence indicating that the Deputy President was involved in that process?
No.
Was his companies involved?
No.
Was his family involved?
No.
Any evidence that you have before this assembly to that respect?
The evidence I have.
No. Any evidence that any of them were involved?
On this report? Or my evidence?
This report.
On this report, no, but my evidence, yes.
Let us go to the next paragraph, yeah? This concluded that Global Funds teams based in Geneva, Switzerland, making multiple trips to Nairobi, Kenya, at least 3 times during the relevant period, raising concerns about the autonomy and the ability of the local government. Just read it out.
That is paragraph 25?
Yes, the same paragraph.
Okay. The committee observed that cancellation of the tender appeared to have been influenced by Global Fund's apparent effort to exert significant control over the procurement process from the beginning to the end. This included Global Fund team based in Geneva, Switzerland, making multiple trips to Nairobi, Kenya, at least 3 times during the relevant period, raising concerns about the autonomy and the ability of the local government agencies.
The autonomy of the organization, correct? Let us look at paragraph 222 again. Sorry, page 222. Page 222, Mr. Witness.
222.
And while you get there, you look at paragraph 105, 107. Page 222.
Paragraph?
107. Would you kindly read it out?
107. It is further her testimony that, I don't know whose testimony this is.
Yeah, that is a testimony of the submissions of Terry Ramathani, immediate CEO.
Okay.
Yes, you find that at page 219. Yeah, but now I'm interested in paragraph 105, 107.
It was further her testimony that the authority had struggled to maintain its autonomy.
The authority has struggled to maintain its autonomy, yes.
Owing to the undue influence.
Owing to undue interference.
Interference by the Cabinet Secretary.
From the Cabinet Secretary for Health, yes, post. Who was the Cabinet Secretary for Health at the time in issue?
Oh, we can check that one.
Yeah, who was? This regime has only had two Cabinet Secretaries.
Let me just confirm from my records here. Because she did a letter to us, so.
Council Jiro.
The name is
just hold on, witness.
This is Wafula.
Hold on, Mr. Abdi.
Yeah, sir.
Council Jiro.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
I thought when you're cross-examining a witness, you cross-examine on the evidence they've given. You totally abandoned his evidence.
Those are not the rule of cross-examination, Mr. Speaker, sir. I respectfully beg to differ.
The reason why the witness has difficulties.
He doesn't have difficulties in the Speaker.
No, he has.
No, I am asking him to read. Okay, I will be guided.
Proceed, if that's your line of argument, proceed.
Thank you for giving me the latitude. Who was the Cabinet Secretary at the time the bid was being cancelled?
She's Nakumicha.
Wafula. Has the Senate found that what occasioned all these cancellations of these tenders was the loss of the autonomy of KEMSA?
I would want to confine myself to my evidence.
I know. At this time,
I wouldn't want to talk about the evidence.
Okay, then read that paragraph. Just read for me.
Which paragraph?
Paragraph 107. And I want to finish up with you.
Okay. Paragraph 107. It was further her testimony that the authority had struggled to maintain its autonomy owing to the undue interference from the Cabinet Secretary for Health. For instance, she stated that on 22nd March 2023, she received a note from the CS asking her to assist a certain Mr. Ken Ogola.
She received a note from the CS asking the CEO to assist one Ken Ogola, correct?
As per this statement, yes.
Have you seen any company associated with the Deputy President being accused of these interferences?
No.
Let's go to your bundle as I finish up, volume 8A. Any evidence from volume 8A that you've brought that links the Deputy President's company to the cancellation of the tender?
Yes.
Look at your paragraph, look at your letter dated 23rd September. Your letter dated 23rd September, and look at the recommendations.
Yes.
What are you recommending?
We are recommending for admin action against the KEMSA officials and the Ministry of Health officials. There is a pending issue.
It's okay. I want you to limit yourself to what I am asking in that respect.
Yes.
You are recommending administrative action to KEMSA officials.
Yes.
Correct?
Correct. But the file is
in that particular paragraph, any recommendation for the prosecution of the company in issue? In that particular paragraph?
The file is still open.
It's okay.
As per these recommendations,
you brought the documents here. We are dealing with what you have brought, not what you have in the office.
Yes.
Any recommendation in respect of that company?
No.
Thank you. A letter dated 21st August, correct?
Of my bundles?
Of your bundles.
By who?
The EACC bundles, the one that you're just looking at. Okay. Don't leave volume 8A. You can see the letter dated 21st August, correct?
Just a minute, I get the letter. 21st August, yes.
Can you see the recommendation at page 7?
Yes.
What are you recommending?
We are recommending for the investigation established that the Chief Executive Officer at KEMSA, Terry Ramadhani, failed to ensure compliance with the procurement processes and the law, contrary to Section 44 of the PPDA Act.
That Ramadhani was in breach of the law, correct?
Correct.
A person who is in breach of the law, what happens to him or her?
There are many ways of dealing with that. We can charge.
The law sanctions that act, correct?
Exactly.
Do you know what sanction was given to Terry?
I wouldn't know, but
Do you know that she's now currently the ambassador to New Delhi?
That was not our expectation. We
I know.
Administrative action taken against the lady.
So, did any person, either the chief executive officer, report to you that he has received any intimidation, harassment, bullying from the office of the deputy president?
No.
Yeah?
No.
Did you receive any complaint?
Not to EACC.
Did you receive any complaint?
No.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Witness, finally, where do you place your evidence in these proceedings?
In these proceedings, I place my evidence on the conflict of interest bit.
Conflict of interest.
Which I said, personal interest.
It's okay that you said, and I understand the law.
Allow me to finish, please.
So show me in the notice of motion, I put it to you, that in the notice of motion, there is no charge as against the deputy president for conflict of interest. Does that surprise you, that there is no such a charge?
It doesn't.
Thank you. No further questions.
Counsel for the National Assembly, you may re-examine the witness.
Now, Mr. Witness, only one more question. Between your statement that you have made and the Senate's report, which one do you want us to rely on? Which one? There are only two options. It's either your report or the report by the Senate. Don't give me an explanation.
I can stand by my report.
So we disregard the report by the Senate, correct?
I didn't tell you that. I didn't say that.
We disregard the report by the Senate. Is that the contempt that you have for this House?
I can only stand by my evidence, which I can prove in any forum.
Has that report by the Senate indicated any investigations on the ground of favorism, conflict of interest, and gifts?
No, I haven't gone through the report, so I wouldn't want to comment.
Thank you.
Are you done?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir, but you're addressing me.
Are you done?
Yes, I am done.
Take your seat.
I'm most obliged.
Mr. Speaker, I believe I had around 4 minutes, 5 minutes.
Go to counsel. Now, I'm afraid, counsel, your time is up. However, you have 2 hours to cross-examine the deputy president. That's where you can borrow from.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to borrow 10 minutes in respect of this witness.
Laura, proceed.
Mr. Mahmoud, do you still have the bundle of volume 3?
Yes.
Do you still have volume 3 from the, it's a bigger volume than that?
Yeah.
It's a bigger volume.
Oh.
Let me take you to page 236 of that report. Of that bundle, sorry.
$236.
236.
Yes, I'm there.
You're there?
Yes.
Go to paragraph 188 and inform the Senate.
I'm there.
What the Senate stated in that report, in that paragraph?
So 188, at the financial evaluation, the evaluation committee, the following bidders, the evaluation committee, I think there's a word missing, the following bidders for award. Item 001, that is mosquito nets treated, rectangular polythene. Number 1 is Shobika Impex Private Limited.
So bidder number 2, Shobika Impex Private Limited, was recommended for award at a price of USD 9 million.
Correct.
So there was indeed a recommendation by the evaluation committee for an award to Shobika Impex.
Correct.
And it is contained in the report of the Senate.
Correct.
Confirm also that what you've been taken through by my learned friend are the various testimonies of the witnesses who appeared before the Senate. And those testimonies ran from page 202 all the way to page 265. Is that correct?
202, yes. That's correct.
So what counsel has done is to give you the various contestations by the witnesses who came before the Senate. Is that correct?
Correct.
What is important is the recommendations and the observations of the Senate, which is contained in pages 266 to 274.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
And allow me to just highlight 3 of the observations which were taken out by the Senate. Look at page 267. Page 267, under the rubric.
Yes. Which
in
paragraph?
regards to the tender specifications.
Which paragraph?
Page 267, title B.
Title B, in regard to the tender specifications.
The Senate picked out the tender specifications as an issue, which emerged, correct?
Correct.
Go to page 268.
I'm there.
They also picked out the issue of extension of the tender.
Yes.
And in particular, read to the Senate, paragraph 16(1). Paragraph 16(1).
The sequence of events leading to the extension appeared solicited and mischievous
as evidenced by
the following.
The Senate is saying that the extension appeared solicited and mischievous, and they then go ahead to give reasons.
Yes.
6 reasons, actually.
Sure.
Hyphenated. And then they also pick out under D the manner in which KEMSA evaluated the tender. Is that correct?
Correct.
So this report of the Senate rhymes with your observations in all material respects. Is that not so?
Correct.
At paragraph E, the Senate then discusses the process which led to cancellation. It's titled cancellation of the tender. Is that correct?
Correct.
And they say that though there was no loss of funds, KEMSA lost 70 million shillings.
Yes.
In procurement fees.
Yeah, paragraph 24. Yes.
So in no material respect, this report rhymes with the report of the EACC.
That is correct.
And there is no reason for you to disown it. You've also been told that conflict of interest is not an issue which has been raised by the mover of the motion.
Correct.
To the best of your knowledge, does the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Act, Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act, have a clause on conflict of interest and makes it an offense?
Yeah, it does. The Leadership and Integrity Act also does. Yeah.
I will identify to the Senate during my submissions the relevant section which is contained in the motion. Thank you, Mr. Mahmood. And we wish to close with this witness, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. We will now move to allow honorable senators to ask questions or seek clarifications. Starting with the senator for Nairobi City County. Senator Eddy.
Mr. Speaker, I've got two quick clarification questions, one from the witness and then one from the counsel who cross-examined the witness. Mr. Abdi, you have indicated to this Senate that eventually of all the 17 companies that did bid for this tender, all of them eventually got all their bid bonds and documents back. However, the witness that appeared before us, called Mr. Mulwa, indicated that on the 11th of July 2023, he received a phone call from the Deputy President to be able to come and collect the bid bond for Shobika, specifically from EACC. I want to know, when did the other 16 companies get their bid bonds from EACC? Did they get it at the same date that the former witness indicated that he waited for 5 hours from EACC, or did they get them from EACC at a variable date? Then lastly, Mr. Speaker, the counsel for the Deputy President has heavily relied on the Senate report. And if you look at page 218 all the way to page 230, it is submissions to Senate by different individuals. Counsel, do submissions itemized by individuals who appeared before Senate in your best understanding amount to Senate's finding and resolutions in your best understanding? And what do you make of page 275 of Senate recommendations and not findings? Because you did indicate to this House that those were Senate findings. Are they findings or are they submissions of individuals to the Senate of Kenya? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mungatana.
Asante sana Bwana Spika. Swali langu kwa mshahidi. Umeelezea bunge la Senate ya kwamba wafanyikazi wa serikali hawakubaliwi kuchukua pesa kama zawadi. Lakini wafanyikazi wa serikali wanakubaliwa kuchukua zawadi aina ingine. Na tena ukasema katika EACC kuna orodha ambayo mnaorodhesha kila kitu ambacho kinachukuliwa na mfanyikazi yoyote wa serikali. Tunajua kwamba makamu wa rais amekuwa mbele ya Kenya nzima akasema amepata ng'ombe kutoka kwa marafiki zake wa bonde la Ufa kama zawadi. Mimi nataka kukuuliza na uelezee hii bunge yetu ya Senate. Je, uko na orodha ya yote ya hizo ng'ombe za maziwa ambazo zilipatikana, ambazo anasema aliziorodhesha? Hiyo ndio swali yangu kwako. Asante.
Senator Chesang Alan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have two questions that I would like to ask the Counsel of His Excellency, the Deputy President, to tell the House why was it the Deputy President calling the CEO of KEMSA asking for a release of the bid bond and not the CEO of Crystal Company, yet he's not an employee or a director of the said company. Number two, Mr. Speaker, number two, I equally want to ask the Council of the Deputy President to enlighten me and prove to this House that on how the call by the Deputy President to the CEO of KEMSA pertaining a bid bond that was in process of a contract, not a conflict of interest. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to ask the Council if the Deputy President knows that he's not a regional leader, but a national leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Fatuma Dulo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the DP's counsel. Now, I saw you trying to cross-examine the witness before us on a report of the Senate, which I believe he has not interacted with. And again, the motion that was before the House and also the National Assembly. What are you trying to drive out of that? I thank you.
Senator Joyce Korir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. My question is, I wanted to know what informed the extension of time, the change of dates from the extension of time from during the procurement process. Thank you.
Senator Karungo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My question to Mr. Abdi. You receive a letter from the Health Ministry on 11th May 2023. Then in your wisdom, you replied 16 months later, when the CS has even left the office. My question, and that is 5 months after the Senate looks into the issue and comes with a report. Are you part of the conspiracy? Don't answer me, answer your children.
Senator Sigei.
Honorable Speaker, the question I intended to ask has already been asked by my colleague, Senator Mogatana, so I do not need to waste the time.
Senator Kibwana. And honorable senators, you know, when you're given an opportunity to seek clarification or ask a question, it is not a moment to get a TikTok clip. Please, this is a very serious matter. Proceed. Let us not embarrass this House. Proceed, Senator Hamida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to Mr. Abdi, I just wanted a clarification whether EACC, when EACC conducts their investigation, are they guided by other investigations? Because through the cross-examination, I think it was vis-a-vis the parliament investigation. So I think these are two different investigations. So I wanted that clarification, whether you are guided by Parliament, because the Parliament are not experts. That's why we always bring in or loop in EACC to assist us with the investigation. Number two, would you call it a bribe if a gift is not declared, or gifts in a public office? Would you call it a bribe? Just the last one to the council. How do you cross-examine what someone came and said, but not exactly specific findings of the Senate? Because I found it a bit contradicting. Because the resolutions of the Senate is based on committees' observation and recommendations, but not investigations. Thank you.
Senator Kathuri.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, mine is not to the council or to the witness, but to the remarks which has been given out here by Senator Karungo Dhangwa. Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether you heard what he said, and I do not associate myself as a senator, honorable senator, with those remarks to a witness appearing before the Senate, that please don't answer me, answer your children. Mr. Speaker, that should be expunged from the records of the Senate and from the answer, Honorable Speaker.
Order, Honorable Senators. Senator Karungo, that is unparliamentary and totally out of order. Proceed to retract that statement, failure to which the chair will rule.
Mr. Speaker, as I withdraw, this session is viewed by everybody. At home, our children too. Mr. Speaker.
Senator Karungo, I never give you an opportunity to make a speech. Retract or you allow me to make a ruling.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I retract.
Take your seat.
I withdraw, and please answer me.
Take your seat, Senator Karungo, please. Senator Keroche Tabitha.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity. And as a mother, I think I've also felt I'm hurt with Senator Karungo. But because it has been ruled, thank you. We should never, ever. I know we had a meeting, closed our meeting before we started this. And we all agreed we are going to behave. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Proceed to seek clarification.
Mine is to the Abdi. My question is to the Abdi on whatever you are trying to do on the procurement irregularities. But my question is, are you doing to the others, because there are a lot of complaints on the procurement departments in all the ministries. So I hope this continues to everywhere. Thank you.
Senator Richard Onyonka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to ask Mr. Abdi this question. In your observation, maybe in just a paragraph, what do you interpret happened about this tender from its inception, in terms of the procurement, in terms of the management of the exercise and the conclusion, as an officer whose responsibility is actually to investigate if there was any breakage of the law, and if necessary, make recommendations to the DPP. What conclusion did you reach when you were analyzing this matter? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Karen Nyamu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dr. Mulwa, before this House, implicated the Deputy President in a scandal of the 3.7 billion KEMSA deal. In your own investigation, can you corroborate what Dr. Mulwa has claimed before this House? Thank you.
Senator Tom Ojenda.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, my question is different. I want to ask the previous the advocate who spoke or presented the Kenya Kwanza agreement, my learned friend, to clarify a few issues. Mr. Yes, Council, can you clarify from the agreement, the Kenya Kwanza agreement, whether there are any shares for the following counties? Please note this. This is important. Kisumu County, Siaya County, Migori County, Homa Bay County, Kitui County, Mombasa County, Vihiga County, Mandera County, Marsabit County, Trans Nzoia, West Pokot, Lamu, and Nairobi County. I just want to know whether, and this is important because the legal crinkum crankum, the twists and turns in this is that you will then interpret, Council, whether the agreement violates Article 210(2)(b) of the Constitution, inclusivity, diversity, discrimination, and the obligation of the President under Article 131. Lastly, Council, please just tell us whether, in your view, the relationship between the Deputy President and the President, because you played the two clips under Kenya Kwanza, has broken down irretrievably. That will help us. Thank you.
Senator Essie Okenyure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would wish to seek more information from Mr. Abdi on was it in order for the bid bond document to be released while there was an ongoing investigation? And secondly, did EACC clear Madam Terry Ramadhan as the ambassador? Thank you.
Senator Enoch Wambua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a few things to clarify from EACC. One, did you find it necessary to record a statement from Crystal and Shobika in that probe? Because they had been mentioned. Were they entities of interest in the investigation? Secondly, has Shobika ever done any business with KEMSA or with Global Fund before the case on record? In your own investigations, did you find that? In your letter, I see you have recommended administrative action against the CEO, the acting director of procurement, and 2 procurement officers. I see no recommendation of any action, not necessarily by KEMSA, against Crystal or against Shobika. And I think that's in line with your own recommendation that in this case on record, there was no public funds lost, and eventually the bid was returned. So in your own investigation, what is at issue here? I thank you.
Senator Mofaya.
I don't know whether this, Honorable Speaker, I want to know from the witness from the EACC. I've listened to his evidence, and I would want to know, on behalf of the whole House, whether the contract for mosquito nets, which was drawn out of interference, because I have captured those confessions from him. So my question is, Honorable Speaker, can he connect the company associated with the DP, with the withdrawal of that contract? Number 2, Honorable Speaker, I have also listened to Mr. Morwa, Dr. Morwa. One would want to know, is it normal for ordinary CEO to come and camp in your office for 5 hours
Senator Muma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My question to the witness is that we've been told by Dr. Mulwa that the people of Kenya lost money, they lost time, they lost the number of nets they were going to get, and services to people. Now, does EACC end at just saying you recommend administrative action? Now, who takes responsibility for the loss of all of that the people of Kenya did? And what responsibility is taken in respect of tinkering with the procurement in order to give it to the wrong person for it to be found not to have been correct? Honorable Speaker, one more question to Council. Now that Professor Ojenda has asked, I want to take opportunity to ask Council Macharia, you referred to the Political Parties Act, Schedule 3, as the instrument with which you allege that the shareholding, in your view, that was being spoken about is contained in the coalition government of Kenya Kwanza. Can you give us the exact provisions of Schedule 3 of the Political Parties Act that says that shareholding can be done on development projects in Kenya?
Senator Mugo. Senator Mugo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for the Excellency Deputy President's Counsel as to whether the Deputy President, in his own conscience, realized that this shareholding narrative is really going negative, and what did he do about it? Or he just went all the way up to where things are now without he himself realizing that it is going the wrong way?
Senator Jonyut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very briefly, just want to ask the witness, Mr. Abdi. He has stated that as per their investigation, EACC, that the closing date was moved for this tender, particular tender, was moved from the 23rd of February 2023 to 10th of March in order for the process to favor Shobika, whose local agent was Christo. Can you clarify, Mr. Abdi, whether this extension of the tender period was due to the late delivery of bid bond, because you said that the tender was also attached to a bid bond that was late? Was the reason the late delivery of the bid bond, or the specifications of the long-lasting net from synergist peronil, something like that, but side to pyrethrin? Exactly what was the reason? Was it late delivery of bid bond or the specification? Number two, Mr. Abdi, you have indicated that the authority did not prefer any charges against the officers of KEMSA and the PS herself. Is that the right thing that EACC was supposed to do, or it should have preferred charges against these errant, in quotes, officers? And finally, why were the companies that were eventually given the tender or awarded the tender by Global FAD, why had they initially been disqualified by KEMSA? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Lelegwe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I would like to seek clarifications from the Advocate of the National Assembly in reference to Ground 11, which pertains to gross misconduct bullying. You have alleged that this that His Excellency, the Deputy President, exerted undue pressure on officials of Kenya Medical Supplies Agency in order to secure a tender for supply of mosquito nets to Crystal Limited, a company purportedly associated with him. Now, upon reviewing the documentation provided, I have noted that 17 companies submitted bids for this tender, yet it was ultimately not awarded to any of them. Given these findings, may I inquire from you whether it will be correct to assert that this particular ground lacks sufficient substantiation, considering that no award was made in respect to the tender in question? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Chimera.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 3 quick issues to the witness. I wish to refer the witness to page 17 of his own document. And I know he is a very serious investigator, Speaker, but the document on page 17, dated 16th July 2014, as tabled here, is so naked and so casual, and it's purportedly coming from the Pest Control and Products Board. There is no letterhead as to confirm the authenticity of this document, Mr. Speaker. I don't know how the witness intends to allow the Senate to authenticate this document. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, is on his allegation on the conflict of interest on the part of the DP insofar as this tender is concerned. Is it your contention that the mere fact Crystal Kenya Limited is the local agent of one of the bidders in this tender, then that will suffice to be conflict of interest enough on the part of the DP, because the owner of that company assigns to the DP? And lastly, Mr. Speaker, the witness has been cross-examined by my learned colleague, counsel for the DP, largely on contents of the Senate Standing Committee on Health report, as opposed to his own documents. Do you want it to go on record that you want to rely on that report as your evidence in chief, or should the Senate rely on your documents as tabled under volume 8A of your own documents? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Shakil Abdallah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to Mr. Abdi. How many more charges against the deputy before the EACC apart from the KEMSA? Thank you.
Senator Aaron Cheriot.
Mr. Speaker, just a quick question to Abdi of EACC. This issue of the bid bond, Mr. Speaker, listening to the former acting CEO, there's something curious about it which I want Abdi to either confirm or help us understand. That there was something peculiar. You know, Mr. Speaker, when you hear about pagination, if you know anything about tenders, you know for a fact that if there's an issue on pagination, either it is not just an issue of forgetting to page or number the pages, Mr. Speaker, but that document may either have been added later on after the tendering process was concluded, or, Mr. Speaker, it was defective. What was the real issue, according to their investigation, with regards to the bid bond that was submitted by this specific company? Secondly, Mr. Speaker, what in his assessment will he say is a reading of the donor community when you have such important programs interfered with as such that the donor communities themselves end up cancelling such important programs? And what are they recommending? Finally, Mr. Speaker, is to Advocate Ndegwa Njiru. He asked the witness earlier which of the report would he, that this House believes, that of the Senate or of the EACC. I'd wish to pose the same question to him. I thank you.
Senator Murango.
Asante sana mstahiki Spika. Swali langu litaenda kwa Bwana Abdi. Kwa sababu anayehukumiwa hapa ni naibu wa rais, tungetaka kujua kwamba kwa sababu mlifanya uchunguzi ni kesi ngapi ama kuna kesi yote ambayo EACC imepeleka mahakamani ili naibu wa rais aweze kuhukumiwa? Jambo la pili, wakati kulikuwa naibu wa rais alikuwa anachunguzwa katika bunge la kitaifa, kuna ushahidi wote ambao wewe uliwasilisha katika bunge la kitaifa? Na kama hukuwasilisha, kwa nini umeamua kuwasilisha tu nyumba la seneti na sio bunge la kitaifa? Na ya mwisho, katika zabuni ambayo ilikuwa ni ya vyandarua vya mbu ambayo naibu wa rais anasemekana alihusika nayo, tungetaka tujue ya kwamba kwa sababu ile zabuni ilikuwa imeghairiwa na KEMSA, na kwa hivyo dhamana ya zabuni ambayo ni bid bond kwa kimombo ilikuwa inafaa kurudishwa, tungetaka tujue kama hiyo dhamana ya zabuni ilirudishwa ama iliitishwa, ingekuwa inasaidia naibu wa rais na nini, ama kungekuwa na manufaa gani ya kurudisha dhamana ya zabuni kama ulivyorudisha zingine 17? Hiyo ndio tungetaka kujua. Asante sana Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mogene.
Yes, Bwana Abdi, on this issue of irregular procurement of malaria nets with KEMSA, you know, you have given us documents that basically point to some recommendation for administrative action to be taken against a number of officers. But you know, what is of our concern today is companies associated with the DP. Can you tell us anything that you found irregular around the subject matter that concerns us this, this afternoon? That is the companies associated with the deputy president, Bwana acting deputy CEO. Thank you.
Senator Boni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are lucky that the EACC is here with us. And there are serious allegations that have been raised that require investigations. Could the CEO, the deputy, confirm if indeed there are investigations taking place on your own motion on the following issues? One, on the activities of this intricate web of companies by the Deputy President, on the issue of the disinheritance of the orphans and wife of his late brother, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua. 3, on the alleged insubordination of the President. And finally, if there are investigations on the role that His Excellency the Deputy President played in the infamous Gen Z uprising that occurred in June. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Cheranke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 3 quick questions. Like an eye of a military marksman. 1, I need clarification on Section 14 on cultural gifts. Especially some of us, when in our community, when we respect you, we give you cows. Does it qualify within the meaning of Section 14? Number 2, I've seen administration action against KEMSA officials and ministry officials and KEMSA. Since you recommended administrative action, have you gotten feedback from KEMSA? And number 2, did you recommend any action against companies? And finally, are there any active investigations by EACC against the person of Rigathi Gachagua or against the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mutinda Tabitha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mine is to the Council for the National Assembly. You have presented before this House 2 witnesses, Mr. Abdi and the previous one, Dr. Mulwa. Dr. Mulwa before this House stated that there was no loss in regards to this procurement process. Mr. Abdi's report indicates very clearly that there was no loss of public funds. Would you tell this House, between your two witnesses, who is telling the truth, who is not telling us the truth? Secondly, EACC, as far as Crystal Limited is concerned, have you established any evidence that shows that the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya benefits directly or indirectly from this particular company? And lastly, my colleague asked about the former CEO, Ramadan. You had recommended action to be taken. In your report also, you indicate that she violated Article 10. Does it end there, Mr. Abdi? Because she's now working in a different capacity. What action are you supposed to take, or do you intend to take? Do you do recommendations and not adhere to them? What's the conclusion as far as this kind of reports are concerned from your office? Mr. Speaker, I ask this because Kenyans sometimes say that the Senate does not do oversight. We do not really take action, but we recommend. And this is now the situation that we find ourselves in, that your recommendations that
Senator Montet Batuli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would wish to ask the CEO, what did the EAC, what is EAC planning to, is EAC planning to press charges on any of these companies that you say that you've investigated and found that they had interfered either through their agents with this particular tender? And if not, are you planning to do it, and when are you planning to do it?
Senator Veronica.
Just a quick clarification. Can you confirm or clarify whether these investigations have been closed by EACC in respect of this procurement at KEMSA, and whether there are any further persons of interest whom you have sanctioned or issued any notices of prosecution or anything of that sort beyond the letters that are attached to the affidavit? And in the course of your investigation, did you bother to find out what was the content of the phone calls that the acting CEO of KEMSA said was used to intimidate or cause pressure to him? Did you investigate the contents of that phone call?
Witness, you may now proceed to respond. Proceed, witness, to respond. Proceed to respond, witness. Order, honorable senators. If you have noticed, Honorable Seki, Honorable Seki, Honorable Seki, this hearing will terminate beyond midnight today. Let the witness respond to the queries that have been sought. Thereafter, we'll go for another round. Is there any problem? Honorable Seki, you're out of order. You're out of order. And I'm asking you to leave the chamber immediately. You cannot. You cannot direct the chair on what to do. Honorable Seki, unless you apologize, I'm going to throw you out of the chamber. You cannot say the chair is biased. If you've noticed, we've been going on lots. One lot, the witness answers, then I go for another lot. Honorable Seki, unless you apologize,
I rule you out of order, and I'm going to throw you out. Proceed. You either apologize or I throw you out. Honorable Seki, you apologize or I throw you out.
You know, you as a speaker, I have come
Of
to your
course I'm the
desk.
speaker.
I have a representation of Kajiado people. I have a right to speak in this assembly.
Just
you should
like
not
another senator.
seems to be biased.
Honorable Seki, you either apologize or I'm going to rule you out of order and I'm going to throw you out.
You know, I've never stood on.
My brother, look at this.
Just apologize. We need you. Just apologize.
Order, honorable senators, order.
Let me just apologize.
Of course, but that's how. Honorable Seki, I have not heard the apology. Honorable Seki, you either proceed to apologize to the chair or you exit the chamber. Proceed. The floor is yours, Honorable Seki.
I apologize.
Take your seat. Now, Honorable Seki, Honorable Chute, and Honorable Omtata, you're totally out of order, pursuant to Standing Order 121, and I'm cautioning you. The first caution for the day. Honorable Chute, every senator here is elected to represent their people. If you notice from yesterday, we are going with lots. There is no senator who is more important than the other. Proceed, witness.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I may not have captured the exact names of the Honorable Senators, but I will deal with the questions as they were asked. So the first question was to do with when did the other companies get back their documents and the dates the companies got their documents. I'm not sure of the exact date when these documents were returned, but procedurally, we only focus mainly on the company that we are investigating either for procurement irregularities or certain issues. Like, for example, in this particular case, Shobika was the special company that we were looking at, and that was the reason why that particular one was identified, because the bid document actually had challenges as indicated in my evidence in chief. Then we come to Honorable Mungatana, issues of gifts and the cows. Now, as I had indicated, gifts that are of value of more than 20,000 shillings are supposed to be handed in and declared by all public officers, including state officers. For this specific matter, we have not investigated as to the existence of the material, cows that are in this particular issue. But if indeed cows have been donated to any public officer, those donations are supposed to be donated to the state. And the officer within 48 hours is supposed to hand over that donation to the institution that employs him. So that is my take on that. Then we had the issue of extension of time for the bid bond. Now, as I had indicated previously, the closing date for this particular tender was supposed to be on 23rd February. Bid bonds are supposed to be attached, or they're supposed to be part of the bid document, the tender document. In this particular case, the bid bond was hand-delivered to the CEO in her office when the tender documents were already inserted in the respective tender boxes. So for that reason, extension had to be found in order to have that document be part of the tender document of that particular company, which is Shobika. So that led to the extension, and that was instigated by the permanent secretary, who did a letter, which is in our documents, directing the CEO of KEMSA to extend the date of closure of the tender from 23rd February to 10th March. Now, that is the issue which made the bid bond, the date of extension to be extended, the date of closure to be extended. Now, let me come to investigations by various bodies created by the Constitution. Now, investigations will either be in terms of course, each institution has its own mandate as far as the Constitution or the legislation or the statute that created it is concerned. Now, when it comes to criminal investigation, and specifically issues to do with leadership and integrity, issues to do with corruption, that responsibility lies with the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. Now, other institutions, other constitutional bodies can do their own investigation, but they will if, for example, they are recommending for criminal charges, those recommendations have to be made to the respective institution that is mandated to charge people or to investigate criminal cases, like the DCI or the ESCC. So it depends on the mandate of the institution and what is the focus of that particular investigation. But for example, if it is the PPDA, the Public Procurement and Disposal Authority, they do not have powers to charge people in court, or rather to recommend to the DPP to have people charged in court. What do? They have to do a recommendation to either the DCI or to the ESCC to investigate the criminality of that particular issue. So I just want to indicate that it depends on the institution and the mandate of that institution. But when it comes to criminal investigations, there are specific institutions that are mandated to conduct criminal investigations. Issues to do with the declaration of gifts, I think that one I addressed in my earlier submission, that gifts that are more than 20,000 are declarable, and they have to be entered in the registers. And after the end of every financial year, the institution has to actually declare to the ESCC of the existence of that gift. Now, the issue of what was our finding or our conclusion when you look at the whole matter and our perception, or rather, what would be our conclusion that we reached. Now, when you look at this particular tender, first, it is an international tender that was floated as an open tender to international companies. Companies bidded, but there is a specific company that has a local agent here, which is Shobika, that did not conform to certain procurement requirements as per the tender document. Because when tenders are floated, that tender has got specific instructions or directions to the people who are bidding. If, for example, you are supposed to do pagination, it has to be indicated there. If you have to do, for example, in ink, it has to be there. So anything that goes outside what was provided for in the tender document is actually considered as irregular. And of course, the disqualification should apply. So this one, it was a tender that was badly handled, and I wouldn't want to indicate why it was handled that way, But from the look of it, there must have been some pressure somewhere. That is my own view as an investigator, because when you see procurement officers deliberately going out of the requirements, because they know the law, there are only two conclusions that you can make. One, they were bribed. Two, there was an influence that was coming from other quarters. Mainly, those are the two reasons from our experience. So that is my conclusion. I wouldn't want to delve into the conclusion of Dr. Mulwa because he gave evidence before this House, Honorable House, and his evidence is there. Now, the issue of Terry Ramadan and her status, I think ours was, and whether we actually received feedback. As seen in our documents, we did a letter to on Terry Ramadan. Let me refer to the documents. We did to the chairman, the chairperson of the board of directors of KEMSA. And we gave him the reasons why we think, or it was our view, that action should be taken, disciplinary action should be taken against this particular officer. As to why she's still in the public service, I wouldn't want to go there because our responsibility, when it comes to administrative action, we tell the institution to take the disciplinary action.
Order, Senator Newton.
We do not have the powers
Senator
to compel,
Fernandez, take your seat.
For example, the PS, sorry.
Proceed, Abdi.
Thank you.
Mr. Abdi.
So we do not have the powers to compel the chairperson we don't have the compellence powers as far as administrative action is concerned. So I want to leave that for the honorable members to decide what to do with that. So I move on. Then the issue of reading of the donor community and what our view is. You know, if you may allow me, Honorable Speaker and the members, the medical, or rather the health sector, has faced serious challenges of corruption throughout this period. Throughout the period that I remember working at the EACC, it is an area where a lot of donors are actually almost giving up in supporting our programs. And that has a serious repercussion. Because first, let's understand.
Mheshimiwa Speaker, in the past, with tremendous respect, with all the other witnesses, you have been indicating how much time they have to respond. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and my good friend here, the witness, you did not indicate how much time this honorable House is giving him to respond.
Thank you so much, Senior Counsel. That was courtesy of my good friend, Senator Seki. Now, witness, ordinarily we've been given 10 minutes to respond to clarifications sought and questions. So far, you have done 4 minutes and 13 seconds. Okay. You have 5 minutes and 47 seconds to conclude.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. So that one I've dealt with. So the issue was that was also raised is which report do we stand by? As EACC, we did an investigation and we submitted our report, the findings of the report to this committee, to this Honorable House, and that is the report we will always stand by and defend. The other issue that was raised was whether we had any case that we have investigated against the DPP and whether we have proposed charges or anything like that. That is, we have not investigated the Deputy President, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua. We have not investigated him for any criminal matter in the past. That is our position. Now, there was also the National Assembly hearing. Why we did not attend the National Assembly hearing and now we are attending the Senate? We were not invited to the first hearing. Yesterday, I was served with a summons of this House, and we are simply responding to that summons. As to why we were not invited in the other one, that I don't know, and we only responded to the summons that were issued. So then, Senator Omugeni, the companies associated with the DP, we've not investigated any company that is associated with the Deputy President so far, and that is our position. Then, Honorable Senator for Kakamega County, activities that are intricate web of suspected to be corruption. On all the items, Honorable Senator, that you have told us whether we have investigated, I think there are 5. We have not, because a report has not been made to us, and it is we should not only wait for a report. I mean, we also have the powers to investigate on our own motion, but it is only after we analyze the reports as to whether they fit in within our mandate. Like, for example, if you deal with issues of inheritance, unless there's a criminal aspect on the inheritance bit, inheritance usually will be handled as a civil matter. And issues to do with intimidation, if the CEO of KEMSA had reported to us that he was actually intimidated by a state officer, we would go into it. Of course, you understand, all of us understand, how difficult it would be to open an investigation of that, that magnitude. But no complaint has been made to us. On the Gen Z uprising, also, we have no report. We know it happened, but as to the corruption bit of it, we do not have facts.
2 minutes to go.
Okay, thank you. So, gifts, I think I mentioned, I talked about it. I talked about them very clearly. Issues to do with whether we want to charge, we want to press charges against companies associated with the DP. We have not investigated. We can only recommend charges after investigation to the Director of Public Prosecution. That is our mandate. And the other one, of course, is intimidation by the CEO of KEMSA. I think I had addressed that one. Then finally is whether we want to prefer more charges or more sanctions against the persons involved and on this matter, especially on criminal culpability. That the issue of criminal culpability is still open, and we will be inviting some people probably in the near future. But as of now, we dealt with the issues of administrative action against the individuals involved. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. If I may have not addressed 1 or 2 questions, it's
very well. Now we move to the second round. Senator Mtata.
Honorable Speaker, was there any clarification for us to respond to some questions that have been put to us?
Just listen to this law so that you...
Sugar is running a bit low. There are many questions.
It's running low to everybody.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Speaker, sir, to the witness from the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, I would like to ask whether the Kenya Kwanza Coalition document is unconstitutional and therefore null and void to the extent that its formula for sharing executive power violates Articles 10, 27, 129, 130, and 131 of the Constitution. Number two, if that's the case, who is to blame for approving the unconstitutional coalition agreement that resulted in forming a government? Number three, can you point this Senate to any hard evidence of criminal conduct which you have unearthed in your investigations against the Deputy President? And can you distinguish whether there's a circumstance where the Deputy President, or even me as a senator, can walk into a place and be given a gift that I don't have to declare, irrespective of the amount of the gift, because I engage officially and privately. So is there a situation whereby I can be given a gift of whatever magnitude that I don't have to declare? Thank you.
Senator Chute.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me first of all thank Bwana Abdi for many years' service he has given to this country, and we highly respect him. I want to refer Abdi to ground number 11 and also to his documents, page 7. Ground number 11 says, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua bullied Kenya Medical Supplies Agency officials into awarding a tender for supply of mosquito nets to Crystal Limited. And in your letter on page 7, the Commission, let me read, the Commission is of the opinion that the conduct of the CEO, Terry Ramadhani, amounts to violations of leadership and integrity act, particularly section 10 and 11. Mr. Abdi, today, as we speak, Terry Ramadhani is a deputy ambassador in India. And Mr. Mutuse, Honorable Mutuse, wants this House to get rid of the deputy president on the account of bullying somebody. Can you tell Kenyans, 50 million Kenyans today, as you stand there, do you want this House to impeach the president if you have already recommended some culprits to be given administrative, what do you call, action, and then you want us to impeach the president?
Senator Kamau. Githuku.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to ask a question to the Deputy Chief Executive Officer. In the course of your investigation, is there anywhere that you have identified that the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, who you want impeached, influenced any tender award? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
And the senator was elected by the people of Kajiado, Senator Seki.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My question goes to, or clarification goes to Abdi Mohammed. Mohammed, we have realized that there's a report from the ACC and a report from the Committee of Health of the Senate in regards to the, this issue of mosquito nets. I want to confirm that the contract was cancelled and the funds were not lost. I want you to demonstrate the role of this agent by the name Crystal Kenya Limited in relations to the Deputy President's office and more so Rigathi Gachagua. Thank you very much.
Senator Miraj? Okay, if you don't have any question, then log out. You may now proceed, and thereafter we'll have an opportunity for the counsel for the Deputy President to respond to the clarification sought.
Thank
5
you.
minutes.
Thank
Abdi,
you,
you have 5 minutes.
Honorable Speaker. In fact, I'll take less than 5 minutes. Senator Omutata, I think he raised the issue of whether the agreement of the Kenya Kwanza document or Kenya Kwanza government document is unconstitutional. I think that one is only the courts that can actually find whether that document is unconstitutional or not. It's not within my ability or power, or rather to comment about the constitutionality or otherwise, and whether the document is null and void, and whether it contravenes certain articles of the Constitution. The second one was who is to blame for drawing unconstitutional agreements or documents. I think that is also something that can be tried in court, in my view. If anybody suspects whether this document is constitutional or not, I think the best thing to do is to try it in our courts, and they will, of course, give directions on what can be done. Now, the other one was whether we have investigated any criminal conduct against the DP. I think I had indicated clearly that we have not investigated the Deputy President for any criminal culpability or any criminal case as far as EACC is concerned. Senator Chute, thank you very much for the compliment. I appreciate. Now, the issue of bullying of KEMSA officers or staff, I think that came from the CEO himself. And he gave evidence in this House that will be considered by the House, whether it is something that can stand the test or not. As for Terry Ramadan, we did our bit in terms of recommending this lady to be disciplinary action be taken against her for her role in this particular procurement. But because I indicated we don't have the compellence powers to enforce disciplinary or administrative action, I leave it at that. And whether our recommendation is for the impeachment of the DP, ours was to respond to the summons that was given to us by this Honorable House. It is for the House to do, that is their job. I wouldn't want to go there. We never recommended, I don't want to go there. Then whether there was anywhere where the DP influenced any tender. No, we do not have that, and we never submitted that. All that we said is what I'm going to say in the next response, which was raised by the Honorable Senator for Kajiado County, about the role of Crystal Kenya Limited and the connection between that company and the Honorable Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. From the documents that we have and which we supplied, it is clear that this company, the directors are two sons of the Deputy President. Each one of them owns 200 shares. They are the only directors of that particular company. And that is the nexus between the Deputy President, Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, and that particular company. And that is our response as of now. So, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. That's it.
Counsel for the Deputy President, we'll give you 10 minutes, starting now.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'll share my minutes with my colleague Ndegonjiro. My questions are limited to the issue of the shareholder agreements. I'll be quick. The questions were asked by my learned senior and colleague and friend, Professor Ojenda, Catherine Muma, and Senator Omtata. I'll begin with the questions by my learned senior, Mr. Ojenda, and I'll begin with the second question he asked. He asked, is the relationship between the president and the deputy president irretrievably broken? That's not a legal question, but in my experience as a Kenyan, there is no such thing as an irretrievably broken political relationship. Members of Jubilee, a party I served as an advocate for, woke up in March 2018 to find their leader shaking hands with his opponent at Harambee House, and they subsequently found a way to work. A few months ago, the president and the honorable former prime minister have found a way to work. There's no such thing as an irretrievable political relationship. Secondly, leadership constitutionally is not so much about how you feel. It is about your duty and your responsibility constitutionally. Your feelings must take a back seat to your duty to the people of Kenya. Secondly, I was asked about the counties. Now, when you look at these shareholder agreements, and again, if members will go with me to page 418, where you find the shareholder agreement between ANC, Ford Kenya, and UDA. Sorry? Oh, volume, sorry. I don't know how to increase the volume.
Council, sorry, Council. Members, I'm getting a bit lost when you say UNDA. UNDA, if spelling in Swahili is UNDA.
No, UDA. Sorry, I come from Kenya.
United Democratic Alliance. If you use maybe the you first make clear.
I'm sorry.
That it is United Democratic Alliance.
Yes. I'm sorry. We use acronyms. I'm sorry. It's the United Democratic Alliance Party. The full name of Amani is Amani National Congress Party, and the full name for Ford Kenya is Ford Kenya Party. So their agreement at page 429, you will note, Professor Ojenda, it does not talk about counties. The agreements seem to have been structured in regions. It talked about region. Now, I don't know what they meant by those regions, but what I can tell you is that at paragraph 20...
Also, I will allow Mr. Abdi to have a seat somewhere as you conclude.
Yes, as I said, Honorable Senator for Kisumu, at page 429, which would be paragraph 20, subparagraph O, that's the first proviso there was. Further terms, parameters, and details of the sharing of positions of responsibility in the national government pursuant to this article shall be contained in a separate schedule to this agreement, which schedule shall be negotiated and executed before the date of the general election scheduled on 9th August 2022. So this was not a final agreement. My understanding is that there were further schedules. I don't know what those schedules said. They are not available at the Register of Political Parties. They may very well have included all the counties you asked for. Maybe Kisumu was in the subsequent schedule, I don't know. Secondly, the drafters of this, as I've said, were careful to stay within the confines of the Constitution, because at paragraph 22, subparagraph G, this is what they said. Notwithstanding the content of this article, the founding member parties hereby commit to make any adjustments that may be necessary to accommodate the development priorities of other parts of the country, to ensure equitable distribution of Kenya's national resources and wealth for the benefit of every citizen and every part of Kenya. So there was a proviso to ensure that the document was constitutional. And perhaps while I'm on that issue as well, I might as well answer my good friend Senator Omtata's question. I am not yet mercifully a judge. I cannot say whether the Kenya Kwanza coalition is unconstitutional. Somebody will have to move the court for that determination to be made. But what I did say was that in 2005 I had the privilege in participating in a case involving the MOU for NAC. And that one was struck down because the law had no underpinning making room for it. And which brings me to the question raised by Senator Catherine Muma, which is the political parties section. There's actually not one, there's several. If you'd go to Schedule 3, sub-paragraph C, B, D, and E. Let me read them out for you. So B deals with the policies and objectives of the coalition. That's B. D deals with organizational structure and management of the coalition, including county structures and systems and county government bodies, which you'll also find in these agreements. And then C, the overall structure of the coalition. And then E, the criteria or formula for sharing of positions in the coalition. That's what it says. Positions in the coalition structure, roles, and responsibilities within the coalition. So that's what it says. So most political coalitions have interpreted that to mean, and it's been healthy thus far. I think it's helped, in my view, this country become a bit more stable and united. And I think I've answered all those questions that had to do with the question of the shareholder agreements. Unless members had any clarification, I rest.
Thank you, Council, for DP. Council Ndegwa, you have something to pick, or do we conclude it at that?
Specific questions and clarifications. Noting at the mood of the House, perhaps I can indulge the House. I respond the same after lunchtime.
No. After lunch, we are going straight to your main witness.
Very well, Mr. Speaker, sir.
So what we can do, Council Ndegwa, allow me to invoke Standing Order 34.2A for the convenience of the House to add 5 minutes. So the House will rise at 1:05 instead of 1.
I am well guided by your wisdom.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, sir, there were 2 questions for the National Assembly side to respond.
Okay,
2 questions.
Then let's do this. Let's do this. Instead of the House rising at 1:05, we will rise at 1:15. So, Council Ndegwa, you'll take your 5 minutes, and then the rest shall be given to the Council for the National Assembly.
I am well guided, Mr.
Speaker, sir, the witness is asking if he can leave the
Absolutely. He's discharged.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Speaker, sir. I was asked to clarify by Senator Joyce Carrill why I am dealing with the report from the Senate and what am I driving at. The report to the Senate is intended to indicate that none of the participants in that tendering process ever benefited from that particular process. All the 17 companies, none of them benefited, and that as a result or as a consequence of the failure to proceed to the next levels, the country did not lose even a single cent. A question was put to me why I am looking at the submissions by various parties and not going to the observations and the recommendations by the Senate. And just like a skillful legal surgeon, I have been able to point out various findings, submissions. For example, the submissions finding themselves at page 222, paragraph 107 and 106, 107, and 109 find themselves at the recommendation, at the observation of the Senate at page 271. So there is serious correlation between my findings as submitted by various parties who appeared before the Senate, and the observations made by the Senate. So I dealt largely on what the Senate found as opposed to what the Senate heard during the proceedings. Number two, Mr. Speaker, sir, clarification was sought as to why the bid failed. And although that will be dealt with at length, permit me to draw the attention of the Assembly to page 108 of the volume 3 of the Deputy President's Body of Documents. You'll find a letter from KEMSA dated the 5th May 2023, being a notification to Shobika Impex Private Limited. And it reads, the reference is made to the above tender and advised that the tender was unsuccessful due to the following reasons. 1, tender security was not paginated. Number 2, please plan to collect your bid security from the procurement office immediately. It may be of interest to note the date when this letter is being generated is the 5th of May. It also be of interest to note when the alleged bullying and intimidation occurred. This letter precedes the alleged bullying, alleged intimidation. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, sir, this letter is voluntarily being issued and being generated by KEMSA themselves at their own intuition, as opposed to being triggered by any external officer, in this case, the person of the Deputy President. In their own volition, KEMSA triggers and invites Shobika to come and collect their bids, and on witness, Mr. Speaker, sir, the witness confirmed that this is always the end of a failed bid. Finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, permit me to draw the attention of the Assembly to the matter in issue. That is at page 36 of the volume 1 of the impeachment motion. The matter in issue that is subject for interrogation, Mr. Speaker,
45 seconds.
As I pen off, is not whether the tenders were responsive, whether the country lost any money, whether investigations were done, whether there was conflict of interest, whether there were gifts that accrued therefrom. The question in issue is, did the person of the Deputy President bully the officer? Was there evidence? So let us not lose ground or focus on the ground on the matter in issue, so that we focus and we put the train on rail. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Counsel for the National Assembly, take us to the rise of the House.
Mr. Speaker, sir, how many minutes? 10? Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I am here to respond on behalf of the National Assembly on only 2 questions. Mr. Speaker, sir, listening to the Deputy President's side, I believe they have misunderstood the nature and context of ground number 11. And there was a question by the Senator whether we have substantiated ground number 11 on bullying of KEMSA officials. Secondly, there was a question also on whether there was loss of public funds in this tendering process. Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to answer the first question by mentioning that the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya is a high-ranking state official. The Republic of Kenya, the polity of the Republic of Kenya is based on certain fundamental national values and principles of governance. In addition, there are provisions on leadership and integrity. If you look at the provisions of Article 75, starting with 73, then you conclude with 75. there is an express prohibition on conflict of interest when it comes to all state offices. Now, to contextualize that question, you have to look at the purpose of impeachment. The deputy president, being a high-ranking state officer, means that there is a constitutional process for bringing him into account to question his conduct. And that is why you have this process of impeachment. Impeachment is about political responsibility. It's about governance. Impeachment is not about criminal culpability. It's not about gathering evidence for purpose of taking him to court. It's about bringing him to account on what he has done from a political standpoint. And that issue of the distinction of criminal processes from impeachment has been clarified by the Supreme Court of Kenya. The Supreme Court of Kenya, in the case of Mike Sonko, was expressed clear and unequivocal that impeachment is about those values, ethos in Article 10 and the provisions of leadership and integrity in Chapter 6. Now, if you look at the way ground number 11 has been coached, ground number 11, Mr. Speaker, sir, ground number 11 talks about gross misconduct. Now, the Supreme Court of Kenya has interpreted what amounts to gross violation, which in context then means gross misconduct. And the conclusion is that when you violate these core values in Article 10 and the provisions of leadership and integrity, then you are guilty of gross misconduct. You are guilty also of gross violation of the Constitution. Sometimes you are guilty of abuse of office. So to put it in context, if you look at that charge that we have put in ground number 11, it talks about bullying of KEMSA officials. Now, that fact of bullying, and we have been more specific. If you look at the charge, we have mentioned the specific clause of legislation where the act of bullying has been prohibited. And this provision, if you look at the provisions of the Leadership and Integrity Act, the provisions of the Leadership and Integrity Act specifically prohibit bullying of bullying by state officials. And in that context, then you can see that in terms of the allegation that we are making and the evidence which has been submitted before this House, especially that call which was made by the Deputy President. The call was made by the Deputy President to a KEMSA official. Why would the Deputy President be pushing the interests of a commercial, the commercial interests of a private company? That is crystal clear when you look at his own admission in his response to this allegation. The Deputy President has admitted that he lent the sum of Kenya shillings 200 million to Crystal Company to acquire some hotel in Nyeri. This is the same company which the Deputy President is making a call to KEMSA to consider. And a senior KEMSA official, in this case the managing director, goes to EACC in a tender process.
Mr. Speaker, I was just wondering which clarification my learned colleague is responding to, because the time for submission is in the evening.
Yes, Counsel from the National Assembly.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, so I'm just concluding that it's an impeachable offense to make the link.
Very well. Now conclude.
Yes, so, Mr. Speaker, sir, if you look at then the evidence which has been submitted by Dr. Mulwa, that he received a call from the Deputy President, who is a high-ranking state official, to go to EACC, and then he went to EACC to collect evidence, which EACC had gathered for purposes of submitting that tender to the Deputy President or his conduct, in this case, his son. Then what we are saying is that that act by the Deputy President then constitutes a violation of the provisions of the Leadership and Integrity Act, specifically Section 34 of the Leadership and Integrity Act, and that amounts to bullying. And to that extent, we are submitting that charge has indeed been substantiated in all its four corners. On the second question, and here again, it appears there is a misnomer. To prove an economic crime, you don't need to prove that there was loss of funds. An economic crime in this case occurs when a sitting deputy president, in a tendering process, he makes a call, which the recipient then interprets in a different way, perhaps to influence the tendering process, or perhaps to, for certain decisions to be made in favor of that person. And the person who is making the call is a sitting deputy president. That is why then the provisions of the Constitution prohibit conflict of interest.
If you may, I think my learned friend has enjoyed a lot of latitude in respect to responding to issues that were not sought for clarification. I was taking note of all the issues that were sought. And the issue that Council is responding to are not among those that were sought. And if they were, then he needs to indicate from which particular senator did seek that.
Council for National Assembly, reserve other matters for submission.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, so I'm responding to the question of whether there was loss of funds.
That was not sought for clarification.
It was sought by a senator. And,
it was sought.
It was sought.
It was sought.
Yeah.
1 minute.
Yeah. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, in this case, evidence has been led. If you look at it from one perspective, evidence has been led by Dr. Mulwa that indeed there was a delay in this procurement. Secondly, fewer nets were supplied. Thirdly, there was a question concerning the costs incurred in this tendering process. And the evidence was that 55 million shillings was incurred in this tendering process. It came from the mouth of Dr. Mulwa. So to that extent, you can see there was some loss. Whereas the tender was financed by the Global Fund, from our own perspective, we lost a lot, not only from a monetary perspective, but also from the other factors. What about Kenyans who did not access this malaria, these mosquito nets and were exposed to malaria? Is that not a loss which is non-monetary, and therefore, to that extent, one can make a conclusion that the conduct of the deputy president in this regard violates the provisions of Section 34 of the Leadership and Integrity Act? Mr. Speaker, so I end by stating that we have fully substantiated ground number 11, and it's one of those grounds where the evidence is clear, conspicuous, and there is a nexus to the deputy president himself through a phone call that he made to Dr. Mulwa, and he has admitted making that phone call. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, honorable senators, we are going to start with the deputy president at exactly 2:30. If you keep time, we're going to save time so that we don't have to ring the bell for a quorum. If we can start taking the evidence from the deputy president at 2:30, then we'll be able to manage our time going forward. You may now rise. Honorable senators, it is now 1:15, and having concluded the business for which I extended the hours of the sitting pursuant to Standing Order 34-2A, the Senate stands adjourned until today, 17th of October 2024 at 2:30 p.m.
Sadakta kabisa, ni siku ya pili, awamu ya kwanza ya mchakato wa kuweza kujadili na kutathmini ushahidi wote ambao ulitolewa katika Seneti jana na hii leo, mtazamaji, kuhusiana na kubandiliwa kwa naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua baada ya kutoka bungeni amefika Seneti. Karibu mtazamaji kwenye matangazo yetu mubashara kwa lugha ya Kiswahili. Mimi naitwa Lofty Matambo, niko na wenzangu ambao ni wachambuzi, watakuwa najiunga nasi moja kwa moja baadaye kuangalia kila kilichojiri katika dakika chache zijazo. Tuko na Wanja Maina ambaye ni mchambuzi wa siasa, pamoja na Dismas Mukuu ambaye vile vile ni mtaalam wa siasa na uongozi. Na mwako studioni tayari baada ya pumziko fupi toka tunarudi, lakini kumbuka hoja ambazo zimewasilishwa leo katika seneti nyingi zinagusa mustakabali wa naibu rais, maadili yake na namna gani alihusika katika mchakato wa kutoa zabuni haswa katika shirika hili la kiserikali la KEMSA la masuala ya dawa na utabibu. Na mtazamaji, imegonga saa 7 dakika 16 sekunde 54 adhuhuri hii. Tutachukua pumziko fupi kidogo ili tupate kumeza mate, lakini tukirudi tutakuwa tunachambua. Nimekujuza kwamba studioni tuko na Dismas Mukuu ambaye ni mtaalamu wa siasa na uongozi, na vile vile Wanja Maina ambaye ni mchambuzi wa siasa. Watakuwa nasi kuangalia kipengee baada ya kipengee, maana hapo jana naibu rais alipinga na kukana madai yote 11, lakini leo mashahidi pamoja na waliowasilisha hoja hizi za kutaka kubanduliwa wameulizwa maswali wakajibu. Unayo maswali, zungumza nasi pia mitandaoni @loftymatambo @NTV Kenya. Twarudi muda si mrefu, usiende mbali.
Rigathi Gachagua. Hii serikali tulitafuta na shida mingi sana. Hatuwezi kubali mtu haribu. Kenyans will be shocked. Hiyo ikulu nimeweka mitego kila kona, kila kona. Hapo iko kibarua. 291 members of this National Assembly pended their signatures.
Babies play around and then, oops, Morphix ina absorb like whoop. Imagine, haiwezi live in 50 different movements. Makofi to both babies and Morphix. Renewed Morphix, ultimate quality.
When I have back pain, I reach for 2 tablets of Panadol Extra for fast relief of strong pain, like headache, toothache, muscle pain, and I'm released from pain to be there for those who need me. Try Panadol Extra for fast and effective relief from strong pain. New Panadol Extra Soluble dissolves twice as fast versus standard paracetamol tablets.
Enjoy all-in-one payment solutions for your business with Network. Accept multiple payment methods and process all your business transactions on one device. Whether it's M-Pesa, Airtel Money, Visa, MasterCard, Apple Pay, or Google Pay, Network does it all. It's faster, it's better, it's smarter. Get it for your business today by calling 0730-847-847.
People come to me and they say they get discomfort when they have ice cream. Can you imagine that? Avoiding having cold ice cream. Sensodyne gives you long-lasting protections against sensitivity. And people come in and they're like, oh, it works. I can have ice cream and I'm not in any discomfort. I recommend Sensodyne because it works. It's brilliant.
Introducing Festive Cakes.
We have some delightful snacks for all of you.
The Festive Ciambella Cake. Indulge in the pleasure of a cone-shaped cake that's bursting with flavors.
Where did you come from?
Come with me. So this is where the magic happens. This is for you kids.
Festive Cupcakes.
Thank you.
Perfect treat to share with friends and family.
Now for your kids' school snacks, hakuna stress.
Festive Ring Cakes. The perfect blend of sweetness and softness.
And now this is for you, Dad, and your office mate.
Festive Pound Cake. This sumptuous cake will leave you craving for more. Taste the magic with our Festive Cakes from DPL Festive Bakery. Delight with every bite.
Acne-prone skin, marks? Stop. Try new Garnier Charcoal Serum with 4% AHA, BHA and charcoal. The first black serum with no residue. Clinically proven to reduce pimples and acne marks. New Garnier AHA, BHA Charcoal Serum. Approved by dermatologists by Garnier Naturally.
Enjoy all-in-one payment solutions for your business with Network. Accept multiple payment methods and process all your business transactions on one device. Whether it's M-Pesa, Airtel Money, Visa, MasterCard, Apple Pay, or Google Pay. Network does it all. It's faster, it's better, it's smarter. Get it for your business today by calling 0730-847-847.
NTV, turning on your world.
Rigathi Gachagua. Hii serikali tulitafuta na shida mingi sana. Hatuwezi kubali mtu haribu. Kenyans will be shocked. Hiyo ikulu nimeweka mitego kila kona, kila kona. Hapo iko kibarua. 191 members of this National Assembly pended their signatures.
Sadakta mtazamaji, ni mchakato mzima wa kubanduliwa kwa naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua. Siku ya pili seneta, na siku ya pili maseneta wamepata nafasi ya kuchambua. Ni awamu ya kwanza baada ya pumziko fupi la kama muda wa saa moja, dakika 15 utakuwa narudi tena. Hapo jana kulikuwa na kindumbwe cha aliyewasilisha mswada huu Mwinge Mutuse pamoja na mawakili wake naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua. Nipe nikupe hadi usiku mwendo wa saa 4. Na hivi leo pia tumeshuhudia ushahidi wote ukitathminiwa, lakini Wakenya wana maoni mbalimbali kutoka pembe mbalimbali za taifa hili la Kenya, na toka tunapatia maoni nafasi ya kutoa maoni yao kupitia mitandao na vile vile mubashara. Tuanze na walio katika kaunti ya Mombasa, ukanda wa Pwani. Tujiunge naye sasa hivi mwanahabari wetu Kevin Mutai, ambaye anasema nao moja kwa moja wanahisi vipi kufikia sasa mchakato mzima seneti unavyoendelea. Mutai.
Na mtazamaji, ukiona vielea ujue vimeundwa, na kwa muktadha huu mtazamaji ni kana kwamba wahenga wamo katika bunge la seneti. Tumeweza kusikia kutoka jana kwa hakika wakiweza kujadiliana kwa kina sana kuhusu yale mashtaka dhidi ya makamu rais Rigathi Gachagua, na ni mashtaka 11. Leo wamezamia kikamilifu shtaka la zabuni kutoka shirika la serikali la KEMSA kuhusu ununuzi wa neti za mbu. Mtazamaji, kwa hakika kumekuwa na hisia mseto pale seneti, na kwa mtazamo wangu katika kaunti hii ya Mombasa mtazamaji, vile vile Wakenya wamekuwa kifuatilia kwa karibu sana yale ambayo yamekuwa kiendelea katika bunge la seneti siku chache tu baada ya bunge la kitaifa kuweza kupitisha mswada huo wa kumbandua makamu rais Rigathi Gachagua kutoka ofisini. Mtazamaji, pia bila kukosa kutaja wale wanaomsaidia naibu rais pia wameweza kujitoa kimasomaso kuweza pia kumtetea naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua dhidi ya yale mashtaka ambayo ameekelewa na wale wenye kumtaka kuondoka mamlakani, mswada ambao uliweza kuwasilishwa na mbunge wa Kibwezi msamahani ambaye ni Mwengi Mutuse. Lakini bila kupoteza muda mtazamaji, tujumuike na baadhi ya wakazi hapa Mombasa. Kwa ukianza kabisa kwa majina wetu, na alafu tueleze unafahamu nini hasa katika mjadala wote ambao unaendelea hasa katika juhudi za kutafuta kumwatua naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua. Subiri kidogo tafadhali, naomba uanze.
Kwa majina ni Cornelison Koba, bunge la mwananchi Mombasa, ambao ndio chairman bunge la mwananchi Mombasa County. Number 1, rais wetu wa Kenya anachezea wa Kenya. Number 1, NHIF hasa koroga, pesa imeenda. Hata wale tuko na pesa ya NSSF tujipange kutoa mapema, tutaibiwa.
Naomba tuzungumze kuhusu kubanduliwa, juhudi za kumbandua makamu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua.
Number 1, kulingana na mimi vile nimeangalia vyombo vya habari na wale wasomi nini kila kitu, hii ni siasa ya kupimana nguvu. Hii ni sarakasi. Kama Mkenya mimi anisaidie, ukiondoa Gachagua weke hata waweka hata Recho, hainisaidii mimi kwa sababu number 1, tuambiane ukweli, hii ni siasa ya kupimana nguvu. Nimeangalia ile mashtaka yote wanawekea naibu wa rais ni sarakasi. Wao wenyewe walitengeneza mashtaka hawana majibu ya kujibu. Tuliona hata senator ya gavana wa Siaya ambao ni James Olengo alishindwa kujibu maswali, na ni mtu ambao tunamheshimu kama wakili wa Kenya, alishindwa na walirasmisha kumaanisha serikali imeshindwa. Hii ni sarakasi ya kumuondoa naibu wa rais. Kwa hivyo kwangu mimi naona ni sarakasi, serikali imeshindwa kufanya kazi, inaepa majukumu ya kusaidia mwananchi wa Kenya. Sasa hatuna pesa. Hawa watu wako hapa hawana kazi. Kama wangekuwa na kazi ungeona mtu hapa. Kwa hivyo maoni yangu tuache sarakasi. Sasa tunaachia Governor King ambao ni senator wetu ambao tunamchua King. Nimeona para anaongea vizuri. King, ukitaka jina yako ijulikane Kenya, hii kitu iende kwa ukweli. Kwa ukweli kulingana na sheria.
Speaker wa Senate sasa.
Yes, speaker wa Senate ambao ni King. Hii kitu
Amason King.
King. Wewe angalia hii kitu, wewe ulikuwa wakili na unaelewa sheria. Serikali yenyewe bunge ambao ni bunge la kitaifa ambao lilichanganyikiwa, lilikuja na vitu ambao ni sarakasi, walishindwa hata kuchibu, wakaonekana wachinga kama wachaenda shule. Na sisi wananchi
na pengine pia tuweze kujua kwamba nikuulize kwamba mbivu na mbichi itaweza kubainika leo, kwa sababu wale maseneta wataweza kupiga kura, na iwapo kiwango fulani cha maseneta ama kiwango kikubwa kuliko kinachohitajika kuweza kupiga kura, basi huenda naibu rais akaweza kuondoka mamlakani, kwa sababu hatima yake leo itajulikana. Kama mkazi wa Mombasa hasa na ambaye amekuwa akifuatilia kwa kina sana shughuli hii nzima, unasema nini?
Kwangu mimi nasema we have 3 arms of the government, tuko na arms 3, tunaongojea moja. Kitu na shukuru wameamua kura ipigwe leo. Gachagua yuko na muda kesho. Ataenda kotini na hiyo kitu itasimamishwa na mimi nitakuwa Kware. Najua Gachagua atamwalika rais, ataongea na sisi. Kwa hivyo tuache sarakasi ya siasa. Tufanyie wananchi kazi. Tuache sarakasi ya siasa.
Na nikishikilia hapo, je, unaona kwamba pengine iwapo watabanduliwa pale Seneti, je, kuna pia nafasi ya kuweza kumpata naibu mwingine wa rais, kumwalika rais katika hafla ya mashujaa ya kule Kwale?
Mahali ya rais mwenye yuko mbele si Musalia yuko, yasamwalika kama Gachagua atakuwa. Kulingana na sheria ya nchi yetu, mwenye yuko namba 3 ndiye atamwalika nani? Rais. Kulingana na mimi vile naelewa, lakini hii ni sarakasi tu. Tufanyie wananchi kazi. Watu wanaumia ni
tupate
meusa.
Tupate nafasi mwingine. Tafadhali ukianza kwa majina, tutupe maoni yako kuhusu haya yote ambayo yanaendelea katika bunge la Seneti ambayo yanahusika na kuweza kumbandua makamu rais.
Kwa majina mimi naitwa Boniface Mwasia, mkaaji hapa Mombasa. Maoni yangu kwa hii mambo yanaendelea Senate ni ya kwamba mimi naona mambo ni ya kisiasa. Si mambo ambayo ni ya ukweli. Ushahidi ambao hata inatoka si ya ukweli. Au viongozi wote hakuna mtu mwenye ana corruption. Kwa hivyo hii mambo ni ya kisiasa. Naona hiyo si haki. Waacha naibu wa rais aendelee kazi vile tulivyomchagua sisi wananchi, tulichagua hao watu. Wapunge, naibu wa rais na rais mwenyewe, sisi ndio tumewaandika kazi. Kwa hivyo sisi ndio mabosi wao. Waacha waendelee kazi, baada ya miaka 5 sisi tufanye uamuzi.
Asante. Haraka upesi ukianza kwa majina, kauli yako.
Okay, my name's Benjamin Wafula.
Wafula, una vipi?
Mimi yesterday hata nilikuwa na watch TV na nilikuwa nafuatilia ile cross examination ya ule Mwengi Mutuse ule Kibwezi MP. It was actually controversial. Actually he has nothing to show. Akiulizwa maswali anaanza kutetemeka, hana kitu ya kujibu, hana, akiulizwa evidence hana. Sasa sisi kama Wakenya hatujui kama ile kitu alipata wapi ndio akaandika hiyo kitu. Up to now we are not sure. Kwa sababu yesterday unajua ukitaka kujua kesi vile naenda unaangalia ile cross examination. Vile wale lawyers wanamuuliza maswali, anashindwa kujibu maswali. So inaonekana kuna kitu wameficha pale ili mwananchi asijue. Na ni kama kuna makosa hapa wanajaribu kutafutia Gachagua, na kwa sababu ukweli hakuna. Na nilikuwa hapo kwa TV. And in fact kuna swali aliulizwa hapo moja tu. Aliulizwa neno mlima ni kabila ama si kabila? Yes or no? Akasema no. So unaona hapo tayari ameingia box. Sasa wale maloya tayari walikuwa wanamzungusha alafu baadaye ana fail ku meet the required on this watertight case. And it is something that within the law should apply, because the law, I think the law should apply here, because inaonekana siasa pia imeingia kwa hii issue. Na kama wataenda na political process, huenda wakamsulubisha Gachagua bila kupata the required rights ambaye anatakikana. So kama watapitisha, Gachagua has the right to go to the court of law and
Asante. Mwisho kabisa nikupa sekunde 10. Tumtarajia naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua saa 8:30 kurejea katika bunge la Seneti kujitetea. Watarajia nini?
Mimi naitwa Dennis Ochami.
Sadakta, huyo ni Kevin Mutai kutoka Mombasa. Toka tunapata mengi baadaye, lakini kwa sasa na kupeleka moja kwa moja hadi kaunti ya Nandi. Tusikilize iwapo maoni yao pia yanaoana na kuiana na yale ya Mombasa. Kuna Masharia Mbugu ambaye ndiye mwanahabari wetu. Masharia, wanasemaje wana Nandi?
Lofty sawia na wakazi kutoka kaunti zingine tofauti. Hii leo nimeweza kufika katika kaunti namba 29, kaunti hii ya Nandi, katika mji wa Kapsabet. Labda tu kupata hisia mseto, hisia tofauti na hisia za wakazi kutoka kaunti hii. Labda niweze kuzungumza na mmoja wao hapa. Utaanza tu kwa majina, alafu tuelezee saa 8 naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua mida ya mwisho anaweza kujitetea mbele ya seneti, na uamuzi hii leo ndio unaamuliwa na seneti. Je, una matarajio yapi?
Kwanza asante sana kwa nafasi hii. Kwa majina naitwa Abubakar Sadala, nikiwa imamu wa Kapsabet Jamia Mosque, chairman CIPK Nandi County. Kwa hakika kwanza niseme hivi, yale mchakato ambao unaendelea hivi sasa kutokea bunge ni mchakato wa kihistoria, ambapo tangia tuchukue uhuru ama tunyakue uhuru wetu hatujawahi kuona kitu kama hicho. Na tumefuatilia vile mashtaka yalivyoanza na mpaka sasa imefika kwenye Senate, na leo hii huenda anaenda kujitetea. Matarajio yetu ni kuwa Senate itasimama kwenye haki kikatiba, kwa sababu wale walioleta hiyo motion ni haki yao, na mahali imepelekwa kwenye Senate pia Senate wanayo nguvu zote, wanayo sheria zote ambazo wamesomea, wamesikiza upande zote, watakuwa ni wenye kuamua katika njia ya haki. Kitu ambacho tunatarajia ni kuwa kusiwe na mtu ambapo anadhulumiwa ama kufinyiliwa kwa sababu moja au nyingine. Kama wao wataona kuwa ana hatia, watafuata sheria. Kama wanaona kuwa hana hatia, watafuata sheria. Na yote ambayo yanaendelea hapa tunasema kuwa ni historia katika jamhuri yetu ya Kenya, na pia ni mafunzo kwa wale watakao kuja baadaye. Outcome yote itakayokuja ni mafunzo kwa watakao kuja baadaye, kwa sababu tangia tuchukue uhuru 1963 mpaka sasa hatujawahi kuona vice president akikuwa impeach ama kuondolewa kwenye madaraka kama tunavyoona hivi sasa, ama kutolewa hoja kama tunavyoona hivi sasa. Kwa hivyo sisi matarajio yetu ni kwamba wale walioleta ile hoja kisheria ni haki yao, na wamepitisha, bunge limepitisha kulingana na sheria ilivyo, na sasa imefika kwenye Senate. Nina imani ya kwamba Senate ni wajuzi zaidi ambapo wataweza kuegemea mpande wa sheria.
Amezungumzia masuala ya sheria, amezungumzia ni uamuzi wa bunge na sasa ni uamuzi wa seneti. Nataka nikuulize, je, unahisi kuna nguvu za kisiasa zinahusika kwa sababu ya madai kama hayo?
Kwa majina ninaitwa Julius Ngetich, mimi ni mkazi wa hapa Kapsabet. Kulingana na maoni yangu, kutoka ile siku hiyo hoja ilitolewa na ikapelekwa katika bunge mpaka saizi kwa Senate, nimeisikiza vizuri na nimefuatilia vizuri na watu wengi wamefuatilia vizuri. Na kwa maoni yangu mimi mwenyewe ninasema ya kwamba ni kama Gachagua kenyewe wako na makosa mingi kulingana na matamuzi yake mbaya. Yeye ni kiongozi wa taifa, angeiva hata kama angekuwa anaona makosa labda kwa idara ya DCI ama kwa rais mwenyewe, wangeenda kujadiliana. Sio lazima uende uinsight watu, ujaribu kuongea ni kama wewe sio kati ya serikali ya Kenya Kwanza. So maoni yangu ni kwamba masenate wampatie ruhusa au achitete. Lakini kwa maoni yangu vile nimeiona, Gachagua mwenyewe ako na ukabila mingi. Saizi wa Kenya wanangojea makazi yenye waliahidiwa wakati wa kampeni. Na tukiendelea na masosano, na vile naiona hata hii masosano ya Gachagua na rais haitaisha. Sasa hakuna maana watu wapewe supra wakingojea ati wakutane. So mimi maoni yangu mimi mwenyewe naunga Senate wa impeach Rigathi Gachagua.
Labda tukimalizia, hii leo Seneti ndio inatoa uamuzi wake kuhusiana na kung'atuliwa kwa naibu rais. Je, maoni yako na matarajio yako ni gani?
Asante sana. Nashukuru. Majina yangu naitwa Ustadh Ali Omari, nikiwa ni mkazi wa Nandi hii, na miaka yote nimekaa hapa na miaka yote nimeshika kitambulisho nikawa ni Mkenya. Sijaiona mambo kama haya na wala sikuwa natarajia. Manake nimeishi nikijua rais ndiye mkubwa akifuatiwa na naibu wake. Lakini leo ni ile ambayo kwamba wanasema inchi ni kubwa kuliko yeyote yule. Kwa hivyo inchi yetu ya Kenya ni kubwa kuliko hata rais. Na yanayofanyika katika Senate yetu hakika naona ni mambo ya kikatiba, na labda inatekelezeka katiba ile tuliyokusudia sehemu kidogo sana, ya kwamba tutambue inchi ndio kubwa kuliko mwanadamu ama mwananchi. Na yale yatakayotokea baada ya hapo, tunaomba tusimame katika msimamo ambao kwamba Mswahili anasema mgala muue na haki mpe. Ingawaje ametuhumiwa, lakini asipakwe uchafu wote mpaka haki ionekane. Kwa hivyo uamuzi uko juu ya Senate, na Senate ni juu yao, waangalie katiba inasemaje juu ya aliyekosea. Na nikirudi upande wa naibu wa rais mwenyewe, hakika yeye ni serikali, na ni kama vile ambavyo kwamba anasema mti uliopanda juu yake usio unaukata mwenyewe. Labda ameukata mti, lakini mbali na hayo, kama amefanya makosa wampe haki yake kisheria, kikatiba, wala asidhulumiwe mtu yote yule. Tunangojea maendeleo sisi kama wananchi, tufanyiwe yale ambayo kwamba tuliahidiwa. Tunahitaji hospitali, tunahitaji madawa. Mfano tuko na hospitali yetu ya county hapa haina dawa. Tunahitaji tufanyiwe kazi, wala hatuna haja na malumbano ya viongozi wetu. Maana kwa kilumbana sisi wananchi wa kawaida tunaumia.
Asante. Labda tu kumalizia kwa kiufupi, ndugu, tunielezee hisia zako hii leo, unatarajia nini kutoka Seneti?
Mimi naitwa Kadri Juma. Ningependa Senate wasimame kwa haki. Yes. Wasijaribu kuegemea upande wote ule.
Naam, bila shaka ni maoni hayo kutoka kaunti ya Nandi, na mwanahabari wetu Masharia. Wamegawanyika pande mbili, wanasema Rigathi Gachagua aende, wengine wanasema Seneti imtendee haki. Naam, mtazamaji, tuko na maoni zetu kwa na kupeleka baadaye katika kaunti ya Nyeri, tusikie wanasemaje. Baadaye tutakwenda Nakuru na tutakuwa tunaangalia pia ilikuwaje ama imekuwaje tangu asubuhi. Lakini tangu jana na leo, mtazamaji, mashahidi ambao wamefikishwa kizimbani katika kizimba cha Seneti, Mwengi Mutuse ambaye ndiye aliwasilisha hoja ya kubanduliwa kwa Gachagua, mbunge wa Kibwezi Magharibi, amekuwa na muda mgumu kueleza alichokiandika mwenyewe. Daktari Andrew Mulwa ambaye ndiye aliyekuwa afisa mkuu mtendaji kwa kipindi kifupi kwa shirika hili la usambazaji dawa nchini KEMSA, lakini pia leo tumemwona Abdi Mohamed ambaye ni naibu afisa mkuu mtendaji wa asasi hii ya maadili na kupambana na ufisadi nchini EACC, pia akijibu maswali vilivyo. Moja kwa moja labda nije kwako Wanja. Kutoka jana hadi leo, mashahidi niliowataja na yaliyozungumzwa, ukilinganisha na ilivyokuwa bungeni, tathmini yako ni ipi mchakato huu unavyoendelea katika Seneti?
Asanti Lofty, na sijui niseme good afternoon ama ndo habari ya adhuhuri. Afternoon inaitwa jana Kiswahili
adhuhuri njema.
Ya adhuhuri njema kwa watazamaji wote wa NTV. Kwanza niseme kuanzia jana na leo, nitasema kama majenzi, mambo yamekuwa mengi, masaa ndio machache. Na wana seneta wetu inaonekana walikuwa na muda, masaa yao yalikuwa machache kweli, kwa sababu walifanya kazi hadi karibu midnight, usiku wa manane. Mimi kwangu nikiangalia, kuna wakati kulikuwa na mvutano na debate kama Senate ama Parliament ndio lower house na higher house ni nani, wakati ambayo tulianza devolution, nani mkubwa zaidi ya mwingine, unakumbuka hiyo wakati? Nakumbuka. Na nikiangalia quality ya debate, quality ya kueleza maneno, quality ya maswali ambayo inaulizwa, kwa maoni yangu kama mtazamaji naweza kusema kwamba nimependezwa na quality ya debate na tabia ya masenators nikikompare na wakati wa Parliament ambao walikuwa naongea. Pia speaker wa Seneti kwa kizungu tumesema kujirestrain. Naona amejirestrain sana. Unakumbuka wakati ambao huu mjadala ilianza kwenye bunge, speaker na deputy wake walikuwa already wameshaongelea kuhusu hii maneno. Kwa hivyo wengi wetu tulisema kama speaker na deputy wake wako na msimamo kuhusu hii impeachment, inaonekana haitakuwa haki. Kwa hivyo kimtazamo wangu, maseneta wamekuwa na maswali
ambayo
ubora na
ukomavu.
Na hata hii impeachment vile itakavyoenda, pia naona ni kama kutakuwa na opportunity ya nchi kujiuliza maswali, kama for example hii mambo ya public procurement. Yule ambaye anasikiza kwa makini, inaonekana ni kwamba sheria ya procurement itahitaji kutengenezwa kidogo, kwa sababu hili jambo la KEMSA kuna maswali yanaibuka. Kwa mfano kuna hiyo issue ya bond ambayo mtu ulipa bid bond.
Ama dhamana ya zabuni.
Dhamana ya zabuni. Kuna Senator Catherine Muma ameuliza swali mzuri, ameuliza mambo ya bid bond ni part ya procurement. Mwisho wake wa procurement kisha hao ambao wote walipeana bid bond walirudishiwa pesa siku moja. Mtu anafaa kurudishiwa baada ya muda gani? Kwa hivyo mimi naona kuna uzito ama kumekuwa na enrichment ya vile tutaendeleza sheria zetu za Kenya siku zijazo kulingana na huu mjadala vile umepelekwa na seneti.
Tutakuwa narudi kwako baadaye Wanja, lakini Dismas ametoa hoja nzuri, na mimi tathmini yangu ya kutoka asubuhi nimeangalia kwamba hoja ambayo imechukua takriban 40%, sija hesabu dakika, lakini labda kichwani tu, ni swala la KEMSA. Ni namna gani kampuni ambayo inahusishwa na naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua ilihusika. Kampuni ambayo imetajwa sana ni kampuni ya Shobika Impex, ambayo ni kampuni ya kigeni ya India, lakini kuna kampuni wakala ya Crystal ambayo imegusiwa kwamba inahusishwa na naibu rais. Na naibu rais amejitetea kivyake kwamba, na tangu tarehe 7 tulipomhoji Oktoba, alisema kwanza kabisa Shobika haikupata hii zabuni, kwa hivyo makosa yangu yako wapi? Pili, watoto wangu hawakuhusika. Lakini maswali ambayo labda Mkenya atajiuliza Dismas ni kwamba kama EACC kupitia Abdi inasema haijachunguza kampuni zote 20 za Rigathi kama zina makosa au la, Seneti itakuwa na nafasi na mamlaka kiasi gani jana na leo kuchunguza na kujua kama Gachagua ana hatia au la, ama mchakato utakwenda vipi?
Vile tulikuwa tumesema kidogo kwamba utaniwa radhi mimi nitakuwa nikiongea kizungu mara mingi, manake Kiswahili sijakielewa vizuri sana. Kwamba hii ni
Wanjani Mswahili atakupiga kiboko cha makosa.
Tumesema kwamba hii ni political process.
Naam.
Kwa hivyo kama wale wenye wanataka hii impeachment kabla hawajaanza, jambo la kwanza wanakaa chini wanajiuliza, do we have the numbers? Vile ulisema kwamba tuna idadi. Wakiwa na hizo numbers, hapo sasa ndio wanaanza kutafuta evidence. Na ile evidence yenye wanatafuta wamesema sio ile ya criminal court, labda kama mtu ameiba ng'ombe ama amefanya mauaji, ni ile tu yani kidogo tu political process. Kwa hivyo wanasiasa wakikubaliana kwamba mheshimiwa Gachagua anaenda nyumbani, ikifika kwa National Assembly wakipitisha, na vile vile Senate, kama wale senators washakubaliana tayari kwamba Gachagua anaenda, haya mambo yote ambayo Gachagua anaenda kufanya hivi leo jioni, atakuwa akiongea na umma, atakuwa akiongea na wale masenators. Nimewaangalia kutoka asubuhi sana, kuna wengi hata nimeona wengine wako kwa simu zao, labda hata wanaangalia TikTok. Umesikia speaker akiongea mambo ya TikTok, labda wengine wako Facebook wanaangalia mambo
kidogo.
Manake wao wanangoja ile dakika ya mwisho waambie kwamba utapiga kura vipi. Hata vile
so wengi wanangoja kura wakati wa kura.
Hili ni decision, yani walikuwa washapitisha kitambo kwamba huyu bingwa anaenda nyumbani. Na hili jambo sio la Kenya peke yake. Wakati mmoja kule Marekani kulikuwa na ile impeachment ya bwana Donald Trump. Hata uliona vile walipiga kura, wale Democrats wamepiga hivi na wale Republicans wamepiga hivi. Lakini kumekuwa swala mzuri sana ambalo umelisema hapo. Maana wamesema katika hii zabuni ya KEMSA hakuna pesa ambayo imepotea. Lakini pia kuna jambo mzuri sana kwa sheria, wanasema kwamba kama mtu anataka kuenda kuiba lakini asifaulu kuiba, utasema kwamba hakuna makosa. Wale wamesema kwamba wale
nia yake ilikuwa gani?
Nia yake ilikuwa ni gani? Sasa wamesema kwamba ile agency fee yenye KEMSA ilipotesha ilikuwa ni kama 50 million. Lakini mimi nikiangalia ili swali kama communication experts na pia accountants, kuna mambo matatu lazima uangalie. Jambo la kwanza ni kwamba kuna KEMSA ilikuwa imechukua wakati mwingi sana kuangalia hiyo tendering process. Kwa hivyo kuna wale watu already walikuwa wamefanya kazi na mwisho wa mwezi walilipwa. Hilo ndio jambo la kwanza. Jambo la pili, KEMSA ndio ilifaa kuangalia hii tender wapeana award. Lakini vile walifanya kazi ambayo haikuwa mzuri, wale watu wa Global Fund wenyewe wakasema sisi tutafanya hii kazi. Na yule bingwa kutoka EACC bwana Abdi amesema kwamba Kenya imeanza kuwa na watu wanaongea Kenya vibaya aswa katika mambo ya afya, kwamba zile zabuni huko zinaenda vibaya sana.
Kenya imepoteza sifa.
Imepoteza sifa. Sasa kwa kimombo ndio wanaita reputational liabilities. Kwa hivyo kwa wale watu ambao wanataka kusaidia Kenya katika mambo ya afya, wakikuja kupeana zabuni hapa Kenya wanajua kwamba hapo kuna uwezekano kwamba kuna ukora. Hilo pia ni jambo ambalo litiliwe maanani. Lakini kitu kizuri kabisa, na nimeona hata wale Wakenya ambao wamehojiwa, wengi wao wamesema kwamba hili ni jambo la kisiasa. Na wamesema kwamba hawataki siasa. Lakini unajua sasa yule mwenye wanataka kumfukuza ni mwanasiasa. Na wenye wanaenda kumfukuza pia ni wanasiasa. Kwa hivyo hapa sio kule kwamba ati lazima uende kotini useme kwamba huyu jamaa ndiye ameiba ng'ombe yangu. Yani
bora upate ushawishi wa kisiasa. Hiyo ni kwa idadi bungeni, seneti, wewe ushafunga mchezo.
Hilo jambo zenye wanasema ni numbers. Yani ukiwa na hiyo idadi. Hivi sasa hata tuseme Gachagua akifanya jioni, akiongea hapo hivyo kabisa. Hata kama anaongea mambo mazuri sana, wale maseneta ambao walikaa chini wakasema huyu jamaa anaenda nyumbani,
hawatasikia kitu.
Hawatasikia chochote. Wao watakuwa kingoja speaker
kengele ipigwe.
Sasa watakuwa kingoja kengele ipigwe. Lakini sasa tujiulize, kuna pia wakili mmoja mwenye ameulizwa hapo kwamba sasa uhusiano wa mheshimiwa Rais Ruto na uhusiano wa mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua uko vipi? Tuseme kwa mfano Senate waseme kwamba huyu jamaa aendi nyumbani, kwa hivyo bado ndiye anaendelea kuwa makamu wa rais. Hii miaka miwili imebakia,
watafanya kazi
Kenya
vipi?
Itakaaje? Ambamo kwamba Rais Ruto na msaidizi wake awelewani. Lakini pia ukiangalia siasa za Kenya, wakati mmoja watu walikuwa wamesema kwamba mheshimiwa Kenyatta hataki hata kumuona mheshimiwa Raila Odinga. Lakini wakati mmoja tukoona kule Harambee House. Vile vile watu walikuwa wamesema kwamba mheshimiwa Ruto na mheshimiwa Raila Odinga hawataifanya kazi pamoja. Lakini hivi sasa tunaona kwamba wanasafiri pamoja, mambo ya Africa Union wanafanya pamoja. Kwa hivyo wanasiasa hapa Kenya kuna vile wanatuchezea sisi wa Kenya wa kawaida mchezo. Na ndiposa wa Kenya wanaambiwa kwamba msipigane
kwa sababu ya
wanasiasa.
Au sio? Shikilia hapo Dismas. Tutakuwa tukapumziko fupi, lakini kabla hapo labda uwanja. Jana mawakili viongozi wa upande wa Gachagua, Elisha Ngoya pamoja na Ndegwa Njiru walionyesha ukakamavu wao sana dhidi ya bwana Mwingi Mutuse, lakini watu wanasema leo amepata nafasi akajikomboa. Alipopata nafasi kueleza tena upya, akaeleza vizuri, na wengi wanashindwa ilikuwa nia yao ni kupata ushahidi, kuangalia ushahidi jana, ama ilikuwa ni kumfanya onekane kwamba ni mbumbumbu, hajui kuunganisha moja na moja akapata mbili mbele ya Wakenya. Unahisi vipi? Walifanya kazi vizuri ya kumtetea Gachagua ama walikuwa ni kumfanya tu huyu bwana Mutuse aonekane hafai, hajifai?
Kwanza asante kwa kunifunza neno mpya, bumbumbu. Bwana Mutuse nimekuwa nikimsoma kwenye mitandao, naona kuna miaka 39, bado kijana tu. Kwa hivyo pia vile wazungu wanasema alikuwa kwa hot seat, he was in the eye of the storm. Nadhani pia yeye alijaribu kidogo. Hata hivyo muda, maswali mingi, kukua dunia yote imekuangalia, ni normal kukaa ni kama umeshtuka. Mawakili wawili wa Elisha Ngoya ambaye sasa Wakenya wamempenda sana, na Ndegwa pia walikuwa wamempangia tu kumuuliza maswali, na pia leo nimeona Mutuse pia vile ameendelea. Unajua na kizungu tunasema outcome is as good as the process. Mwisho wa kitu ni kulingana na vile process imepelekwa. Kwa hivyo kwa maoni yangu sidhani sana kama ni Mutuse jana pengine alionekana mbaya pase
ama
hafifu. Naweza tusema ni kwamba ni part ya process, na ndio maana hiki kitu nafanywa siku mbili. Wengine wanauliza siku mbili ni enough kusukuma mtu hadi kumtoa kwenye kiti? Mawakili wote wawili unajua wanajua hii ni mambo ya it's a matter of life and death. Tunaongea kuhusu mtu ambaye akitolewa kwenye kiti hata waiweza kusimama kura kiti chochote milele. Tunaongea kuhusu mtu ambaye political profile yake itaenda chini kwa historia, kwamba yeye ndio deputy president wa kwanza kuimpichiwa kwa historia yote ya Kenya. Tunaongea kuhusu mtu ambaye amekuwa akijitetea na kusema nilichaguliwa na Wakenya milioni 7.2. Tumesikia pia ni vile wanaelewa uzito wa jambo
ambalo wanasema ni swala la kufa kupona.
Ni swala la kufa kupona, ni swala ambalo mambo ambayo yako mbele yao inahusu hata security ya nchi.
Ni kweli.
Na jana vile walikuwa naendelea na Kenyans, I think sidhani kuna Wakenya wamekuwa wakifanya kazi vizuri. Macho yote iko kwenye televisheni.
Ni kweli.
Kulikuwa na report SUPKEM, Waislamu, Kenya Catholic Bishops na NCCK walifanya presa. Wakasema wanaomba maseneta wajirestrain sana na wajue kwamba hata hii kitu inaweza affect usalama wa nchi. Kwa hivyo naweza kusema kwamba ni vile tu mambo inaenda.
Mawakili walifanya kazi yao.
Mutuse alifanya kazi yake.
Na tushikilie hapo, naambiwa kidogo tutachukua pumziko kabla kuja kwako Dismas, hoja yako idungie kijiti hapo. Lakini kule bungeni tunaye mwanahabari wetu Vincent Odwor, unamuona hapo alipo, atakuwa anajiunga nasi muda si muda kutujuza hali ikoje, mandhari yako namna gani, manake najua joto linaendelea kupanda, wanahabari wanataka wajue ni kipi kitakuwa kinajiri baadaye, wakati ambapo naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua atakuwa anajitetea maswali zaidi, alafu kura iweze kupigwa. Usiondoke, tuweze kulipa madeni madukani, tukirudi mengi zaidi na wachambuzi wangu studioni.
Rigathi Gachagua. Hii serikali tulitafuta na shida mingi sana. Hatuwezi kubali mtu haribu. Kenyans will be shocked. Hiyo ikulu nimeweka mitego kila kona. Hapo iko kibarua. 121 members of the National Assembly pended their signatures.
Enjoy all-in-one payment solutions for your business with Network. Accept multiple payment methods and process all your business transactions on one device. Whether it's M-Pesa, Airtel Money, Visa, MasterCard, Apple Pay, or Google Pay. Network does it all. It's faster, it's better, it's smarter. Get it for your business today by calling 0730-847-847.
Rigathi Gachagua. Hii serikali tulitafuta na shida mingi sana. Hatuwezi kubali mtu haribu. Kenyans will be shocked. Hiyo imeweka mitego kila kona. Hapo iko kibarua. 291 members of this National Assembly pended their signatures.
Sadakta, karibu tena mtazamaji. Waswahili wanasema ntege ni kutegi. Mitego aliyoweka naibu rais sasa hivi imemgeukia na yuko katika bunge la Seneti kujitetea. Lakini kujua mengi zaidi kinachoendelea mandhari ya bunge, tujiunga naye mwanahabari wetu masala ya siasa Vincent Odwor. Hali ikoje bungeni, Vincent?
Naam, Sadakta, tuko hapa nje ya majengo ya bunge ambapo kwa sasa tunatarajia mwendo wa adhuhuri tutaweza kushuhudia kile kinyang'anyiro au makabiliano kwenye mbele ya bunge la Seneti, ambapo naibu rais atatarajiwa sasa kufika mbele ya Seneti kuweza kutoa ushahidi wake. Na kumbuka kwamba upande wa naibu wa rais hakuna mashahidi wengine, yeye tu ndiye shahidi wa pekee, na kwa hivyo ataweza kufika hapo mwendo wa saa 8 kutoa ushahidi wake na kuweza kuthibitisha na kutoa ushahidi ni kwa nini afai kubanduliwa kutoka afisini, na kuweza kutumia muda huo wa saa 3 kuweza kutibua yale mashtaka 11 pamoja na madai ambayo yameibuliwa na upande wa mashtaka. Na ni tulitarajia kwamba naibu rais alifaa kuchukua usukani kuanzia mwendo wa asubuhi, lakini haikuwezekana. Manake jana, wakati wa kikao cha jana, wale mashahidi wa upande wa bunge la kitaifa hawakuwa wamemaliza shughuli ya kuweza kuulizwa maswali kutoka kwa maseneta, na kwa hivyo spika wa bunge akaweza kuruhusu kwamba hii leo kuanzia mwendo wa asubuhi waweze kutumia muda huo hadi mwendo wa saa 6:15 hivi, ndipo sasa tuliweza kushuhudia baadhi ya mashahidi wa bunge la kitaifa akiwemo naibu wa tume ya maadili na kupambana na ufisadi EACC Abdi Mohamud ambaye alikuwa pale, pamoja na mwenye hoja hii Mutuse, na pia kulikuwa na aliyekuwa afisa mkuu mtendaji wa KEMSA ambao waliweza kufika mbele ya seneti kuanzia mwendo wa asubuhi na wakaweza kuulizwa maswali kutoka kwa maseneta na pia mawakili kutoka pande husika. Kwa hivyo mwendo wa dhuhuri tutaweza kuona makabiliano au vuta ni kuvute kama ile tuweza kushuhudia jana, manake wale mawakili wanaowakilisha bunge la kitaifa wakiongozwa na gavana wa Siaya James Orengo pamoja na mawakili wengine wataweza kutumia hiyo fursa baada ya naibu rais kumaliza kuwasilisha ushahidi wake. Wataweza kupata fursa ya muda wa saa 2 kuweza kumuuliza naibu rais maswali, na tunafahamu kwamba naibu rais yeye atakuwa anategemea tu ushahidi alionao pamoja na zile video, na hizo ndizo zitaweza kuwa msingi mkuu wa ushahidi ambao atawasilisha. Kwa hivyo kwa sasa tuna wabunge wako nje, na mwendo wa saa 4:30 wataweza kurejea ili mchakato huu uanze kuanza. Na pia hii leo pia kumbuka zile harakati za kuweza kutafuta idadi ya kuweza kupitisha hoja hii, manake bunge la kitaifa litahitaji angalau 2/3 ya uungwaji mkono ili hoja hii iweze kupita, na kikao kitaendelea hadi saa 6 za usiku, na hapo ndipo Wakenya wataweza kujua iwapo naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua amebanduliwa afisini au ameponea chupuchupu na kuweza kuhifadhi kazi yake ya naibu rais. Kwa sasa ni hayo tu, na kurejesha hadi studioni.
Sadakta Vincent Odoro akiwa bungeni. Tunaenda hadi mwendo wa saa 6:03 kwa mujibu wa chapisho kwenye gazeti rasmi la taifa. Kwa hivyo kama una kibatari chako ama taa ya koroboi, weka mafuta, maana leo tunakesha. Ouko Okusa ni mhariri wetu kutoka majimbo ya eneo la Nyanza na Magharibi, yuko Kisumu kwa sasa. Tupate maoni ya wana Kisumu. Okusa.
Hayo yakiendelea pale katika seneti lofti hapa katika jiji la Kisumu, wananchi wako na hisia tofauti na maoni kuhusu hiyo shughuli ambayo inaendelea pale seneti ya kubandua naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua. Na hapa kuna baadhi ya wakazi, pengine tueleza tu kidogo kuhusu maoni yao kulingana na hii shughuli inayoendelea bungeni ama seneti ya kutafuta ama kuona kama naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua atabanduliwa. Pengine utueleze tu maoni yako kuhusu hayo yote.
Asante sana mtangazaji. Mimi Ali Samira, mwenyekiti bunge la wananchi Kisumu. Kwa maoni yangu, naonelea makosa kama ilikuweko na saa ikuwa sasa ni kama tunaona kama heshima ndio ilikuwa nakosa kwa watu wawili. Upendo wao ulikuwa ya pengine ya kudanganyana, kwa sababu hatuoni haja wenye watu wakichaguliwa wawili wanakuja tena wanatengana, alafu wanaanza kufurugana, alafu inatuletea kama sisi watu wa Kenya, inatoa imani kwetu, kwa sababu chenye tulikuwa tunategemea sana tulikuwa tunataka maendeleo. Kwa maana miaka zinaenda, tunaenda kwa uchaguzi nyingine, lakini hakuna kitu tusaona kwa ground. Na wakati walikuwa wanafanya kampeni walisema wanaenda kutufanyia kazi, hawako watuambia wanaenda kufurugana. Sasa hii kitu ni tofauti yenye imekuja kinyume, na sasa senata iko nayo walianza na bunge kuu, sasa wako kwa Senate. Wacha Senate wachunguze vizuri sana. Mwenye atakuwa na makosa aende, angalau kazi ifanyike, anze. Kama mwenye hako kama naibu ndio hako ameweka kikwazo kwa maendeleo, kama watapata makosa iko wamtumulie, waende nyumbani, angalau kazi anze, tuone kazi kabla kitafika uchaguzi mwingine.
Asante. Wacha tuchukue kwa maoni kutoka kwa mwingine. Mzee, ulikuwa uko na maoni kuhusu hayo yanayotendeka pale Seneti, pengine unaweza tueleza tu. Anza na majina tafadhali.
Naitwa Samasir Moro. Mimi nasema mambo ya deputy ni mambo mkubwa sana, lakini nimesikia ati inaletwa kwa wananchi. Haifai hata kuletwa, kwa sababu wakati walikuwa watengeneza serikali hawakuuliza wananchi nani itakuwa deputy. Kwa hivyo wacha, kama wataka kumtoa, watoe yeye mwaka wa 2027. Mimi naona hakuna haja, kwa sababu mambo mengi yanaendelea hapa Kenya ile mabaya tupu, na hawezi kutengenezwa. Mbona hii inatengenezwa?
Okay, sawa. Lofty, hayo ni baadhi tu ya wakazi wa Kisumu wakitoa hisia zao na maoni kuhusu hiyo shughuli ambayo inaendelea hapo Seneti ya kuangalia kama naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua atabanduliwa au la. Na kwa hivyo tutakita kambi hapa Kisumu, na tutakuwa tunawajulisha yale maoni kuhusu vile wakazi wa Kisumu wanafuatilia na pengine hisia zao kuhusu yale yatakayotokana pale katika Seneti. Kwako Lofty.
Sadakta kabisa. Uko Kusa akizungumza na wana Kisumu. Maoni yamegawanyika, lakini tuondoke pale takriban kilomita 150 turudi nyuma kidogo kabla Nairobi tuingie Kisumu, na watu wa Kisumu pia wana yao ya kuzungumza kuhusiana na iwapo haki inatendeka Seneti ama ni yale kama mchanga wa Kwale wanavyosema iliyofanyika katika bunge la kitaifa Nakuru.
Na hapo jana matukio mengi yalitukia pale Seneti ama yalishuhudiwa pale Seneti asubuhi, tukiona ya kwamba spika wa bunge hilo akitupilia mbali baadhi ya maombi yaliwakilishwa na mawakili wa upande ama mawakili wanaotetea Rigathi Gachagua, ikiwemo lile ombi la kutaka baadhi ya ushahidi uliowasilishwa na upande wa bunge la kitaifa zisiweze kufikishwa pale Seneti, lakini Kingi aliweza kusema kwamba ushahidi huo ama ushahidi hizo ziweze kuwasilishwa kwa kuwa inasaidia katika kesi hiyo ambayo inaendelea kusikizwa Seneti. Na jioni pia tuliona yule ambaye aliwasilisha hoja hili pale bungeni, mbunge Mutuse Mwengi, akiweza kuwa na wakati mgumu kutetea ama kueleza baadhi ya yale makosa 11 aliyoweza kushutumu Rigathi Gachagua. Acha tusikize baadhi ya maoni ya wakazi wa Nakuru wanavyosema kufuatia na yale yaliyotukia kule Seneti. Utaanza kwa majina, na uliweza kufuatilia yale mchakato uliokuwa unaendelea pale Seneti, na maoni yako ni yapi?
Kulingana majina yangu, mimi naitwa Maina wa Njoroge, na kulingana na yale yaliyotolewa pale katika Seneti na jana ushahidi ambao ulikuwa umesimamishwa katika Seneti, niliangalia hakuna mashtaka, hakuna ushahidi, hakuna chochote wanachosimama nacho. Manake mashtaka yote tujaribu kuangalia, tukakosa mashtaka yoyote inayomsimamisha ati huyu naibu wa rais Rigathi. Tukakosa mashtaka kabisa, manake tuliona kuna mkono mwingine ambao unatumika kuforce haya mambo yafanyike, lakini si ati ni ushahidi upo.
Utaanza kwa majina na utueleze uliweza kufuatilia yale mahojiano yaliyokuwa ama ushahidi ambao uliweza kuwasilishwa pale bungeni hapo jana, na maoni yako ni yapi kutokana na matukio hayo?
Nilisikiza hata kama sikuweza kusikiza. Kwa majina kwanza naitwa Kongo. Hii motion si kama ya Mutuse. Hii ni kama kuna mtu fulani ama watu fulani walimuinsist afanye hiyo kitu. Kulingana na maswali yenye alikuwa anaulizwa na wale lawyers, anashindwa kujibu venye inafaa. Yeah.
Hapo jana uliweza kufuatilia mahojiano hayo, na unaweza kusema nini? Utatoa kofia.
Kwa majina naitwa David Mushai. Mimi ni mkazi wa Nakuru town. ambapo nilifuatilia ile majadiliano ilikuwa inafuatiliwa jana, mimi niliona hakuna ushahidi ya kutosha. Juu kusema watu waungane, amesema nini? Kusaidia watu wa market, hiyo ni makosa.
Kwa majina anaitwa John Gekonyo, mkaaji wa huku Nakuru. Mimi kwa matarajio yangu kutoka kwa Senate, mimi niko na uhakika kwamba wakifuatilia haki na kulingana na vyenye sasa jana ilikuwa, hata bila kuambiwa mambo mingi, hiyo ishashinda. Pande ya Gachagua washinda. Juu kuna maswali zingine zinaulizwa, hata yeye mwenye kupeleka hiyo motion aelewi.
Hayo yamekuwa ni maoni kutoka wakazi wa Nakuru, wengi tu wakikodolea macho matukio ambayo yanatarajiwa kuendelea pale seneti ya hii leo, ambapo wanatarajia kuamua iwapo watambandua Rigathi Gachagua ama Rigathi atabaki kuwa kama naibu rais humo nchini. Tutazidi tu kukusanya maoni tofauti kutoka maeneo tofauti humo Nakuru kuhusiana na swala hili.
Safi kabisa, Ruth Sarmoi kwa maoni hayo ya wana Nakuru. Watu wa Nyeri wanasema nataka kuzungumzia kuhusu mtoto wao, mambo yanavyokwenda, lakini kwanza kabisa nimeambiwa elekea Baringo tusikie wanasema namna gani. Kuna mwanahabari wetu kule Ken Ruto ambaye amesema na wana Baringo, tuwasikize sasa.
Shukran sana na kuja moja kwa moja kutoka mji wa Kabarnet County ya Baringo. Hii ikiwa ni siku ya historia katika taifa hili la Kenya, ambapo naibu wake Rais Rigathi Gachagua hatma yake itakapojulikana katika bunge la Seneti mida ya saa 6 siku ya leo. Ila tu kwa sasa tunataka kuchukua maoni ya wakazi kufuatia na mswada waliweza kufuatilia hiyo jana katika runinga za kitaifa. Karibu kwenye NTV. Utaanza kwa majina yako na pengine kwako wewe waweza kuchukuliaje mswada uliweza kufuatilia katika runinga yako?
Kwa majina naitwa Geoffrey Kibet, mkazi wa Baringo. Ningependa kusema ya kuwa jana tumekuwa kwa mahojiano, tumekuwa kwa TV tukuoja mahojiano ya jana vile kulienda, na tuliweza kupata ya kuwa yale mambo yote yalisingizia Rigathi Gachagua nyingi yenye zilikuwa mambo ya propaganda, na ningependa Senate kama walifuatilia kama sisi wananchi waweze kutupilia mbali hiyo mswada wa kuimpeach Gachagua, kwa sababu tungependa Kenya ikuwe moja, ushana ya rais pamoja na deputy wake ikuwe ushana ambao inafaidi wa Kenya, alafu Kenya yetu iende mbele tukifanya kazi.
Okay, kwa majina naitwa Joseph Wanoma, mimi ni mkaji wa kaunti ya Baringo. Kwa ile mahojiano ya jana ya Senate, tulikuja kurealize kwamba yale mambo yenye wabunge waliweza kupeleka hiyo motion kwa Senate, MPs walijaribu kuharakisha hiyo motion ya kuimpeach gavana naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua bila kufuatilia na bila kuconfirm ni nini wanafanya. Tungependa kama wakaaji wa kaunti ya Baringo kwamba tunataka hii Kenya yetu tuna free, tulipata democracy miaka mingi iliyopita, na hatuwezi kubaliana na hii mambo yenye inaendelea kwa Senate. Tumeweza kuona kama wakaaji wa Baringo kwamba yale mambo yenye ilitoka bunge ikienda Senate haina ukweli ya kutosha. Haitoshi kufanya ati naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua aweze kung'olewa mamlakani.
Kwa nini ikiwa ni kuimpeach mtu mnakimbiza siku moja, na kama kuenda kutengeneza uchumi mnaenda mwendo wa kinyonga? Hiyo ni kusema nini? Tunaomba Senate ya kwamba fuateni sheria kamili na mufanyie kila mtu haki.
Shukran sana studio. Hiyo ni kauli ya wakazi kutoka kaunti ya Baringo wakitoa kauli zao kuhusiana na mswada ambayo imeletwa katika seneti ya ikiwa wataweza kumbandua naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua. Ila tu tuwezi kuandika na mate na wino ipo. Wakazi wa eneo hilo wanasema kwamba watafuatilia hadi mwisho ili waweze kupata jibu. Kutoka kaunti ya Baringo, jina langu ni Ken Ruto, kwako studio.
Asante sana Ken Ruto, ameregesha usukani studioni kabla wino na utaja ukauke. Tuweze kwenda moja kwa moja hadi katika eneo la Migori, huko ni kwake Bernard Ojwang. Wino huo pia utaandika kule. Bernard, wana Migori wanasemaje kuhusiana na mchakato mzima seneti siku ya pili?
Ni siku ya kipekee. wa Kenya wanasubiri kwa hamu na gamu kuona iwapo bunge la seneti litaweza kumuondoa rasmi naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua mamlakani. Kwamba ni swala ambalo limeweza kuzua hisia tofauti humu nchini, baadhi ya Wakenya wakiunga mkono, baadhi ya Wakenya wakipinga. Lakini kinachoshangaza Wakenya ni iwapo Gachagua ataweza kuondolewa mamlakani, ni nani atachukua nafasi yake, na iwapo ataweza kuendelea na kazi yake kama naibu wa rais, au angependa kuwa naibu wa rais wa aina gani? Hebu tutize kutoka kwa wakazi wa Migori.
Ni sawa kwa Gachagua kuondolewa, lakini lazima tuzingatie ukweli.
In case they have seen some mistake on Rigathi Gachagua, I think all of them, they carry all the mistake. All of them, they are supposed to go.
Rigathi Gachagua has been mentioning Mount Kenya several times. It is as if it is just a leader of Mount Kenya, not a leader of Kenyans as a whole.
We need a deputy president who is going to deputize the president as the leader of Kenya, not a leader of a region. No witch hunt about this. He ought to go. Kenyans do not have faith in him.
I'm expecting a deputy president who can unite all Kenyans together, despite of being, whether he's a Luo, any region or any tribe, so long as he can follow what the constitution of Kenya is saying.
Na ni hayo tu kwa sasa kutoka kaunti ya Migori. Kumbuka kwamba bado tumekita kambi hapa tukusubiri kwa hamu na gamu sisi pia kutoka kule bunge la seneti, iwapo naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua ataondolewa mamlakani au la.
Bernardo Drang pale wana Migori wamezungumza pale, na kwa hamu na gamu naongezea hamumu atakuwa nasubiri jinsi ambavyo James Orengo wakili atakuwa anapambana meno kwa meno, kucha kwa kucha na Rigathi Gachagua. Na Bryce amesema staki shahidi, mimi mwenyewe natosha, mleteni James Orengo baadaye mwendo wa saa 8:30. Dismas, kabla kwenda pumzikoni alikuwa uwanja ametoa hoja kuchangia namna gani huyu bwana Mutuse aliwawakilisha wabunge ambao walikuwa tayari wamesema huyu bwana aende pale jana, na wengi walihisi kwamba huenda akawa, manake hata aliulizwa, je umetumwa? Manake ukizungumza ni kwamba we are saying, we thought. Je, umetumwa ama hizi hoja ni zako? Unahisi kwamba walimbabaisha sana ama aliwaangusha wabunge jana?
Unajua, jambo la kwanza tuliambiwa jana kwamba Mutuse ni mwanasheria.
Naam.
Vile vile ni mwanasiasa. Kwa hivyo hata vile Wakenya wamesema kwamba jana labda hakufanya kazi vile walikuwa wanatarajia, lakini mimi nimewasoma wanasiasa kwa undani sana. Yale mambo yote yenye alikuwa anayafanya jana alikuwa ameyapanga. Kwa hivyo ikifika mahali penye anajibu maswali kama mwanasheria, anayajibu kama mwanasheria. Kujibu kama mwanasiasa, anayajibu kama mwanasiasa. Manake huwezi sema kwamba amesoma sheria ya miaka 4 tena akaenda Kenya School of Law labda miezi 9 alafu aelewi sheria. Kwa hivyo alikuwa anajibu yale maswali kulingana na ile motion yenye alikuwa ameleta. Niko very sure kwamba ukimpata katika jambo la kawaida akidiscuss sheria, utashindwa kwamba huyu bingwa ndio yule mwenye alikuwa kule Senate na ni kama alikuwa amebabaishwa. Kwa hivyo hao watu wote ni wanacheza tu na akili za ya umma akiwa kule bungeni.
Naam. Lakini unasema kwamba yuko imara na yuko timamu. Na tulikuwa tukijadili kabla kurudi kutoka hewani, na kutoka akiwa bunge ama hoja hii ikiwa bungeni jana seneti na leo, mbali na idadi na kuangalia labda kwamba ni mchakato wa kisiasa, je, unahisi hoja zilizoulizwa zikatathminiwa zingetumiwa hizo kama hoja kupatiwa hukumu, angepona na Bryce?
Kama tungekuwa ni tuseme kama ni zile yani ni siasa za kawaida ambazo hakuna tuseme vyama mbalimbali, na tuseme kwamba wale masenators hawajaambiwa na wale viongozi wao wa vyama mbalimbali, wakiambiwa wao wenyewe wapige kura kulingana na maoni yao, uwezekano wa mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua kupona uko juu sana. Lakini hao wabunge wengi wakapa hivyo, washapatiwa masharti, wale viongozi wao washawaambia vile inafaa wapige kura. Hata yale maswali yenye wanauliza kwa mbali utajua vile wanaenda kupiga kura. Ndiposa wanasema kwamba ndiposa wanasema kwamba ili ni suala la wanasheria. Kama ingekuwa ni suala la ni suala la wanasiasa. Kama ingekuwa ni suala la sheria, basi mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua angekuwa ameshinda hii kesi mapema sana na sasa yeye ameenda nyumbani. Lakini hawa ni wanasiasa. Na tulikuwa tumetumia ile mfano kutoka kule Marekani kwamba wakati mheshimiwa Trump alikuwa na impeachment kama hii, unaona yule Democrat akiongea unajua ni hivi. Huyu Republican akiongea ni hivi.
Huyu atamtetea, huyu atampeleka.
Hata hapa ni hivyo. Umeona vile wenzako hapa wameongea na watu. Yule bingwa mwenye ametoka kutoka Migori, unajua ataongea vipi. Bingwa kutoka Nyeri, utajua ataongea vipi. Bingwa kutoka Kisumu, utajua anaongea vipi. Kiambu pia ni hivyo hivyo. Lakini ukienda kwa Kiambu, kuna uwezekano kwamba unaweza pata maoni mawili. Hata ukienda Kirinyaga unaweza pata maoni mawili. Lakini kwa hii miji mingine, manake hili ni swala la siasa. Yaani tuseme wale ma senators saa hii vile wakapo hivyo wanakunywa chai wakingoja tu wakiangalia tu saa ifika wakati speaker atapiga kingela waambiwa wapige kura.
Twende kwenye kura.
Na ile sababu yenye wanaendelea hii process yote ndiposa mheshimiwa Gachagua tusema akienda kotini watasema sheria inasema na standing order tukae siku 2, apatiwe masaa 2, apatiwe masaa 3. Tulifanya hiyo yote tumefanya.
Anajitetea vipi?
Hata ile public participation yenye ilifanywa na National Assembly haikuwa kwamba maoni ya wananchi yangetumiwa. Manake wananchi walisema, wananchi walipeana maoni yao, lakini wabunge already walikuwa washa declare the interest ile watafanya hiyo kazi. Kwa hivyo hata hiyo public participation naona ilikuwa tu ni quest hela za Wakenya.
282 wakasema maoni ya wananchi hayatoshi mboga. Wanja, kuna hoja ambayo jana ilijitokeza kwa uzito sana, na wakati ambapo walikuwa wanawasilisha ushahidi wao Elisha Ngoya pamoja na Ndegwa Njiru, walicheza video moja kutoka eneo la Murang'a ambapo Rais William Ruto alikuwa anazungumza kuhusu hisa na akamwambia kwamba niliwapatia waziri wa maji, nikawapatia katibu, nikawapatia huyu, na kwa sababu hisa zenu zinatosha mboga mtapata mengi zaidi. Na ushahidi kama huo alivyozungumza Dismas unaweza kumsaidia Gachagua kuokoka kwamba nilikuwa namsaidia rais wangu, pia mimi nikizungumzia kwamba serikali hii ni ya shareholding na walio na hisa nyingi zaidi watafaidi, ama tusubiri wakati wa rais? Manake pia kulikuwa na hoja kama hiyo. Wakati wake ukifika tutatumia ushahidi huo, wakati huu ni wako baba, jitetee kivyengine.
Nakumbuka nikiangalia hiyo video ya kuongea kuhusu hisa na kuongea kuhusu tupange laini kulingana vile umekuja utakuwa nyuma ama katikati ama mwisho. Nakumbuka wakati ambayo hayo matamshi yalisemekana. Kusema kweli mimi naona kama Wakenya ni ama siasa yetu ya Kenya iko na hypocrisy. Ukweli ni kwamba ukiangalia vile watu upanga siasa na kupanga kura na kushinda kura, kwa kimombo inaitwa ethnic mobilization. Kwa mfano, ukichukua hapa jiwe, ukienda Kisumu urushe jiwe kwenye county assembly ya Kisumu, chances za utagonga MCA ambaye ametoka kabila la Mjaluo.
Naam.
Kwa nini? Kwa sababu watu hujipanga kisiasa na vyama kulingana na kabila zao. Kukujibu ni kusema kwamba hilo mambo ya shareholding, hiyo inakuanga kureward wale watu ambao walikusupport. Na ndio siasa inakuanga mchakato wa kutafuta power, na ukipata power una reward ama unafurahisha waliokusupport na kuambia asante kwa kuwapa viti. Kwa hivyo mimi ni neno la shareholding kwangu nilisikia mara ya kwanza na rais. Watu wa mlima asanteni morega. Kwa hivyo DP akitumia hilo neno ni kama tu kuemphasize ama kutumia neno kulingana na vile mdosi wake amelitaja. Na wakili wake aliuliza swali mzuri. Kama deputy president ni principal assistant, msaidizi mkuu wa rais, sinamaanisha tu anafaa kufanya vile rais amesema. Na hizo video ya vitu ambavyo rais amekuwa akifanya zilichezwa pia kwenye bunge. Unakumbuka kuna
na kama unavyosema kama zilichezwa bunge, mbona hazikusaidia upigaji kura uende vinginevyo?
Unajua ukijitetea au unajitetea kwa hali na mali jinsi vyote uwezavyo. Sasa vile itafanyika huko mwisho haujui sana, lakini mimi nikiangalia kwa maoni yangu, kuna vile ukiangalia vizuri tu, kuna vile walioleta hii motion wakijaribu kutumia I believe ni article 10 kwamba DP Gachagua ni mtu wa kutenganisha watu, mtu wa kupigana vita, mtu wa kuongea Kikuyu. Hiyo ilikuwa part ya kueleza ama kusindikiza ile point kwamba amekuwa akisema watu wa mlima ama kuleta mgawanyiko wa makabila Kenya. Lakini kuna swali watu waliulizwa. Kuna mahali kwa katiba article 44 inasema mtu ako na huru ya kutumia lugha ya mama, vile ambavyo anaongea, na mimi sikuona shida ukiwa kwa eneo la Wakikuyu.
Naam.
Ukiongea Kikuyu ili watu wakuelewe zaidi. Kwa sababu hiyo ni haki yake na hiyo ni right yake. Kwa hivyo mimi naona kama ni makosa ambayo ni kutafuta. Unajua tunaambiwa je na kizungu, yule mtu anaweza kutafuta sana haezi kosa kukupata.
Atakupata.
Akutafutaye
atakupata.
Akutafutaye atakupata. Kwa hivyo kwa maoni yangu mimi ni kujaribu
kutafuta. Unasema ushahidi hautasaidia.
Yeah, ni kujaribu tu kutafuta maneno ambayo yatamuonyesha kukaa kama mkabila ambaye anaona tu mlima peke yake.
Wakenya,
anagawanya Wakenya, lakini kwa maoni yangu hilo ni neno ambalo rais hutumia sana akienda mahali.
Namuona Dismas anawashwa na ulimi, anataka kujibu kuhusiana hilo la kwamba je, alikuwa anamsaidia rais katika sera zake na matamshi yake ama alikwenda kombo. Manake pia nafikiri ukijibu hilo umekuwa ukifuatilia sana mikataba hii kati ya vyama. Na swala la mkataba litoka vizuri sana jana wakati ambapo alikuwa wakili Elisha anajaribu kumuuliza maswali bwana Mwingi Mutuse kuhusiana na makosa ya naibu rais ilikuwa ni kutangaza kilicho ndani ya mkataba ama mkataba ndo na makosa. Na nafikiri pengine itafika pahali ambapo je, Kenya na afisi ya usimamizi wa vyama vya kisiasa inahitaji kubadilisha hizi sheria. Manake kama iliandikwa na kila chama kikapatiwa asilimia yake, ANC, Ford Kenya asilimia 30, ikaja itapata asilimia yake na nini, hizi ni shares. Iweje kwa sababu bwana ametangaza ndo ni kwamba amefanya makosa kutangaza kilicho ndani?
Hapo hivyo umeuliza maswali matatu lakini ukasema kwamba ni moja. Nimefuatilia siasa za Kenya kwa undani. Mheshimiwa Rais Daniel Arap Moi na akiwa makamu wa rais na akiwa rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, hakuna wakati mmoja ameongea lugha ya mama wakati ana-address taifa lote. Uangalie Kibaki, lakini kuna wakati mmoja Mheshimiwa Kenyatta alikuwa anaongea lugha yake ya mama wakati anahudhuria taifa lote. Tuko hapa Kenya ambamo tuko na kabila kama labda 43 hivi. Sasa ukiwa kiongozi wa taifa, tuseme wewe ni rais wa Kenya ama wewe ni naibu wa rais wa Kenya, alafu unaongea na taifa lote, alafu unaongea na lugha ya mamako, hiyo inamaanisha kwamba kuna Wakenya wengi ambao hawaelewi yale mambo ambayo unayasema. Kwa hivyo ukitaka kuongea lugha ya mama kila wakati, wewe toka kwa siasa, wewe mwenyekiti wa ile kitu inaitwa cattle dip, hapo unaweza ongea lugha yako ya mama kila wakati.
Na watu wako wa nyumbani.
Huwezi kuja tuseme unahudhuria watu Nairobi hapa Marikiti, alafu unaongea lugha yako ya mama, na hapo ndani kuna Wakisii, kuna Wajaluo, kuna kabila nyingi ambamo wao ndio wanakulipa mshahara na wewe ni naibu wa rais wa Kenya, wanataka wajue unaongea kitu gani. Sasa sisi tukiangalia runinga jioni, tunaona unaongea lugha ya mama, alafu hapo ndio tunapatiwa scrolls, ile text kwamba alikuwa anasema hivi, alikuwa anasema hivi, alikuwa anasema hivi. Hilo sio jambo mzuri. Na ukiangalia ile National Cohesion Act, na ukiangalia Article 10 na chapter 6, haiendani hivyo kabisa hata kidogo. Hiyo sio vizuri. Jambo la pili, wakati naibu wa rais alianza kuongea mambo ya shareholding sana, ilifika wakati mmoja Mheshimiwa Ruto akamwambia kwamba haya mambo sasa afadhali wachana nao. Maana ukiendelea kuongea kila wakati juu ya shareholding, inamaanisha kwamba kuna wale wa Kenya ambao wanadhulumiwa kwa ajili walipiga kura fulani. Tuseme kama mimi nilipiga kura kwa sikupigia Kenya Kwanza, lakini mimi ni Mkenya, nalipa ile tax yangu, kwa hivyo nataka huduma kutoka kwako. Alafu tena jambo la tatu, yule naibu wa rais ni kiongozi wa kitaifa, lakini yeye vile alikuwa anajipeleka kama yeye ni kiongozi wa mlima. Yaani akifungua mdomo, jambo la kwanza anasema kwamba msiguze mlima. Msiguze mlima. Hilo jambo sio mzuri. Hata hapo hivyo ndio ningeona sana wakati huu, manake ikifika saa 6 usiku labda Gachagua atakuwa ametoka kile kitini, ingekuwa ni
atakuwa amepona.
Lakini uwezekano wa yeye kwenda nyumbani uko juu sana. Ingekuwa jambo la muhimu sana Mheshimiwa Rais Ruto akimchagua makamu wake, sio lazima amchague makamu kutoka Mlima Kenya. Anaweza enda Kisii, anaweza enda Kisumu, anaweza enda Vihiga, anaweza enda Kakamega, indiposa tuwe na ile kitu inaitwa national unity. Yaani kwa kimombo, the president has got a unique opportunity to dismantle tribal cartels in Kenya. Manake kuna Wakenya wengine wanajihisi kwamba wao ni Wakenya lakini sio Wakenya. Alafu kuna Wakenya wengine wanajihisi kwamba wao ni Wakenya alafu tena wao ni Wakenya.
Nitakuwa narudi kuweza kuchambua hilo swala la iwapo ataondolewa naibu rais, mchakato wa kuweza kujaza pengo lake Wanja pamoja na Dismas watatoa maoni yao utakuwa ni upi? Manake hatuwezi kuwa na manaibu rais 45 kwamba kila kabila itakuwa limepata naibu wake. Ni mmoja tu, atoke wapi? Na kwa sababu naibu rais alikuwa anatoka Nyeri, hawa wana Nyeri wanataka kuzungumzia hilo. Waseme mtu wao kafanywa vizuri ama namna gani. Margaret Kimathi alizungumza nao, hebu tumsikize sasa kutoka kaunti ya Nyeri.
Baada ya mahakama kukataa kusitisha hoja ya kumng'atua naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua, matumaini yake au hatima yake iko mikononi mwa seneti, ambapo makosa 11 dhidi ya Gachagua yameweza kuwasilishwa. Na sasa ningependa kuzungumza na baadhi ya wakazi kutoka hapa kaunti ya Nyeri. Pengine unaweza kutueleza jina lako alafu tuambie maoni yako ni yapi kuhusu mchakato huu wa kumbandua Gachagua.
Kwa majina langu ni Francis Kimani, mwenyekiti wa bodaboda hapa Nyeri Town, na yangu ni kusema ya kwamba siku ya leo, asubuhi ya leo, tunaweza kuona ya kwamba mahakama imeweza kukataa yale mambo ambayo yamewasilishwa na wakili ama mawakili wa naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua. Na sisi sasa kama watu wa Nyeri, sisi yote macho yetu leo, siku ya leo, iko kwa senator wetu ambaye ni Honorable Senator wa Matinga, na macho yetu kama watu wa Nyeri, sisi yote imemtazama na imemwangalia, tuone upande ambao atakuwa ama mahali ataweza kuweka kura yake hata ifikapo kesho ambapo kura itakuwa inarushwa. Tumemtazama na tunamwangalia, na sisi ndio tu macho yetu iko pale, na sisi kama watu wa Nyeri tungependa ya kwamba Senate imuokoe huu naibu wa rais Honorable Rigathi Gachagua.
Mimi ningeona mambo yote ambaye inaekelewa ya Gachagua yote ni kuekelewa. Ningeomba Senate siku ya leo ama wakati itakaa chini, iangalie yale maneno yote Gachagua ameekelewa, iangalie itende haki, yani ifanye haki ili Gachagua arudi nani kwa kazi yake.
Ningetaka kusema kuimpeach Gachagua, it is not an important impeachment, lakini mahali chochote Kenya wanafanya, Gachagua yuko na Mungu. Hata akifanywa Kenya watafanya, Gachagua ameamuliwa na tayari ameteuliwa. So Kenya tutamwambia aendelee kunyamaza hadi Mungu ampiganie yeye mwenyewe.
Kwangu mimi nikiona, unajua hii kitu ya impeachment ya Gachagua, hii ni kuonewa tu kisiasa. Lakini mimi Kenya naomba Senate, naomba tu juu hata mwenye Senate ataigia hiyo bunge tena, hata wabunge wenyewe ma-MP hakuna hata mmoja. Akina Duncan Maina MP wetu na wengine wako Mount Kenya, akina Ishongwa hakuna tarudi tena.
Na mtazamaji, hayo ni baadhi ya maoni ya wakazi kutoka hapa kaunti ya Nyeri, ambapo wanaweza kumwambia naibu Rigathi Gachagua kaweze kupigana hadi mwisho. Na pia tumeweza kuona kwamba wana matumaini na seneti, na kwa sasa ni kusubiri iwapo maseneta watamuokoa au watampeleka nyumbani. Ni hayo tu kwa sasa, turejee studioni.
Na asante sana Margaret Kimathi kwa maoni hayo ya wananyeri. Na mtazamaji, naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua kwa siku ya pili ya kusikilizwa kwa kesi yake, kesi ya kubanduliwa, aliingia katika majengo ya seneti kwa madaha na kimtindo akiwa ameandamana na mwanawe Kelvin pamoja na mawakili wake watatu. Tazama. Sadakta. Mtazamaji, na mwendesha hoja kumbandua naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua, mbunge Kibwezi Magharibi Mwengi Mutuse amejitetea mbele ya seneti kwamba anaongoza mswada tu kama mwanasiasa wala sio mpelelezi. Kwa hivyo asitishwe ama asitwikwe jukumu la kutoa ushahidi wa stakabadhi katika hoja hiyo. Ni siku ya pili Mutuse anatetea hoja yake mbele ya seneti baada ya hoja hiyo kupitia katika bunge la kitaifa.
I also know that this Senate has an opportunity to consider the impeachment of the late Rigathi Gachagua. And in that impeachment, because this is a house of record, you will realize that most of the companies that I've listed were also complained about by the County Assembly of Nyeri during the impeachment of Governor Rigathi Gachagua. And the complaint was specifically that there was a brother to the late governor, and the brother is one Rigathi Gachagua, who was doing all the business in Nyeri County. And from that basis, therefore, I needed to expound to find out what these companies that had been complained about during that impeachment, what these companies that had been complained about in the Esther Minor decision in terms of money laundering had to do with the Deputy President and the things that I'm alleging against him. And it is on that basis that I listed these companies. I want to invite members of this Senate to also know that in doing this, it is not just about the direct evidence. It is also about the circumstantial evidence. It's also about the circumstances that led to where we are. That there are companies that were complained about doing business in Nyeri County. It came to this Senate. That the same companies were complained about doing money laundering, and a decision of the High Court by Justice Maina has been tabled before you. And today, we are complaining that the same companies are helping to do corruption and money laundering. And that's the reason why we bring those companies. Please notice that in an impeachment, because I've been asked about threshold, and I know you know about it, my work here is not to prove criminal liability. It is not to prove beyond reasonable doubt. My work here is not to prove civil liability, but to show political responsibility.
Safi kabisa. Huyo ni mbunge Mwengi Mutuse akijaribu kujitetea kusema kwamba kazi yake si kufanya uchunguzi wa jinai ama makosa yote, lakini kazi yake ni kuwasilisha hoja. Kama mwanasiasa wa kuchunguza watachunguza. Hapo pembeni tayari namuona Spika wa Seneti Amason Jeffa Kingi anawaita maseneta warudi ili tuweze kupata nafasi ya kumpandisha pale kizimbani naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua kuweza kujitetea, na muda wa saa 2 kabla ya kuulizwa maswali na James Orengo ambaye atakuwa ni wakili wa bunge. Na mtazamaji, ni bunge hilo la Senate ambalo limerejelea vikao vyake ikiwa ni saa 8 dakika 33. Twende moja kwa moja pale tusikilize, manake ndo jukwaa linaandaliwa kwa ajili ya mdahalo huu. Lakini kabla kwenda pale, kumbuka mtazamaji, ni siku ya pili, awamu ya pili ya kujitetea kwa naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua dhidi ya makosa 11 ambayo yaliwasilishwa mbele yake, na jana alisomwa yote na akayapinga. Akasema makosa haya mimi sijui moja wala pili. Kosa la kwanza likiwa ni kuvunja katiba sehemu ya 12 ibara ya A pamoja na cha 27 ibara ya 4 73 ibara ya kwanza. Kosa la pili likiwa ni kukosa maadili ya naibu rais na msaidizi wa rais katika kipengee cha 147 na 148. Kosa la tatu likiwa ni kuingilia uendeshaji wa kaunti ya Nairobi, ambapo tulitarajia gavana wa Nairobi Johnson Sakaja kuja kama shahidi. Alikuwa ameorodheshwa lakini hakuweza kufika. Ni kinyume cha kipengee cha 6 ibara ya pili na 10 ibara ya pili. Twendeni Seneti jameni, moja kwa moja tusikilize kinachoendelea kwa sasa.
Order number 2, hearing and determination on the proposed removal from office by impeachment of His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya.
will give time to ample time to parties so that they can adequately present their cases. Now, as of yesterday, the Deputy President had been allocated 3 hours. 1 hour was taken away for other businesses of yesterday and today. That is pursuant to a request by counsel for the Deputy President. And therefore, as we speak, the Deputy President will have 2 hours to present his case. And thereafter, the National Assembly will have 1.5 hours because they've also consumed half an hour of the 2 hours that had been granted to them yesterday. So you had borrowed 10 minutes, you ended up consuming 20 more minutes, as per our record. Council, this is not a matter to debate.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I just wanted to clarify that we had borrowed 10 minutes.
Yes, you borrowed 10 minutes, but you ended up consuming 20 more.
No, we didn't get that indication, Mr. Speaker. In fact,
now
we
you're
been,
getting the indication.
Yes. We had budgeted our time knowing that we had 1 hour, 50 minutes.
Consume the 1 hour and a half, and then let's see where that takes you, and we'll be able to engage when you consume the 1.5 hours.
We are most obliged, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. Senior Counsel Paul Mwite, if you're ready, you may usher in your witness.
Mheshimiwa Speaker, just to get clarification, I was under the impression that the National Assembly will proceed and close their case, and that then Counsel for the Deputy President will now present the Deputy President, who is the only one that we are calling as a witness. And that thereafter, the National Assembly will make their closing speech. And we will have the opportunity at that time to also make our closing speech. So I would like to have clarification.
Very well, Senior Counsel. Maybe I'll read the whole program all the way to the end.
Thank you.
You will proceed. Of course, for the record, I will ask the National Assembly to officially rest their matter to allow you usher in your witness. Once your witness takes to the stand, you have 2 hours to present your case. The National Assembly has 1.5 hours for purposes of cross-examination. Thereafter, the senators will have 1 hour to seek clarifications or ask questions. Once that is done, the counsel for the National Assembly will have 1 hour to make closing remarks. Likewise, the team of the Deputy President will be given 1 hour to make its closing remarks. Once that is done, the Senate will move into a closed session as per our rules of procedure. So that is the program for this afternoon.
I'm now very clear, Mheshimiwa Speaker, and I thank you. The situation is now clear. But just before my colleagues on the other side close their case, can I, through Mheshimiwa Speaker, ask whether the National Assembly still wishes to call a witness whose affidavit was filed, the governor of the county government of Nairobi, Johnson Sakaja. We have a copy of his affidavit. Is he going to be called or not called? Because if the National Assembly is not calling that affidavit, whose affidavit is part of the record and was availed to us. That affidavit, Mheshimiwa Speaker, contains allegations that are extremely injurious to the Deputy President. So if he is not going to be called, we will be making an application for that affidavit to be expunged from the records of this Honorable Senate. Thank you.
Counsel for the National Assembly, you had listed quite a number of witnesses. Are you going to call all of them, or are you going to, for the record, are you going to close your case where we are?
Mr. Speaker, sir, on behalf of the National Assembly, we shall close our case where we are. Mr. Speaker, sir, if you are with your permission, I could respond to